Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Daughter of Sea Femme Luffy raised by Whitebeard. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sabo and Luffy were on a small boat that they stole and were headed out to sea to travel around to the other side of the island. It was the shortest route back to Fussia Village. Ace was watching on a nearby cliff with a smile on his face, happy that his brother and little sister were able to escape without any troubles, but he thought too soon. The celestial dragon had shot at the small boat, setting it aflame. Ace had yelled for his siblings to jump ship and save themselves. But just as the celestial dragon was about to sink it completely, the little 4-year-old Luffy had pushed her older brother into the water, saving him from further injury while Luffy had taken the shot harshly. "Luffy!" Sabo shouted, and before he could climb onto the wreckage to save his sister, the Lord of the Coast had snatched him up by his shirt and dragged him to the cliff where Ace was waiting for them. Sabo shot around and glared at the Sea King. "Ku, why didn't you save Luffy? She's your friend, isn't she?" The dark brown beast only shook its head before diving back into the water. Luffy was his master and she had ordered him to save her brother, and that was what he did, and he needed to help heal her wounds as soon as possible. Ace and Sabo stared at the burning remains of the boat. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a flaming blue bird had swooped down to boat, clutching a bloodied body in its talons, and made its way to the cliff where Ace and Sabo were, gently laying down the girl on the soft grass. The boys darted to their little sister, who was covered from head to toe in her own blood. They didn't touch her, but they could make out the rise and fall of her chest. It was only a matter of time till she lost too much blood. The Sea King had returned. Its large head broke the surface of the water. A vial filled with a sparkling blue substance clenched between its teeth and dropped it on his master's lap. Ace was quick to make Luffy drink the liquid. They had dealt with the unique substance before when the girl was heavily injured. They poured the blue liquid into her mouth, and before they knew it, she had woken up like she was late for something important. She glanced around at her surrounding and spotted her worried brothers. "Sabo Nyai, are you okay?" The little girl spat out. Her older brother was on the brink of tears but nodded his head. Ace, on the other hand, grew more and more furious. "You idiot, you're lucky to be alive. Don't worry about Sabo, he's fine." "What the hell were you thinking?" Ace screamed, Luffy cringing as he continued to scold her. She felt a change in the ocean's features and turned to look out to the sea to see a gigantic boat with a whale figurehead. A man with a white crescent mustache that curled towards the sky and scars littered over his chest standing at the head of the boat. They all heard him yell in a booming voice, "I'm placing this island under my protection. The nobles are to leave immediately. I won't tolerate your insolence here. This island is mine." The celestial dragon had attempted to fight back but was only to be punched further than they had expected. The government wasn't going to be happy with the sudden news. Whitebeard had received the news of the safety of the residents on the boat and had docked the Moby Dick at Fussia Village. There wasn't too much hassles from the citizens. They had dealt with a few pirates before, but no one liked them, but he waited there for his son Marco to return with the child that he saved, regardless. Ace, Sabo and Luffy were walking to Fussia Village. Ace had given up his shirt to cover the bloodied clothes. They did thank the man that had saved their sister's life, even if they shouldn't have to worry about her. They couldn't help it because Luffy was a child of the sea and she wasn't going to die from something as simple as that for a long time. But it still worried them nonetheless. They reached the docks where Whitebeard towered over the children. Ace and Sabo could feel the intimidating aura the man emitted, but Luffy had other ideas. "You're huge and so old. Are those scars real? Are you devil fruit user? That punch was so cool, but I'm sure I could have taken care of it." She beamed. Ace and Sabo slammed a hand over their sister's mouth before she got them all killed, but Whitebeard just gave a hearty laugh and patted the little girl's head, despite getting blood on his huge hands. "Kurarara, they're real and I'm devil fruit user. You're a cheeky brat, aren't you?" He stared down at the little girl who had already taken a full recovery from her injuries. "What's your name?" Luffy ripped her brother's hands from her mouth, took a quick breath before she could talk to the man. Still smiling her toothy smile, she replied, "Monkey D. Luffy." She pointed to the older boys next to her. "These are my brothers, Ace Nyai and Sabo Nyai." Ace turned to Sabo, nodding their heads in unison, picked up their little sister and sprinted in the other direction before she talked too much for their own comfort. The pirates didn't need to know what could get them into trouble. Whitebeard and Marco stared at the running children and then stared at each other before laughing. "They're real interesting kids, aren't they, son?" Whitebeard said. "They sure are, but something concerns me," he stated, seizing the laughter to a halt before he continued. "When I pulled the girl out of the rumble, she was covered head to toe in her own blood, and when I dropped her off at the cliff, a Sea King had come out of the water and gave them a vial that healed all of the girl's wound instantaneously. This caused many eyebrows to arch. They have never heard of a Sea King helping someone or a medicine that could cure injuries miraculously. However, it certainly made their stay on the island all the more interesting." Whitebeard and Marco had heard footsteps approaching and watched as a woman with dark green hair with a bandana wrapped over her head and an apron making her way towards them casually, with a soft smile on her face. "I'm Makino, the owner of the local bar. The boys have told me how you saved Luffy and I must thank you for all your help. Please feel free to come and have a drink and a meal whenever you feel like, and if you have any questions feel free to ask." Makino was the type to welcome guests with open arms, and since they saved Luffy from possible death she had taken upon herself to thank the men even if they were pirates. She wasn't one to judge a person by whatever title that was given to them and waited patiently for their reply to offer. The pirates stared at the woman. Marco was the first to ask his question. "I was wondering about Luffy. She seems to have some sort of power, but we don't know what. Would you know?" Makino tapped a finger against her chin. She had known the girl since she came to the island and then shook her head to the blonde-haired man's question. "Luffy was found on the beach wrapped in a blanket with nothing but her necklace with her name on it and lived with her brothers up at the mountain bandits' house. I've never seen her with any sort of powers, so to speak. I would say to ask them, but they're pretty withdrawn at the moment due to the earlier incident, but they are really lovely kids. It just takes a bit of time to trust other people." With an acknowledging nod from the man, Makino left to bring the beer to the pirate ship. They had earned it, and even if the mayor was practically the opposite towards people with titles, it wasn't going to stop her from acknowledging the pirates. Ace and Sabo glared down at their little sister rather harshly. They didn't know how long they could put up with her blunt antics. She had caused a lot of troubles for them. They were sitting at the cliff debating what to argue about first. "Luffy, your stupidly lucky coup came with the vial. Do you know how lucky you are?" Ace said harshly, still glaring daggers at the girl. "But I knew Mama could heal me. See, that's why I pushed Sabo Nyai before he got injured." Tears were threatening to spill out of her eyes, but she held strong. She tightened her hold on her shirt and refused to show her tears to her brothers. She was a strong girl after all. Ace and Sabo felt like they had kicked a puppy and hugged her at the same time, and the tears naturally flowed their cause and stained Sabo clothes and soaked Ace's bare shoulder. They heard the water next them break, and they watched as Lord of the Coast had his gaze on the little girl. "Luffy-sama, the pirates have taken up the bar. What are you going to do?" She wiped away the tears away forcefully, rubbing her eyes until they were red. She thought about what the Sea King had said and then informed her brothers about the little message, and they all grew devilish smirks. For the past couple of days that the Whitebeard pirates were on Dawn Island, they were faced with countless pranks from the children and were growing more paranoid with every corner they turned. Ace and Sabo were practically killing themselves over how hilarious the crew's reaction of the whole thing was to them. They decided to give them a break for the day just to see how paranoid they were. Luffy was drinking juice at Makino's bar, happily swinging her feet over the stool that was located at the counter. Marco had walked into the bar exhausted from the previous day's antics and spotted the little girl drinking juice at the counter and sat down next to her. "Luffy," he said as he sat down next to the girl at the counter. She turned her attention to the man who had saved her life but didn't put the glass down. She gave a slight nod, indicating that she was listening slightly. "I want to ask you a few questions." Luffy placed her glass down, giving him her full attention. She wasn't going to be rude after all. "Shoot," she replied. Marco debated to himself on which question to ask first. There were so many that littered throughout his mind and then came to one. "What are you?" The question sounded every rude when it was said. Things always sounded better in someone's head, though to his surprise Luffy didn't even give a second thought before answering and wasn't the slightest bit offended. "I'm the daughter of the sea." Luffy grinned, obviously proud of that fact, and then stared at the blonde-haired man. His face was blank with confusion and obviously didn't understand the point she was trying to get across. She stared at her hand, waited till Marco's gaze followed hers, and changed her hand into a dragon-like claw that was littered with ruby-red scales and long deadly nails and held it up to him. "Is it a devil fruit?" Her expression wasn't one that Marco was expecting. She looked like she was going to murder someone. He harshly swallowed the lump in throat and continued with the nervous eye contact. "I would never go near one of those fruits, plus Mama personally drowns all of them. No exception." Marco was getting more curious by what the girl said. "Who's Mama?" But before Luffy could continue blabbering her mouth off, Ace had swooped in and stole his sister back. Marco sighed as he saw his chance for answers get dragged away by a 10-year-old boy. Ace had dragged Luffy all the way back to the cliff where he sat her down and scolded her about telling them too much information and told her to stay put. Sabo was feeding the local Sea King and was needed come help, so he left soon after. Luffy did as Ace had told her to do and waited patiently, swinging her legs over the edge, but was soon knocked unconscious by something hard to her head. Ace and Sabo were on their way back to their sister but saw her being carried off by a different group of mountain bandits. Daden's group, though they were the toughest in the area, weren't stupid enough to attack Luffy. However, these bandits were. "Sabo, go find help now. I'll follow them and make sure Luffy's okay," Ace ordered. Sabo didn't need any further instruction and ran in the direction of the village. Ace had followed the bandits. He wanted to kill them all for harming Luffy, but if he were to advance, they could kill her without a second thought. The next simplest thing to do. The only thing he could do was follow them to their hideout. Sabo raced through the village in hope of finding someone help their sister. He knew that she could always ask her mother for help, but she was too damn stubborn for her own good sometimes. He ran to the party bar. No one was there. He sprinted to the docks and found Marco and Whitebeard talking about something and noticed the distressed boy jogging up to him. They watched as he stopped, his hands on his knees while he caught his breath. "Sabo, what's the matter?" Marco asked, trying to keep the calm in his voice to reassure the boy. "It's Luffy. She was taken by mountain bandits. Aces, following them," Sabo huffed. Once gaining enough strength, he tugged on Marco's shirt sleeve and led them in the direction of the forest. Once they had reached the forest, Marco picked up the boy and ran in the direction Sabo had instructed, Whitebeard following behind them. They soon caught up to Ace, who, running towards them, obviously held knowledge of their little sister's location and told them that he found where they were. Marco had released his hold on the top-hatted child and watched as they zipped through the dense brush. Ace and Sabo were actually a lot faster than they imagined and made their way to a beaten-down hut in a clearing. It looked like one of the buildings pulled out of Grey Terminal. The brothers nodded to each other before running to an open window and peeked in to see the little girl tied up, short black hair ruffled up and white shirt covered in dirt, shorts torn apart and in tatters. Luffy's breaths were heavy. A cough and blood trickled down tiny chin. The boys were filled with rage to see their little sister in such a condition. They were about to storm in and destroy anything in their path, but a hand was placed on each of the brothers' shoulders. Marco had finally caught up with the boys and stopped them from doing anything too dangerous. Otherwise, the little girl was going to be enough trouble than she wanted to get herself into. They heard footsteps shift in the hut and turned attention to hone in on their conversation. "That's a pretty necklace you've got there, girlie," the head bandit said as he stalked his way to Luffy. He gave her a toothy grin as he eyed the golden necklace that hung low around her scrawny neck. "Don't touch my necklace." Her voice alone could have stopped anyone in their footsteps, but it didn't take long for the head of the bandits to recover and continue casually strolling up to the girl. The leader just knelt down to her height and clutched the pure golden necklace in his hand, rubbing the smooth surface against thick-skinned thumb. Ace and Sabo started trembling in their spot. Marco looked down at the boys, tightening grip on the boys to prevent them from moving, thinking that they further enraged, but he was wrong when he saw the absolute terror in their eyes. Sabo was the first to react and yelled in a hushed tone, "We need to get out of here. If he takes off that necklace, it's going to be the end of us." Just as he said that, the sound of scraping of metal came from the inside of the hut. Ace had grabbed Sabo's hand, the other gripping onto Marco's arm, and they dragged themselves back into the forest to see Whitebeard keeping his distance. When they reached a safe distance, they watched as the hut crumbled away and a ruby-red serpent, thick red fins on its arms, a dragon-like head, raven mane, and twin twisted horns sprouting from its head. Its scaly body grew larger than anything they have ever seen. Even Whitebeard was surprised to see something probably 20, maybe 30 times larger than himself. "This is what she meant by daughter of the sea," Marco muttered. Luffy's serpent form was witnessed all over Dawn Island and wasn't taken lightly. Screams could be heard all the way from the town. After Luffy had crushed the bandits from under her, she spotted Whitebeard, Marco, and her brothers staring up at her. She turned her head away in shame and dragged her snake-like body into the ocean and stayed deep under the water surface until things settled down. A similar incident happened before and she had to live under the water for a 2-month. She withered in loneliness. She wanted to see Ace, Sabo, Makino, and the mayor, but knew it would put them in harm's way. Marines had swarmed the island in search of the supposed Sea King and claimed in on the safety of the residents that they stayed for a while. But when Luffy refused to surface until given word from her friend, Ku, she wasn't already in a very bad mental condition. Ace watched his sister slide into the ocean and wasted no time to rush to the ruins to find her golden chain. Sabo had joined the search. When Ace had finally gathered all of the pieces, he went back to Marco with the glittering gold and seashell with the girl's name it and thrusted it into his face. His expression was filled with anger, hatred, and determination. "Marco, can you please help her? If she has to go through something like this again, I don't know how long it'll be till we see her again, and I'm positive the Marines will come to take her now that they know she's here." Ace wasn't the one to beg, but his sister's life was once again in terrible danger. "She'll be dragged away if they didn't do something quick." Marco stared down at the gold chain, pulled it in his hand. It was a lot heavier than he had originally thought, and they all rushed back to the town. The villagers had spotted the Red Sea King and were running around panicking. Ace had explained along the way that the necklace was from her mother to keep her from transforming when she got too emotional. The sooner they fixed it and got it back around her neck, the sooner she could come home, though they couldn't really call it home anymore. Sabo had interjected at this point to ask them something. "Whitebeard, it may be a lot to ask, but can you take us with you on your voyage? Luffy isn't safe here anymore and family sticks together." Ace nodded his head in agreement. He wasn't going anywhere without Luffy. Whitebeard only smiled at the boy's little speech. Well said. Welcome to the family, my sons. Sabo found himself sitting on the Moby Dick's railing, watching the sea in anticipation, hoping to see that little flicker of red on the surface of the water. Ace was pacing around the deck, waiting for the necklace to be mended, when Marco had handed it to some of the most skilled blacksmiths on the ship. Though they had said it was going to be a difficult job but a quick one, it didn't stop Ace from wearing down the floorboards. Marco was also waiting in the crewed slints for his crew to finish repairing the golden necklace and then decided to receive some answers to his unanswered question. Ace, why would the Navy so worried about a really large sea king? Ace stopped pacing and Sabo had turned around to join in on the conversation. Ace took over first, walking over the 1st Division commander to keep word from spreading. They had enough trouble throughout the whole week and didn't need bounty hunters on their tails. It's not because Luffy's a sea king. It's her mother. Who's her mother? An even bigger sea king. He joked, but they both shook their heads. Grim expressions flushed over their usual cheerful faces. Sabo's hat had shadowed his face as he stared down at the deck. Ace had allowed his bangs to hide his expression, though it wasn't doing much good. It's sea itself, Ace muttered so softly that even he had trouble hearing himself. They sat down in a triangle on one side of the deck away from the hustle and bustle of the other crewmates. Keeping things low was important at this moment in time. If the crew wanted to know, then all they had to do was ask. But right at that moment wasn't the best. Luffy told us that every 1,000 years a child is born from the sea. She's capable of commanding all that live in the ocean. That's fishmen to mermaids to sea kings and even the water itself. But why the government want her for is because the sea will do anything for her. She would be considered a valuable weapon for the world government. Sabo took in a breath before pointing something else out that would have been a great concern. The government would have need to use the Buster Call because if she were to be a weapon, it would be easy. There wouldn't be any evidence of anyone being there. Sabo explained how when he was taken back by his parents to continue being their heir, Luffy had smashed down the front gate and most of the mansion single-handedly. When she reached the office where his father and mother were waiting, Luffy had asked her mother to sink exactly half of his father's ships. A moment later he had received a call that exactly what she asked happened and threatened that if they didn't return Sabo to her side she would pull their whole business into the ground. After that, they made their escape on the little boat that was hit by the celestial dragon. Marco was shocked to hear what that little girl was capable of such destruction and understood why the government would want her so badly. He felt the need to protect his new little sister. Just before they could continue their talk, the blacksmiths had returned from the lower parts of the Moby Dick with the necklace in their hands and headed towards the trio. Marco was relieved when he saw the jewelry in one piece. Sabo had jumped up and snatched the golden chain into his hand, thanked the man for his fine work and rushed over to Ace, who was still sitting on the deck, staring out at the sea. Ace, do you still have that whistle? Sabo asked desperately. Ace nodded and pulled out a long silver whistle tied to a piece of silk red string out of his pants pocket, pulling it close to his lips and let out a hard breath. There was no sound and Marco questioned what it was supposed to do. That was until the 8th Division commander came up to the deck blocking his ears. The fishman, Namor, had heard an ear-piercing whistle and was determined to find out what it was. Storming onto the deck and over to the higher-ranking commander, who had 2 kids with him at the moment. What the hell was that? Namor grumbled rather loudly. Marco, however, only gave him a questionable look of confusion. You heard it? Marco questioned. Namor was about to retort back, but a giant leather-brown sea king with a blue hair sticking up and piercing red eyes had blocked the surface of the water and made its way to the railing of the Moby Dick. Sabo and Ace walked up to the railing in a rather calm manner as the rest of the crew who were on board were getting ready for a battle. "Crew, we got Luffy's necklace repaired and we need you to convince her to come to the ship. No matter what." Sabo's voice was stern as he threw the necklace to the Sea King with full force and watched as it caught the jewelry in between its teeth and dived back into the ocean to find their little sister. The rest of the day, Sabo and Ace had returned to Daden's place to pack up all of their things. Marco had accompanied them and was talking to their caretaker about the children. She didn't say much considering they were always running around the forest and not doing their chores, but she did ask him to look after the brats. They were going to be a handful. By the time they returned to the ship, they found a very tired Luffy sitting on top of Whitebeard's lap, as he sat in his throne in all his glory. Whitebeard still didn't know how the girl got there in the first place, but she looked like she had another exhausting day and wasn't going to bother his new daughter. Unfortunately for him, Ace and Sabo had other ideas. "Oi, Luffy, you can't just go sitting wherever you want," Ace yelled. Whitebeard chuckled and watched as the girl still had the energy to fight with her brothers. Sat up, hands in between her legs to level herself, and glared at the boys way below her. "I sit where I want and Papa doesn't mind." Ace raised an eyebrow. "Papa? I thought we call him Pops." The 3rd Division commander, a large man, bodied in armor, took it upon himself to inform the tiny boys of the situation at hand. After witnessing the argument between his captain and the little girl, he had a lot of conflicting feelings about the debate. Zazu wasn't one to stand in between a fight with his captain, but he had lost against the 4-year-old girl in the most confusing argument he had ever heard in his life. We do. Your little sister seems to have other ideas. They went on a complete debate about it, and her sense of logic had won in her favor. I'm still not too sure how it happened either. The crew watched as pity washed over the two young boys' faces as they stared up at their captain. Whitebeard only gave another hearty laugh when he saw his sons' faces. They had obviously dealt with the little girl's unusual sense of persuasion. He turned to the rest of his sons as he announced that they were having a party for their new little brothers and sister. Cheers rang out, and Whitebeard was even happier when Luffy had convinced the nurses to let him drink as much as he wanted. They set out to sea the next day, the children waving their farewells to the villagers, but something was bothering the boys. Ace jumped down from the railing and headed back towards the deck. Luffy, what happens when Gigi hears about this? Ace asked. He watched as Luffy climbing her way onto Whitebeard's lap like he was a bloody mountain in her way. The giant man looked down to his youngest son with a raised eyebrow. Who's your old man? He asked. Ace shifted under his gaze. Sabo had walked back onto the deck to answer the question when he heard it. Garp, Sabo replied from the other side of the deck, stopping all the conversations from the pirates on the deck. The marine hero. Sabo nodded his head, his eyes watching his little sister sprawled out across Whitebeard's leg in exhaustion. Not a care in the world, like she had completed her life goal. Climbing Whitebeard like a mountain, Ace was shuffling around but had enough and sat down, huffing under his breath. Crazy old man will find us sooner or later. Just as he said that, the whistling of a cannon firing drew the crew's gaze to the marine ship with a dog figurehead and a certain vice admiral launching himself onto the Moby Dick. Garp looked about the ship and spotted his little angel on Whitebeard's lap, waving her hand to her grandfather, Ace grumbling under his breath on the deck, and no doubt that if both of them were there, then Sabo was close by too. Oi Jai-chan. Luffy cheered. She wasn't too worried about her adoptive grandfather attempting to take her back because she could always sink his ship, and the amount of times she had did that he had finally gave in to her reasoning and didn't bother her about a lot of things. Luffy, what are you doing? Get down from there. I'm taking you and your brothers home. Garp growled. Ace was the voice of reason for once and stood back up, glaring at the old marine. No can do, old man. The island's seen Luffy too many times, and Pops agreed to take care of us. Well, I'm not letting you become pirates. Yeah, well, we're not letting our little sister become a weapon for the Marines. The 10-year-old yelled, and he had a point that even Garp couldn't argue with. He didn't like the idea of his grandkids becoming pirates, but at the very least they had their freedom, and a small part of him, a very, very small part, trusted Whitebeard that he would keep them safe at all costs. Whitebeard, Garp said, though I don't like to admit it, but I trust that you'll keep them safe. Whitebeard nodded his head. He was honestly expecting to fight the man, but with what Ace had said, he could understand what the Marine was going through. It was going to be even harder for him when they got bounties on their heads. With that, the Marines left without a fight. Though some of the pirates were disappointed, the more experienced ones were happy that they didn't have to face the Marine hero. Luffy had regained her energy and spent the rest of the day exploring the enormous ship, talking with a lot of the other pirates, and figured to keep herself from getting lost, she sat on the figurehead and watched the sea as the sun set. Ace and Sabo were watching their sister when Thatch, the 4th Division commander, had walked up to ask something. I know the figurehead is huge, but what if she falls off? Sabo looked up to the man with the ridiculous hair with an "are you stupid" look. Even if she did, I don't think any of us will need to worry about. The girl can breathe underwater. That was when Ace had an even more important question to ask. When's dinner? Just the word had caught the little girl's ears, and she had already sprinted at Thatch and tackled him, clasping her whole body around the man's waist, and resisted to remove herself. Yeah, when's dinner? Her cheery little voice rang like bells. Thatch could only laugh, picking up the girl and walked them to the dining room, where everyone was all over the place grabbing whatever they could before it disappeared. They followed the commander to their table and gaped at the amount of food that was displayed. Luffy jumped out of Thatch's grip and joined her brothers in inhaling the food. The commanders laughed at the sight of their youngest siblings and was slightly amazed that they were capable of eating just as much as their captain. They were going to have a lot interesting experiences with their new brothers and sister. Luffy was the type of girl who always followed her brothers around everywhere, since they were the only people who she loved spending time with the most. But now that their family was even bigger, she wanted to spend time with everyone, but even she wasn't capable of causing that much trouble, even with her brother's help. It was very difficult pranking over 16 men. Luffy was lying on Whitebeard, again, arms tucked nicely behind her head, watching the birds in the sky swoop past them with all the freedom in the world. She then rolled her eyes back and watched the overly large man with a sake bottle pressed to his lips. Curiosity was a good and bad trait of the little girl, but most of the time it was a bad trait, with all the times Ace and Sabo had scolded her over it. Papa, Luffy said, gaining the man's attention and placing the large bottle next to him, but waited for her to continue. What did you do before we came on board? Whitebeard only gave a smile to his youngest. He told her most of the adventures that he went on, but what he wanted the most was a family. All over the world they had heard his name and how he was famous for fighting the Pirate King. Gul D. Roger on par. That was when he noticed that Luffy hadn't commented until he looked down at the cute little 4-year-old. Cool, you met Ace's dad. The excitement in her voice soon trailed off and then went to a rather concerned yet nonchalant. I wasn't supposed to say that. Don't tell Ace Nye I said that. He's touchy on the subject. Then jumped off his lap to find a place to hide before her brother heard she that spilt the beans and hunted her down. There wasn't much that frightened her, but Ace had declared their sibling relationship off because of it, and she didn't appreciate it one bit. Ace had some sort of radar in him that sensed when he was being talked about and walked onto the deck and over to Pops. They make eyes contact, and it lasted a long time till the large man started to talk. Your father's Roger, he murmured, completely ignoring his daughter's warning. He watched Ace boiled over with rage and caution. Who told you that? Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. Take a guess. Whitebeard wasn't one to play games, but he could tell that Ace was quick on his feet when he was mad. He spotted flames flickering off his shoulders and his hair. Whitebeard figured he was a devil fruit user. I don't see why you're so angry. Roger may be your father, but so am I. It doesn't matter who your parents are. We are all children of the sea and you're my son. Ace could only stare at the man in amazement. He let his anger die down before Whitebeard spoke again. You ate a devil fruit, didn't you? He nodded his head but didn't say anything. Whitebeard had instructed him to train his powers before something bad happened and then asked if Sabo had a devil fruit. Ace shook his head. His older brother was stronger than him, even with his devil fruit. Ace went off somewhere on the ship to train his powers and spotted Luffy following Marco around. He stormed up the sister and proceeded to choke her, throwing her head around the place. Luffy's brain was most going so haywire at the moment that she couldn't see the person in front of her, and putting pieces together wasn't her sort of thing. She left that to Sabo. You little twerp. No matter how many times I tell you not to do something, you always go and do it. He dropped her back on her feet, sighing in defeat, and pointed every harsh finger at her. One of these days, I swear, whatever it is, it's going to bite you in the butt. Luffy was happy that she got away with minor injuries this time and went back to chasing Marco around. After all, he was going to teach her how to control her transformation, and after multiple attempts at the transformation and holding it place, Luffy was capable of turning into her other form but smaller, with the necklace on. The enchanted gold stopped her from going crazy and crushing everything in sight when she was younger, but she soon had complete control over it, as did Ace with his fire, and Sabo was training with his lead pipe elsewhere. Even though the Whitebeard pirates had grown accustomed to their new little siblings, one thing that they didn't like was when one went missing. They had returned to the Grand Line a couple of months ago and only found out about their youngest going missing was when her brothers noticed the absence. Ace and Sabo were running around trying to find Luffy all over the ship and hadn't found a trace of her anywhere. Usually she was following one of the commanders for the day or sitting on Whitebeard's lap, but that wasn't the case. Ace had made his way to Marco, who had watched the boys from a distance on the deck. They looked like they were looking for something or someone, but now their faces looked desperate. Marco had sat up as Ace had his hands on his knees, releasing a word through each breath. Have you seen Luffy? No, I heard one of the other commanders say that she was going to take a nap. What? That's worst. Ace sprinted off again, but this time along the railing, and ran into Sabo along the way and shouted at each other about something that Marco couldn't quite catch. He watched as the siblings had ran off again in another direction, that being the direction of Pop's chair. Marco had got up and ran to see what the issue was and saw Ace and Sabo trying to catch their breath before speaking. Pops, it's terrible, Ace shouted. What is it? Whitebeard knew that if both of the siblings were running around without a call of a fire was something to be concerned about. Luffy took a nap and we can't find her. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. If that were it, then there wouldn't be anything to worry about. But it was when Sabo had interjected that raised the alarms. No, when Luffy takes a nap she sleeps on the surface of the water. She's not any around the Moby Dick and we can't find her. The current's taken her away and who knows when she'll wake up. What? Marco and Whitebeard yelled. Whitebeard jumped out of his seat, knocking over all of his medical equipment. The sound of the crashing equipment and the shouting was enough for the nurses and commanders to come running to the scene. Thatch was first to ask what the matter was, and Whitebeard wasn't happy with the fact that his youngest was missing. A member of our family's missing. Luffy's missing. I want her found and I want her found now. The nurses were panicking about their captain's health while the pirates were jumping into their boats in a hurry to find their missing little sister, and since they had returned to the Grand Line, finding her was going to be difficult. Drifting along the waves was a little girl with cropped black hair and a gold necklace. A ship was passing by had picked up the girl. She was sound asleep the whole time and wasn't planning on waking up anytime soon. The captain of the boat, an infamous red-haired pirate, saw the necklace with the girl's name on it and then turned it over to see an even more infamous Jolly Roger carved into the back. They were going to have to make a detour to return Whitebeard's youngest daughter before something very unwanted came to them. The captain ordered to have their course changed and prepare for battle with the Marines. The Marines weren't stupid enough to allow two Yonko to meet up, no matter how trivial the matter of discussion was. All the commanders had returned from their search of the area and hadn't found any sign of the missing 4-year-old in the past 5 hours. The crew was getting antsy when Ace was storming around, flames flickering from his shoulders. Sabo was attempting to keep a level head about it, since a similar incident like this had happened before. But they were on the Grand Line and Marco was having an even more difficult time since he's never dealt with a missing member of the family. Whitebeard glared down at the man that had boarded his ship, obviously not in the mood to put up with anyone, no matter who they were. This red-haired captain didn't take any notice of the giant and raised one arm to show that he meant no harm. "What do you want, Brad? We're in the middle of something," Whitebeard growled. Shanks chuckled. Whitebeard really was worried about his daughter. He shifted his long black cape to unveil the sleeping 4-year-old. Whitebeard sank down into his seat and called off the search party. Ace, Sabo, and Marco were the first on the scene to see their little sister still sleeping in the arms of the Yonko. The brothers rushed over to the man, and Marco had taken the sleeping girl from the other Yonko, thanked him, and grabbed the girl's brothers. "Come on, you two. We've all had a very busy day. I think we all need some sleep." The brothers yawned stiffly and followed Marco through the hallways to their room. Luffy had shifted in the familiar presence and slowly woke up and saw Marco carrying her with Ace and Sabo by his side. "Sorry, Marco Nyai, if I caused any trouble," she mumbled. Marco could only sigh. His little sister was going to get herself into a lot of trouble if she kept it up. "You're not taking naps in the sea anymore, is that understood?" "Fine," she said as she snuggled her head into the man's chest and fell right back to sleep. All of them had fallen asleep when they reached the room. Marco didn't have the strength to return to his room and stayed with the kids overnight. Shanks and his crew had apparently also spent the night partying away, but mostly because red-haired pirates captain wanted to meet the little girl they returned. By the time Luffy had woken up in the morning, she made a beeline to Pop's room and climbed her way onto the old man's chests and sat there till he woke up. "Luffy, what are you doing?" Whitebeard asked. He didn't mind having his daughter sit on him since she was light as a feather, but being woken up was a first. "Papa, I'm hungry. When's breakfast?" She pouted. After her disappearing act the other day, she didn't have anything to eat and most likely going to eat 3 times as much as she usually did. No matter where she went, she was always going to be his daughter and act the same. "Kurarara, let's get some breakfast then, shall we?" It was another day on the Moby Dick, where a 6-year-old girl was sitting on the lap of the strongest man in the world without a care. Luffy was humming a little tune to herself and watched the Sea Kings pass the ship. She missed her friend who stayed behind in the East Blue to keep an eye on the island for them. Over the 2 years Luffy spent with the Whitebeard pirates, she adapted a new trick of controlling water. Marco had figured it was just part of being the sea's daughter and then was finalized when a fishman by the name of Jimbe came for a friendly visit. Jimbe was defiantly wise for his age and always showed respect to those of a higher class, in his case, Luffy. Namor had spotted the giant fishman before Luffy had the chance to smack him with her tail back into the sea. Luffy didn't like being treated like a deity, and had thrown the 8th Division commander over the railing countless times till he finally gave up. There was no telling what the little girl was capable of doing. Jimbe had taken the other fishman's advice highly and spotted the little girl sitting on the old man's lap and gaped at the sight. He never would have imaged the feared Whitebeard to have a little girl casually sit on his lap and not care what he thought. Whitebeard saw the face of his old fishman friend and laughed at the sight. He patted the little girl on the head to catch her attention and then held out his hand to Jimbe. "Luffy, meet Jimbe. I called him here to teach you about that water ability of yours." Luffy turned to look at the blue fishman wearing a loose robe that showed a huge sun tattoo on his chest. Luffy found his beard to be the oddest of things, but knew that if he was Pop's friend then there was no doubt in her mind that he was a someone to highly trust. She jumped down from Whitebeard's lap with a bit of a thud, then sprinted past the fishman, turned around and jumped onto his back. Jimbe was amazed to say the least that she was the sea deity that ruled the ocean and was acting so childish even if she was just a child. Whitebeard just laughed at his youngest action. Jimbe had trained the girl for a couple of months and had admitted that she was extremely fast learner. Luffy had mastered fishman karate, turned herself to water for defense and her serpent form for offense. The girl was most likely unstoppable, but also the most careless person the fishman had ever met. That didn't stop him from liking the girl nonetheless. Luffy was running around the confusing set of corridors till she ran into the 16th Division commander and went up to him for some help. The cross-dressing man, Izo, had felt a small tug on his kimono and looked down at his little sister who was wearing a green shirt and black shorts. He noticed the blank expression on her face and knelt down to her level to look her in the eyes. "Luffy-chan, what's the matter? You look lost." "Izo ni, have you seen Ace ni or Sabo ni?" Luffy, when she was littler, originally though Izo was a woman due to the way he dressed, but calling him her big brother didn't seem to fit, so she just continued calling him her sister. He didn't seem to mind. He always had a lot of dressing tips along with Haruda, the 12th Division commander, were the ones to take it upon themselves to make sure Luffy acted like a lady but went nowhere with the plan, and ended up being closer than ever. Ace and Sabo, have you tried the kitchen? Izo replied. Luffy shook her head. Thanks, Izo ni. Luffy waved her hand as she skipped down the hallway to continue her search. Luffy happily skipped down the large hallway and noticed someone walking in the other direction. In Luffy's opinion, he stuck out of place. The man was around 18 or younger, lengthy black hair that stopped mid-neck, dead expression, wearing a black suit and was walking calmly towards her. Luffy found him odd but didn't bother, since Ace and Sabo came first. Just as she going to pass the man, he grabbed her around the neck and forced the struggling 6-year-old into the air and against the wall. Izo was about to go back to whatever he was doing when he heard a high-pitched scream that filled the whole ship. He was just about to run to Luffy but instead watched as said little girl had darted past him and away to the main deck in the blink of an eye, and following her was a dark-haired boy with the expression of murder on his face, disappearing after her. Izo followed the two, hoping to find out what on earth was going on and help save his little sister from whatever had her screaming. Luffy had ran through the hallways and made her way onto the deck. Some of the crew spotted the little girl and were about to ask her what the matter was till they were cut short when she made a mad dash to Pop's throne, knowing fully well that he was there. The man pursuing her had followed close behind her, anger slowly filling him. He darted around the side of the ship to cut the girl off, and he was too fast for any of the pirates to catch him. Luffy was just about to make it to Whitebeard when she saw the darkened figure tackle her to the ground, she once again struggling under his grasp. Whitebeard had heard his little girl's scream from the lower deck, and when she did something like that it raised high alarms. He knew that she would come to him, so he patiently waited for Luffy to show up, then saw her running like her life was in danger and then get tackled to the ground by a dark-haired man in a suit. Luffy screamed again and dragged the whole crew onto the deck. Papa, make him stop. Whitebeard was just about to get out of his seat to swat the boy away until she continued with something that they all weren't expecting. It tickles. Make him stop. He keeps poking me. The gaping looks she got meant that they weren't going to help her, so Luffy did the honors of thrusting a hard-scaled leg right where the sun doesn't shine and jumped out of the man's grip. Luffy saw the painful expression on her attacker and half the crew as they watched the torturous experience happen before them, and darted her way onto her father's lap, where she knew all peace resided. Whitebeard stared down at his daughter. She had an obvious struggle. Her hair was all over the place and there were holes in the chest of her green shirt and a triumphant look on her face. Luffy, what happened? He asked. Luffy had this odd look on her features when she explained. This guy was walking up to me and then grabbed around the neck and started jabbing me with his finger into my chest. It tickled like hell, you know, and Haruda said that if anyone made me uncomfortable, kicking them between the legs would stop them in their tracks. The crew turned to a sheepish-looking Haruda, but before Luffy would continue, the man was on his feet and launched himself at the girl, only to get swatted away by the old man and into the ocean. Someone go get him, I want answers, Whitebeard ordered. The man that was sitting before them on the deck was Rob Lucci, sent by the world government. If Luffy wasn't fighting for the world government, then she had to be exterminated, and they sent their top member of the CP9, Rob Lucci, to do the job. Luffy was baffled by the man's being and looked up at Whitebeard. Papa, isn't that mission kind of, Luffy said, impossible. She knew fully well that at her level, that even Haki couldn't stop her from changing to water, and the chances of her death were impossible at that point. Whitebeard knew all the training his daughter went through. Her lifespan wasn't going to wither, and then went back to Lucci. You won't return until you complete your mission, will you? He asked. Lucci only glowered at the man. The chief director of CP9 had told him the mission had 99% chance of failing, but when he received the job he would stop at nothing till he knew fully well that he had that the little girl's blood was on his hands. He was going to be staying on this ship for a long time. Day after day Lucci had sneakily attacked the girl and learned over time that the only time he could not attack her was when she napping. The pirate crew had told him countless times not to disturb her when she was asleep. However, he foolishly did exactly what not to. Luffy had tied him up with her tail, with a death grip and a most monstrous glare that even the old man was afraid of, and then proceeded to throw him far into the ocean, only to be eaten by a sea king. Luffy didn't care. She knew he would survive something as simple as that, and glared at the sea. Marco was leaning against the railing and watched the whole scene in amusement. Anyone with a brain would know not to wake the little girl when she took her nap ever since they stopped her from sleeping in the sea. Luffy, should we get someone to go get him? Marco asked, then regretted ever asking when the 6-year-old turned to him with evil in her eyes. Let him drown, she hissed before going back to nap, but changed her place to Pop's leg. They both stared at the little girl and vowed silently never to wake her up. For the first month, Lucci was attacking her secretly and then did it openly. Some of the times Whitebeard got in the way. Most of the time Ace and Sabo protected their sister even if they knew she didn't need it, but what annoying Lucci the most was that said little girl was completely oblivious to the whole thing. Whether she was just dense or chose to ignore it just made things worse for him. Luffy was lying on the figurehead staring up at the sky and watched as Lucci had shadowed her face with his body. He was glaring down at her, but her expression remained the same. "What does it take to kill you?" he asked in an emotionless voice. Luffy just stared up at the older boy and shrugged her shoulders and then went back to staring up at the sky. Lucci sat down next to the little girl, crossing his legs and thought about his mission. At this point, failure was the only thing left, but he wasn't going to have that on his records. Spandam was just going to do things without him. Luffy stared at the agent from the corner of her eye and shifted her form so her head was on his lap and her body curled up into a ball in front of him. Marco, Ace, Sabo, and Thatch were cracking themselves over the scene as they watched Lucci silently panic over the situation. Thatch turned his little brothers holding up a camera and then lead them onto the figurehead. Marco was going to object to the idea but gave up out of sheer laziness and curiosity. Thatch, Ace, and Sabo were standing in front of Lucci and Luffy with large smiles plastered on their faces and did nothing to hide the camera. Lucci was internally screaming at the pirates and wanted to kill them and was just about to get up when the taller pirate interrupted his thoughts. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. You move and she throws you back into the sea and you'll find yourself on Fishman Island." Thatch held up the camera and the bright flash went off, but just as they expected, Luffy hit her brothers into the ocean with her tail. Thatch had Ace in his arm while the other was holding up the camera high above water to keep them both from drowning. Marco was leaning against the railing snickering at their stupidity. He was just glad he was off pillow duty and then returned to the deck. Whitebeard was once again drowning himself in alcohol, however, put it down when his son had walked up to him with the same face but knew that he wanted to talk to him. "Pops, we got 3 idiots who got themselves overboard." Again, Whitebeard heard the curses that were coming form down below and then looked out in the direction of the figurehead. "I'm guessing someone else is on pillow duty. Who is it this time that got them overboard?" As Whitebeard and Marco discussed Thatch, Ace, and Sabo's stubborn act of getting pictures of everyone who ever got pillow duty, the rest of the crew were getting them out of the water. Marco went back to snickering when the 3 were finally fished out. "I don't see why you keep getting yourselves tossed overboard. After 2 years of being on this ship, I would think it reached through those thick head of yours. No way. This is just as hilarious as when Luffy slept on Dadden and the crazy old man. We've kept every picture and I'm not going to miss my chances for another one." Ace huffed triumphantly. Sabo could only shake his head at Ace's crazy antics, still not knowing why he kept tagging along, but it was also because he knew the real meaning behind the pictures. Their little sister wasn't going to be little for long and she was going to outlive them. They were going to make as many memories as they could while they still had the chance. Lucci was eating dinner with the rest of the crew since the brat he was trying to kill had dragged him there, but he didn't understand why she was sitting on his lap while they ate. "You're old enough to sit on your own seat, so get off me," he snarled. It didn't work. She just kept eating, pressing her back against his chest. Ace being the protective brother, he was silently fuming while he watched the display before him, but forgot it when said sister stole a chunk of meat from his plate. "Oi, Luffy, you don't go stealing from your brother." Sabo just placed a hand on Ace's shoulder, seating the enraged man back in his seat. "Give it up. She's already stolen from Pops 15 times in the past half an hour." Even Whitebeard was a little surprised to hear that his youngest daughter got past him, but that was when he noticed a sly tail on its way to take more. Everyone had their eyes on her hands and didn't notice her extended limbs. Chuckling to himself, he grabbed the tiny tail and held her up to display, dangling her in him grasp. "Papa, no fair. Sabo, you traitor. You're not supposed to tell him." The commanders laughed as their youngest retracted her tail, plummeted onto their old man's lap and jumped straight back into eating her heart out. Lucci wondered how they could all laugh without a care in the world. The girl was a dangerous being and needed to be eliminated. The rest of the night went without anything happening. Lucci didn't try to assassinate Luffy for what seemed to be the 1,000th time. Ace hadn't played any sort of prank on the crew. Sabo wasn't training, and Luffy was swimming around the bottom of the boat as she usually did before going to bed. It was a quiet night and everything seemed well. Each and every day was going to be an adventure. Shanks had decided to visit since he became good friends with Whitebeard's youngest and always needed an excuse to party. When they reached the giant of a ship, the crew hopped onto the deck. Whitebeard had a blank expression on his face when he saw his visitors. He wasn't going to enjoy where all of this was going to go. Whitebeard had his theories on why the fellow Yonko kept visiting, but kept it to himself. "Luffy, you've got visitors," Whitebeard called. Luffy sprinted her way through the halls, Lucci following close behind, with his attempts for the day. Luffy saw the straw-hatted captain and jumped into his arms, stuffing her face into his chest. "Hey, kiddo, how have you been?" "Good," Luffy cheered. She picked up his straw hat and made a dash for it. She loved it when Shanks visited. She would take his hat and never let it go until it was time for them to leave. Shanks watched the little girl run off once again with his hat and then turned his gaze to the man who followed her out. He definitely wasn't Ace or Sabo, so he gave a questionable look at Whitebeard to explain his purpose. This is Rob Lucci. He was sent to kill Luffy. Whitebeard tried to make it sound serious, but had difficulty hiding the amusement in his voice every time the subject came up. Shanks, on the other hand, burst out laughing, clutching his stomach with one hand while the other patted Lucci on the back. You've got a tough job there, brat. So welcome to the family. You're going to be here for a long time, he sang, and then turned to his crew. This calls for a party. Luffy had returned to see the crews participating in another one of their celebrations. She spotted Shanks drowning himself in sake, clutching the beloved straw hat, and she sat in his lap. Shanks halted his drinking and saw the little girl, her eyelids slowly closing, with her head against his chest. Oh no, you don't. I'm not on pillow duty. I've gotten away from it for 2 years. Luffy, wake up. But it was too late. They had already gotten his picture, and the sound of something hitting the sea filled their ears. As the laughter broke out, the little girl finally got to the feared red-haired captain as her pillow, and Ace had added another precious memory to the scrapbook. When it was time for Shanks to leave, he left his straw hat to Luffy. She promised to keep it safe for him and become a great pirate when she was older. There were going to be so many things the little girl had in store for them all. The new world wasn't supposed to be the type of place for children. After its immense bipolar weather and intensely strong pirates, marines, and bounty hunters, many people wouldn't think that a little girl at the age of 6 would be swimming around at the bottom of the world's most famous pirate's boat. Luffy hadn't gone swimming in a long time. The naps were catching up with her. If she didn't sleep on the surface soon, she was going to be as bad as Ace. Honestly, she didn't want to be like Ace when it came those sorts of things. It meant that she would miss meals and, well, miss meals. Luffy swam deeper and deeper until she could only see the very bottom of the boat. A lot of the local sea kings had come to talk to her about all that had happened over the years. A lot of it had been about her mother and what she did over time. Some of the time Luffy fell asleep through the conversation until a large current hit. Obviously, her mother wasn't happy with the fact that her daughter wasn't paying attention to her life story. The current had swept Luffy a fair distance away from the ship, but she was very capable of navigating her way back without a log pose. She spotted a different type of ship up on the surface and decided to investigate. They were headed in the direction of the Moby Dick, so she was sure that they would give her a lift. Changing her legs to a tail, Luffy had begun swimming up to the ship. As she broke the surface, she noticed the pirate flag that was waving in the harsh winds. Boy, the tiny girl called up. Can I have a lift? The pirate crew had already been leaning against the railing to prevent their belongings from falling overboard and noticed the girl. They thought that she was crazy to be swimming the waters of the New World. There were sea kings and so many sudden changes in the current that it would only take a second and bam, dead. Boy, Captain, there's a girl in the ocean and she wants a lift, one of the crewmates called. The captain had left his quarters to look down at the little girl with black hair, a scar under her left eye, and a red shirt. But what had caught his attention when he had looked close enough was the ruby-red tail that was swatting around under the waves. A greedy look intently came over the captain's already hideous face. All he had to do was get her onto his boat and he could sell her at the slave auction. With a tail like that, anyone would be willing to pay millions, maybe billions for her. Can I get a lift? Luffy called again. Sure, the captain cooed were one of the best pirates around and just about to defeat the strongest man alive. Luffy honestly wondered who on earth he could have been talking about. She hadn't heard of the strongest man alive, not that she really cared in the first place. She just flicked her tail rather hard and propelled herself on the deck of the rather large pirate ship. It didn't look like any of the ones that were allied with her father, but they were pirates nonetheless and went along with it. Just before Luffy landed on the deck, she changed her tail back into legs. She pulled all the traces of salt water off her body and threw back into the sea. She wasn't too keen on taking baths, not matter how many times the nurses had attempted to persuade her into doing so. That's a neat little trick you got there, girlie. Luffy had turned her head back to the captain, who was looking at her with drool hanging from his mouth. Mind telling us what you are? I'm the daughter of the sea, she bluntly replied. The captain only wanted a title to call her by when he sold her. He didn't care whatever else had to come. He was going to kill the mighty Whitebeard and take his position as Yonko. And then he could move on to being king of the pirates. The captain had ordered his crew to continue their course faster and show the little girl just how strong they were and the amount of money they were going to make. Luffy didn't care what the hell was going on around her as long as they were headed in the direction of the Moby Dick. She was just going to lay around and wait. The crew had attempted to sway her with gifts and smooth words, though they went through one ear and out the other. Luffy was just excited to get back home. She had been listening to the Sea Kings talk about her mother for hours on end, and now that she was on the ship it was starting to get dark. By the time they had made it to the Moby Dick, the crew were using grappling hooks to get up the side of the more than massive ship. While Luffy had jumped her way up, she had done it more than once to know how high the railing of the Moby Dick was. The pirate crew she came with had gawked at the little girl who had the power step of a monster to just leap onto the ship without a care. The captain, being the egotistic prick he was, had immediately though that the girl was fighting for them. Luffy had made her way to her father's room, opened the giant door, climbed onto the bed and onto the man chest. She sat there, cross-legged until the man had woken up. "Luffy, I'm glad that you're back," Whitebeard claimed. He was still a little groggy from being woken up. He didn't know what the time was, but it wasn't a wise time. "How did you get on the boat without the night watch calling?" His daughter just shrugged her shoulders. She didn't know who was on night shift. As long as it wasn't her, then she was good. "I'm guessing that you came with company." "Yeah, they're really weird. They kept going on and on about how they're going to kill the strongest man alive, whoever that is. Kurarara." "No kidding." He wondered how much Luffy had actually listened when she was given information about the world around her. "How about we go meet these friends of yours? Go get Marco. I'm sure he's plucking feathers right now." "Okay," Luffy chirped, sliding off the large man's chest and ran out the door, saw the other pirates with swords drawn and guns cocked at the girl, and then ran into one of the practically long hallways to find Marco's room. Luffy wasn't the type to knock unless in the company of strangers. Sabo's lessons on manners were getting tiring and soon made their way into her head. Luffy busted into the room like a ninja and jumped onto Marco. It almost gave the poor man a heart attack. If it was anyone else other than Luffy, he would have wrung their necks in more ways than one. "Luffy, where the hell have you been?" Marco growled. No matter how threatening he thought he sounded, Luffy knew that there was more concern in his voice than anything else. "I came back with friends and Papa wants you to meet them." Even though he had just been woken up by a hyperactive girl in the middle of the night, he was still capable of piece two and two together. Marco got up, grabbed his shirt and shoes. "Luffy, why don't you get your brothers, while I wake everyone else up? I'm sure everyone wants to meet these friends of yours." Marco also wondered why the night guard hadn't informed them of the incoming ship, but then pushed it aside to wake up the rest of the commanders. He watched as the little girl had happily trotted out of the door and down to her room, that she shared with Ace and Sabo. It didn't take long for the crew to assemble on the deck and face off the pirates. When Ace and Sabo had joined in on the deck, with Luffy close behind them, they watched the battle unfold. The boys were quick on their feet to join in, but Luffy stayed on the side, feeling the sleepiness washed over her, but just watched the battle commence. She saw the ugly captain shoot a quick glance at her and then started to yell something. "You," he hissed, "you're the one who called them, didn't you?" He pushed back the ran he was fighting and made his way towards the girl, who was swinging her legs over the railing. Luffy stared at the man with a blank expression. She didn't know what that captain man was going on about. "Of course she called them, they're her family." "Yeah," Luffy said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. This had rubbed the captain the wrong way. "I'm going to take you to the slave markets and get you for a hefty price, and there isn't a damn thing you can do about it," the captain yelled. There was a cold chill through the air when the Whitebeard pirates heard that their youngest was going to be sold off. This had invoked a bad reaction from her elder brothers. Ace was in the middle of battling some lower pirates, while Sabo had just finished his set and jumped in between Luffy and the enraged captain on the unknown pirate fleet. "You're not taking our sister anywhere until you get through us first," Sabo announced. He already had his lead pipe in his hand. He could have used a sword, but not many people can cut through a haki-infused pipe. Sabo had done some immense training. He had to take responsibilities as the eldest, and since they were in the New World, it was difficult to survive without it. Sabo had picked up on haki rather quickly despite only being 13. The captain had drew out a sword and fought against the top-hatted boy. Luffy had jumped off the railing in concern for her brother. She hadn't seen the captain fight until just now and was beating Sabo, but before Luffy could intervene, the sword just slipped past the pipe and sliced from Sabo's right shoulder blade to his left hip. It didn't seem deep enough to leave a scar. However, Luffy's reaction to all of this was worse than the Whitebeard pirates. When they heard their sister was going to be sold, the sea around them had become unbelievably violent, and the chill in the air had almost dropped to the negatives. A single step from the 6-year-old had stopped the battle on both sides. Whitebeard sat down when he saw his youngest in such a state. There wasn't much that got this sort of reaction. It was probably Shanks' influence that had changed her view on things. The Whitebeard pirates had taken a step back to avoid getting into the soon-to-be messy crossfire. "Oi, Luffy, it's only a little cut. I'll be fine. No need to get upset." Sabo, despite his words, had also drawn back and watched his sister from a safe distance. Luffy had lunged at the pirate captain. He had lowered his sword to damage the girl a bit. He was still planning on selling her, even though he saw the reaction the other pirates had to the girl. "No one hurts my family and gets away with it." He watched as the sword went straight through the girl without a hint of damage. However, he had gotten too close to her neck and the necklace dropped to the deck. Even though the waves were wild around them, they could hear a pin drop. This wasn't a good sign. Luffy had changed into her fully grown form, serpent tail coiling around the hull of the Moby Dick, large claws digging into the deck of the ship, and the opposing pirates had pissed themselves. They had tried to get back to the ship, but it was smashed to nothing with a swat of a tail, and the pirates were thrown halfway across the New World and later eaten by sea kings. It had been a long night, but the sun had broken through the horizon as Luffy had claimed her place on Whitebeard's lap. The whole crew had seen Luffy in that form at least once or twice, but up close was new to them. They watched Luffy as she had pulled a cracker out of nowhere and started nibbling on it. Whitebeard had patted the girl on the head affectionately and then burst out laughing. Kurarara, it's hard not to love her, isn't it? Whitebeard laughed, and soon the crew joined in. Others had left to make breakfast. They were going to have a party about their early morning victory, and Luffy most likely didn't eat much of she nibbling on that cracker she found. Nobody ever found out about the night guards, but one odd little character who happened to be from the government had knocked out the night watch when he saw the little girl sail in on the incoming boat. He had to do some investigating on the girl's fighting technique, but had received nothing of the sort in the end. He wondered why he was still there on the boat in the first place. Whitebeard was proudly lounging around in his chair as he watched his sons do all the grunt work. There was a small explosion below deck, but that was to be expected. His two youngest sons were always causing trouble. But something was off. It was only till he had picked up his sake bottle and pressed it to his lips that he knew what it was. The nurses were missing. They weren't harping at him for the first in what seemed like forever. Marco had finished his job and went to accompany his father, and who had quizzical look on his face as he stared into the empty air. This didn't happen very often. Actually, Marco didn't think it happened at all. What's up, Pops? You look like you've been staring at the air for hours. Kurarara, it's nothing to worry about. Have you seen Luffy around? Marco wondered what was going on. Pops barely asks where his daughter was unless it was something important. He had mainly talked to Ace and Sabo about their destruction that they caused on the ship. That explosion wasn't her fault today, you know, right? Of course I know. Are you doubting me? No, Pops, but I haven't seen Luffy around then. Why? No reason. Marco could see the faintest sign of a smirk on Whitebeard's lips. He wasn't going to go through all the trouble of finding the answer. If Pops wasn't going to tell him, it meant it was going to turn up sooner or later. Maybe. Marco just sighed and walked away. There was still a lot of other things to do on the ship and didn't want to worry about whatever the captain had in mind. Below the decks, the nurses were attempting to explain the purpose of Valentine's Day to the 6-year-old, who didn't even know the day existed until now. They had sat Luffy down and went through all the detailing, until Haruta just summed up the whole day in a couple of words. Luffy, Valentine's Day is a day where you give chocolates to the person or people you love. So it's a mystery day. The group sighed in defeat. Obviously, the girl didn't know the meaning of love meant. It was going to be a long Valentine's. The women on the ship never got the chance to do Valentine's Day because of all the pirate that attacked on that day. Apparently, a lot of pirates from other crews wanted the nurses and attacked. However, since Luffy had interrupted last year's Valentine's, they were finally able to celebrate the one day without the means of a pirate attack. Luffy, you like everyone on the ship, right? Haruta was going to give the explanation another crack, but from a slightly different angle. Yeah, Luffy didn't know why the commander asked. She cared for everyone on the ship. Then you want to show them how you care, right? This time she nodded. A little part of her told her to run away, but the curiosity inside was too much for her to handle and wriggled in her seat. Valentine's Day is when you do that, by making chocolate for everyone. So I can make chocolates for Papa and Marco Nyai and Ace Nyai and Sabo Nyai and Batch Nyai, and Luffy had to get cut off by the nurses or she would have listed the names of everyone on the ship. Yes, do you want to help? Luffy frantically nodded her head in excitement. It was a day of appreciation, and she was going to do everything in her power to make it the best Valentine's Day ever. Ace sat on the figurehead of the Moby Dick. He hadn't seen Luffy all day since the nurses had ran off with her and dragged her into the great unknown. He vowed that he would be patient. He wasn't going to interrupt the possible attempt to make Luffy into a lady. As the day ticked by and there wasn't a sound around him, Ace had gotten up and went in search of Sabo for some answers. If anything that he didn't understand, then Sabo had the answers to it. Ace found his older brother in the middle of sparring with Vista. He had heard Sabo asking for tips along the way. Vista had defeated the boy numerous amount of time, but his determination had inspired him to teach him the ways of the sword. Vista tried to convince the young gentleman into using a sword, but he had claimed that it just wouldn't feel right if it wasn't his pie. When the fight was over, Sabo was huffing and puffing but straightened himself up rather quickly. He turned to Ace. He had known he was there since the second he started watching, but he had to keep his guard up and ignored him till he had finished. If you're looking for Luffy, the nurses had dragged her to the kitchen and they haven't left the whole day. Sabo couldn't help but smirk. He knew it was Valentine's Day, and so did Vista. Sabo didn't know why, but a part of him was screaming that Vista was the reason Valentine's Day was invented. On the very day, there was a change in the man's movement. He would tweak his mustache all day, and a sly smirk on his lips plastered on his lips. It honestly sent shivers down his spine. Sabo didn't trust that smirk. Ever. Why would she be in the kitchen? The chefs won't give her anything no matter how much she pulls that face. I swear to whatever god there is, those chefs have a heart of stone. I've never thought I'd see the day that someone turned down the face. Ace could help but feel himself being questioned on his intelligence with the looks that he was getting the men in front of him. He obviously wasn't going to be getting any answers from them and left in a huff. It was going to be a very long day. Luffy had raided the kitchen for all the chocolate that was stocked up from the last island and dropped it all over the counter in front of the nurses and the female chefs. The 6-year-old wanted everything to be perfect, which meant listening to her superiors for once and do exactly what they told her to do. First, we have to melt the chocolate down so we can shape it, the head nurse announced. The chefs had lit the stoves and began digging out for metal bowls to hold the delicate sweet. Luffy watched in amazement at how fast everything went about. The swift movements of the whisks, the cooling, the reheating, and everything in between. Luffy had finally made all of her, over 1,000, chocolates. Most of them were in a small blob-like shape. Every chocolate was equally made despite the shape that they came in. The nurses had their concerns with the girl's sweet, but once one of them had tasted it, they had deemed it rather eatable and maybe non-hazardous. The pirates on the Moby Dick adored Valentine's Day. It wasn't a matter of love, but it was more viewed by the men as a competition. If they were lucky enough to finish whatever pirate ship had came early and the game had commenced. The nurses didn't know about the whole inside game that was made by the crew, but it was always a challenge. First place, every other year and more than likely that year as well, was Whitebeard. Second place always varied. Ever since the siblings boarded, the game was put on hold. Luffy had finally stuck the final little ribbon on her neatly wrapped chocolates and tossed it into the pile with the rest. The nurses had went ahead of her to give theirs out, so by the time she had finally made her way out, Luffy was jumping up and down on the tips of her feet. This was a very exciting day of the year that she was going to treasure. Her first stop was her father. She went to the deck with the large bag filled with small chocolates. He wasn't in his throne, most likely since that was, like the only day the nurses got the old man the day off, and Whitebeard was fine with that. Luffy made her way to the giant's room and knocked on the door. "Come in." Luffy popped her tiny head through a crack in the door and saw her father reading one of the maps, most likely the one of the next island. Luffy, we haven't seen you all day. How can I help you?" Luffy came in, the massive bag behind her. Whitebeard could take an easy guess and waited till his youngest had made her move. Luffy shuffled uncomfortably on her feet and then dived into the bag, pulling out a green tin-foiled chocolate with a small blue stick-on ribbon. It was about the size of her tiny palm, but she had put every bit of love into each and every one. Luffy held up the nicely colored chocolate up to her father. "Happy Valentine's Day, Papa." "Gururara, is that for me?" "Thank you, Luffy." He patted the girl on the head, which made her grin a toothy grin, and took the tiny chocolate in his hand. "Now I'm guessing that bag over there had everyone else's." "Yep. It has Marco Niai's and Ace Niai's and Sabo Niai's," but was cut short once again, but this time Whitebeard had patted the girl on the head again. "Excellent, but Valentine's doesn't last forever, so why not go out and give them their chocolates before it's too late?" Luffy nodded and ran out of the door, once again dragging the bag behind her. Whitebeard chuckled lightly as he gently placed the small piece of chocolate on the large desk alongside all of the others that he had graciously received. Luffy's had handed out her chocolates with every pirate that passed, and by the time she found Ace and Sabo, her bag was almost empty and soon discarded for a small one. Her brothers were sparring for what seemed like forever, but stopped instantly when Luffy walked in. "Hey Luff, what do you have there?" Sabo greeted. His eyes softly stared at his little sister and then trailed to the pouch in her tiny hands. Aces also stared at the suspicious bag and then made his way next to Sabo. He watched impatiently as Luffy had stuck her hand into the bag and pulled out 2 neatly wrapped and colored tin-foiled blobs with tiny ribbons on them. Ace mirrored Sabo as he gently picked up the tiny blob in her hands and then turned his attention back to Luffy. "Happy Valentine's Day, Ace Niai, Sabo Niai." Luffy cheered. She was so proud of herself for what she had done for them and the other members of her extensively large family. Ace stared down at the little tin-foil blob and tore a little piece off to reveal the mess of white and dark chocolate on the inside. His vision went back to his adorable little sister and hugged her at the same time as Sabo. "Thanks, Luffy." They cheered in unison. They were proud of their little sister, and it definitely wasn't a fact that they were going to deny. They released her and walked out to the dining room where the day was spent in pure and absolute bliss. Ace and Sabo were going to enjoy the holiday to the fullest, along with everyone else. The crewmates were overjoyed when they got their chocolates from their youngest, and others were lucky to strike something with some of the nurses. That year, without a doubt, the winner of the male's little game had turned out to be the 2 youngest boys on the ship. Ace and Sabo were flooded with neatly wrapped chocolates. They were apparently the nurses' favorites with their charm. Ace didn't deny a thing, though Sabo had tried to comfort the pride-stricken men. It really was the best Valentine's Day they had in a long time. The Whitebeard pirates were docked at one of their islands that they had placed under their protection. They were welcomed with open arms and assisted them with anything that they needed. Some of the villagers wanted to meet up with Whitebeard and thank him once again for his protection, but when he walked off the ship, what they weren't expecting was an 8-year-old girl to be sitting on his broad shoulders, devouring a bag of crackers. "Papa, these people are weird," Luffy giggled, pointing a finger at the villagers. Whitebeard lightly pinched the girl's cheek and scolded her not to point at people, and what she said was rude. "But it's true, just look." This time she waved her whole hand through the air. "Why don't you play with your brothers?" Whitebeard asked. "They ran off ahead of me and told me to stay on the ship since it's too dangerous." Luffy scoffed. She was capable of taking care of herself. The only thing she had trouble with was getting lost on land, though she wasn't going to easily admit that. A panicking crewmate was sprinting down the gangplank with a den mushy in his hands and made his way to Whitebeard. The man had heard his son's distress and turned around, and both his and Luffy's eyes were on the snail in the panicked man's hands. "Pops, there's a call from the East Blue about some pirates taking Fussia Village under their control. Our ships aren't fast enough to make it there in time. What are we going to do?" the man asked frantically. Luffy stiffened in her place and clasped her father's coat in her fist. No one was going to attack her hometown without a fight. "Calm down first," Whitebeard ordered. "Are the pirates on the den mushy?" The man nodded and placed the snail in his captain's hands. He glared at the poor snail before answering. "What do you want, brats?" Whitebeard really wasn't appreciating his islands being placed under attack, especially if it has anything to do with his youngest. Voices could be heard in the background. Some of the voices were cursing about the fact that Whitebeard had actually been protecting the island and they were going to get themselves all killed. One man, most likely the leader of the pirates, had picked up the receiver and began talking with an annoying sneer in his voice. "Whitebeard," the boss started, "I want to make a deal with you. Since none of your ship can make it to the East Blue in the amount of time I'm asking for, I want all of the treasure that you have on board and send it to me for the lives of the villagers." Whitebeard might have been old, but he wasn't stupid, and he had met a lot of cocky pirates over the years. But this person seemed to have topped the cake, since rumors were fast to spread around the sea. But it was a fact that no one messed with the East Blue. No matter how many times it had went around the world, there was always one person every year that was possibly denser than Luffy to attack the East Blue. "My ships might not make it," Whitebeard started, "but I will send someone. You'll have to send a fleet to stop me." The pirate laughed. "What's your name, brat?" He didn't have time to bother with egotistic brats such as whoever was on the other end of the snail. "Blue Gem." Luffy hissed at the name. She thought that Ace and Dadden had defeated him for good and went to prison, but apparently they still had some bite in him and now had a fight with the D of the sea. Luffy snatched the receiver from Whitebeard's hand and pressed it to her lips. "I'm on my way, you asshole," slamming the den mushy down. She got up and dived into the sea from Whitebeard's shoulder and torpedoed through the water. Whitebeard watched his daughter go and then turned to his crew with a cold glare. "Who taught her to speak like that?" Luffy had changed into her serpent form and had already crossed through the calm belt and was already half an hour away from Dawn Island. Rage was fueling her speed and nothing was going to stop her until she had Blue Gem's head on a pike. The Sea Kings, who had saw the girl, quickly moved out of her way. Luffy might not be a murderer to her kind, but if she was angry, then they didn't want to be the ones to stop her. Luffy reached Dawn Island and shot out of the water. What she saw was her worst nightmare. All the villagers were tied up. The mayor, Makino, and even the nice fishermen were all tied up. The pirates had guns and swords already drawn, and their eyes were on the girl who was standing on the pier glaring at the pirates. "I've come in place of Whitebeard. She wasn't going to put up with shit. If they wanted her father, they had to go through her first." Luffy's glare was on Blue Gem, who walked confidently over to her, sword in hand. He obviously didn't remember who she was. "The infamous Whitebeard sent a girl to take me out. I said to bring a fleet." He pointed the sword an inch away from her neck, but she still glared from under her straw hat. But before Blue Gem could even blink, Luffy had slid out from under the blade and punched Blue Gem square in the face. "You stupid brat. Now they're going to die." One of the other pirates yelled and then signaled the men to follow. "Don't touch them." The moment of her scream, a burst of haki had knocked out the pirates but left the villagers unharmed. Most had stared in amazement at Luffy and others stared in horror at the defenseless girl. She had knocked out at least 20 to 30 pirates at once without even moving. Blue Gem recovered from his sudden injury and noticed his collapsed colleges and glowered at the girl with the straw hat. Then a single memory resurfaced. "You're that brat, Ace's little sister. You're still a hefty dollar when I sell you to the noble as a pet." Luffy shot out at the pirate again and began to beat him to a blood pulp. Blue Gem had taken a swing of his sword at the girl but was utterly horrified when his weapon had passed right through her, water splattering the air and the wound healing instantaneously. This time Luffy had covered her fist in her ruby red scales and knocked the man right out. She wasn't done with him until she knew that he wasn't coming back. She dropped Blue Gem on the ground for the time being and clawed the ropes off of the villagers. Makino had hugged the 8-year-old the moment she was freed. "Thank you, Luffy. It must have been so scary for you to see us like this. I'm just happy that you're all safe, but I have to visit Jai-chan so I know this guy never comes back." Luffy forced a smile to reassure her mother figure. Plus Sabo, Ace and I are going to be back for a visit when we start our own crew. So we'll meet again, promise. She gave a peck on the cheek before she left Fussia Village with all of the pirates tied up and dragged through the sea towards Marineford. Marineford was a busy, hustle and bustle type of city, and because it was a marine base that was guarded with the gates of justice, getting in, let alone seeing pirates, was an unusual thing to see. So when Luffy had come out of the water with a rope that tied up 30 pirates and a sea king that looked like it had attempted to eat the pirates, there was definitely a large panic. Marines had soon flooded the place, warning the girl to back down with whatever she was doing. Luffy shot ice down the Marines' backs with a single glance. Where's Jai-chan? I have something to say to him. Sengoku was watching the whole ordeal from his office with a pair of binoculars. He felt a smirk making his way onto his lips. Even though the girl was being raised on an infamous pirate ship, he wasn't going to stop the sea deity from beating the crap out of Garp. He turned to talk to Garp, who was once again making himself too comfortable in his office. Garp, Sengoku growled. Garp looked at him and raised an eyebrow. The smirk was now visible, and this made the marine hero worried. Your granddaughter's here to see you, and she's got a batch of pirates and a sea king tied to a rope. This can't be good, Garp muttered before going back to whatever the hell he found and ate it. I also got a report saying that Dawn Island, though it's under Whitebeard's protection, was under attack and pirates had taken hostages from Fussia Village. Garp choked on his food before slamming through the walls, sprinting through the hallways to find a place to hide. He knew how scary his granddaughter was when she didn't like something. She had a heart of gold, but when something happened to someone precious to her, Luffy would hunt them down and possibly murder whoever it was, if it wasn't for her young age and discipline. Luffy had taken down the Marines easy and made her way to headquarters. The admirals had heard of the devil girl who was dragging a load pirates through the town and went to take a look. Aokiji, Akenu and Kizaru towered over the bite-sized shrimp. They all wondered how a little girl had taken down so many Marines in such a short matter of time. Kizaru was the first to comment. We can take that off your hands, you know. Luffy had to pull her straw hat back to look up at the admirals. She frowned. This wasn't going to be easy. No can do. I have to talk to Jai-chan and give him a piece of my mind. Aokiji was then next to step forward. His curiosity was just as overwhelming as his fellow admiral, but he was going to get some straight answers. Who's your grandfather? Akenu felt he was surrounded by nothing but idiots. It was obvious that the girl had taken down a load of Marines, and that was a declaration of war. Not only that, but she had the guts to walk right into Marine headquarters demanding to see her grandfather with a load of pirates behind her. Before Luffy could answer, the large man in a red suit had shot up to her and punched her from the head down. Her body reformed from the punch, and when the admiral had tired again and again at his attempts to knock her down, he only to get a scale red tail to the face. Akenu was sent flying into some buildings and stayed down for the moment to collect his thoughts. Will you stop that? Luffy growled. She was still on her mission. Aokiji had frozen the girl and shattered her, but wasn't expecting the girl to reform once again. That was when the fleet admiral had come up behind them and ordered them to stop. It is needless to fight the girl. It is impossible for the time being. There is no need to fight over something so trivial, Sengoku announced. He stared down at the straw-hatted girl and noticed she was eyeing his hat and afro. He smiled down at the girl and then stood to the side to show her the way to headquarters. Luffy, looking for a fight as always. That stupid grandfather of yours is currently hiding from you, but I'm sure you'd like to find him. You have my permission to hunt down Garp, so long as you don't destroy headquarters. We'll take those pirates off your hands. Luffy smiled for the first time since she landed on the island. It was good to see Sengoku, since he had personally taken care of all of the previous Dawn Island incidents and knew the girl over time. He was happy with her pirate deliveries, but still wasn't too keen on Garp's idea on leaving her with Whitebeard. Luffy handed the rope over to the fleet admiral. Thanks, Afro-Asen. Once her hands were free, Luffy began walking towards Marine headquarters, cracking her knuckles. Jai-chan. Her voice had sent chills down everyone's backs. They pitied the Marine hero to have such a devilish granddaughter. Then again, it was also his son's fault for taking in the girl when she was born before dropping her off at Dawn Island. The admirals demanded a full explanation from Sengoku, but just told the Marines to take the Blue Gem pirates to level 6 of Impel Down. If it were any other level, Luffy would have had his head. Sometimes he thought that they might need a new level at Impel Down just for the petite girl's victims. A faint cry could be heard from the Marine hero before Luffy had left to return to Whitebeard's ship. The next day, the front page of the newspaper was of a sea demon in the form of a little girl who had attacked Marineford head-on, by herself and won. Any further information had been cut off by the world government, but the Whitebeard pirates still got a good laugh. It wasn't an ordinary day at that. It was one little 8-year-old's birthday. She had forgotten it every other year, and that year wasn't any more special. Luffy had still wandered around the ship, completely oblivious to the suspicious movements around the Moby Dick. Only until one of the nurses had shown her a frilly red dress and told her to wear it for the day did Luffy show a sign of horror. The little 8-year-old was running like her life depended on it. Luffy ran up the stairs from the lower deck, the nurses and Ace close behind her. She sprinted towards her father, since he was the only safe place on the ship where she could get away and rest in peace. Once Whitebeard was in sight, Luffy had leaped onto his pants and made her way up onto his lap. No matter how old she got, the elder man never complained once about having his daughter rest on him. He was actually quite happy with the way Luffy treated him and always happily called him her father in the brightest way. Luffy gripped the fabric in her hands and was just about to pull herself up when a pair of hands had gripped her waist and ripped her right off. She turned around to see Ace smirking at her attempts to escape. "Ace, now put me down. I don't want to wear the dress. It's stupid," she screamed, flailing her arms and legs around in the air like there was no tomorrow. "Sorry, Luff, but you're wearing the dress whether you like it or not." Ace turned around and gave her to the nurses, who then tied up the poor girl and stormed away in a dust storm. Ace turned to Whitebeard, did a slight bow before chasing after the nurses. Whitebeard only smiled at the sight and caught the gaze of his second youngest son giggling. While he watched the whole scene play out before him, Sabo noticed Pop's gaze, tipped his hat politely before getting up to follow his siblings to the lower decks. Ace was waiting against the wall, eyeing the door that held the nurses, Haruta and one over-eccentric Luffy. He heard footsteps coming from the other direction and watched as Sabo had taken his place next to him, also watching the door in anticipation. It was going to be a long day if other pirates attacked. Shanks might make it for the girl's birthday party, but with his current location in the Marines, he'd be lucky to make it on the same week. The door finally opened and out came Luffy with the dress finally on her small form and tackled Ace square in the hips. Luffy was too short for her age. She tilted her head up and stared Ace dead in the eyes with the biggest puppy dog face and lightly whimpered, "Ace, now do I have to wear the dress?" He could feel himself breaking on the inside. Ace quickly shot a glance at Sabo, who was already on the floor laughing his ass off. He was about to shout at him until he felt the fabric of his pants twist. He turned his attention back to Luffy, who was started to tear up with the condition that she was in. Ace bit his lip. He had to restrain himself from her. Lucky for him, Sabo had stopped his laughing fit and picked Luffy up, resting her on his waist. Luffy's arms curled around her brother's neck as he picked her up. She had dropped the puppy dog face since it never worked on Sabo in the first place, but she still complained as they walked through the hallway. Lucci was strolling in the other direction and nodded briefly before continuing. Luffy's birthday was the only day that he hadn't attempted to assassinate the poor girl. It was nice of him to do so, though Sabo suspected he didn't attempted to being killed on her birthday, mainly because he would have had his back snapped in two if he did try anything. Luffy stopped shuffling around. "It's hard to carry you." "Then let me take the stupid thing off. It itches." "That's not going to happen." "Then put me down. You'll just run off to get changed, and I'm not going to let that happen either." The argument could be heard all over the ship. Sabo and Luffy were arguing the moment that they took a step in any direction. They had finally made it to the deck. It was filled with streamers and the dining tables were moved out onto the deck. The tables were covered in every inch with food, and the largest table in the middle contained the 9-tier cake. The cake tiers always got bigger with every year. With the way the girl was growing in her stomach, it had to get bigger. Then there was her brothers and Teach. Some thought that there were too many D's on the boat for their own good. "Happy birthday, Luffy." The crowd cheered. Sabo put down Luffy. Once she was on the ground, she clasped a hand onto Sabo's blue coat. She stared at the crowd in disbelief and then to her brother and back to the crowd. A large smile grew on her face, and then she remembered all of the other years that she had her birthday. Each and every one were different in a very special way. "Thank you, everyone." They all dived into the party. Drinks were shared around, and the most entertaining thing the Whitebeard crew had ever saw was when Luffy had climbed up Pop's coat and onto his shoulders, so she could strap a party hat to his head. Once again, Luffy had entertained herself for the whole night, with all the ridiculous games and eating. Thatch had a hat on the very tip of his hairdo that seemed like it made the girl laugh for hours, only to be topped when she gave Marco a pineapple and a dress for his birthday. Everyone was happy with the party, only until the next day did an uncertain and uneasy silence had gave the crew some sort of suspicion. It was quieter than their normal day. It was an uneasy feeling that they couldn't quite put their finger on. Only until Luffy had wandered up onto the deck did they notice what was the matter. "Hey Luffy," one of the crewmates shouted. "Where's Shadow?" Luffy turned around a couple times before shrugging her shoulders. Lucci followed her around each and every day that the crew called him Shadow. Luffy wasn't too hung up on the government agent's presence and continued what she did best, sitting on her father. Whitebeard was also curious as to the whereabouts of the government agent, though he had suspected that he had been called to another mission and left the ship and would return as soon as it was completed. Luffy swung her legs back and forth, thinking about her little plan that she wanted to go through with, but she knew that her family wouldn't let her go so easily. But since Lucci wasn't there to keep her in place, Luffy knew that it was time for her to have her own adventures. The next day, the Whitebeard pirates were in another panic. Luffy had disappeared from the ship and any signs of her current location were gone. Marco had kept a level head about the whole situation, though it was difficult for him. A crudely written note was on the mainmast and he plucked it off. "Hey everyone, I'm going on a trip to the other blues. I don't know how long I'm going to be, but I'll call you to pick me at Sabayati when I'm done. Thanks, Luffy," Marco growled under his breath and holding back every urge in his body not to crush the note. His wait event was to take the note to Pops and let him deal with the situation. The letter was given to Whitebeard, where he read it aloud for his crew to hear. The crew didn't know whether sigh with relief that Luffy wasn't missing or stolen or something they didn't want to imagine. Her note was going to cause a lot of trouble for the people around the world, but that was going to be Luffy's problem. She could take care of herself. As long as she didn't get a bounty, they guessed they could allow it. Maybe. Luffy was happily swimming towards the East Blue in her half-serpent form. Even though she had never left her home island before she met Whitebeard, she was really looking forward to visiting her old home sea. It was considered the weakest, but it was the calmest of them all. It's just had that special touch to it that Luffy loved. The Sea Kings that she passed had greeted her and wished her a safe trip. Luffy had crossed the clam belt since it was a lot faster than going through the red line. Luffy couldn't contain her excitement and soon found herself all over the place. The Sea Kings had to direct the small girl to her determined location. The local Sea King of Dawn Island had easily heard about his old friend returning to the sea and left his post to greet her. Luffy had entered the East Blue border and watched as Ku had swum towards her at high speed. If it was any normal person, they would have been scared witless. However, in Luffy's case, she only gave a toothy grin as the serpent coiled its long leather brown body around the petite girl and squeezed her tightly. "I've missed you so much, Ku," Luffy cheered, her head pressed against the Sea King's stomach. "I've also missed you, Luffy-sama. You've grown so much over the years." Luffy flapped her tail around frantically to signal the old friend to release her. Ku had gotten a good look, the 9-year-old girl in mermaid form. She was incredibly cute and no doubt that when she got older she could rival Boa Hancock. She wasn't a god for nothing. "Ku, I'm on my own little adventure right now. I'll be visiting the islands around every sea and then return to Papa," Luffy explained. "Will you be my escort?" The Sea King bowed its head before replying in a rather friendly yet sarcastic voice. "Would there be any other?" Luffy only laughed. She changed back to her human form and sat on Ku's head as he gracefully swam to the closest island. He had explained the island's history, but the tiny deity had fallen asleep the moment he started talking. Ku could only laugh at his master's actions. On the Moby Dick. It had only been a couple of hours since Luffy's absence on the Moby Dick was officially announced, and the girls' brothers weren't taking it too well. Sabo had been working on his pipe, while Ace was pacing the concentration out of all of the members of the crew. "Ace, will you stop pacing already?" Thatch growled. He was worried about the girls being as well, but he wasn't going around driving the crew insane with annoying movements. "If you're so worried about her, then just go after her." Thatch thought about what he had just said, then continued. "But if she sends you flying, don't say we didn't warn you." Ace stared at the 4th Division commander and then grabbed Sabo. He ran down to the lower decks to launch his fire-powered boat. The pace Ace was moving at was too fast for even Sabo to register what had happened to him. First he was been repairing his pipe, and the next thing he knew he was on the striker with Ace heading to the East Blue. He had to make a note that Ace was going to be the death of him if he didn't learn to channel his complex. Getting to the East Blue was easy. It was finding Luffy that was going to be the problem. Luffy had told Ku how she wasn't going to visit Dawn Island, because seeing everyone without a purpose meant that she was staying for a while. And she didn't want that to happen. Luffy wasn't as stupid as most people thought. She knew that Ace and Sabo would be coming to get her, and their first stop would be Dawn Island. The Sea King had taken her to the next closest island to Dawn, and by the time they had reached it, it was already mid-afternoon. The town was rather quiet despite its size. It was located in the Inna Valley area. Luffy could see a dojo on the edge of the village, and that was going to be an interesting place to start her little exploration. Ku had dropped off Luffy at the docks and was lucky that the place was empty. Luffy didn't seem to care whether anyone saw them or not and went straight towards the dojo at the top of the hill. When Luffy had gotten there, she immediately noticed the large bamboo fence and climbed up to see what was on the other side. She saw boys around the same age as her. Luffy had to adjust her straw hat to see further and noticed a lone green-haired teen around the age of 13 lifting a boulder, doing squats at the edge of the cliff. She found the boy intriguing. He had ambition about him. An interesting character indeed. Luffy leaped over the fencing, ignoring the blushing stares, and headed straight towards the green-haired teen. She stood directly in front of him, since she doubted that he would acknowledge anyone outside his field of vision. "What do you want?" he growled. He was in the middle of training and didn't have time to deal with little kids. Luffy only smiled. She liked him. He was strong, but not as strong as her brothers and sisters. "What's your dream?" Luffy asked, completely ignoring the teen's treat. "Why should I tell you? What ambition drives you to be the best?" She wondered aloud. Her questions were pushing the teen over the edge. Luffy watched as he had set down the boulder and sat down, legs crossed, and stared at her with a cold glare. "What do you want?" This time his voice wasn't a treat but an invitation to continue. What's your name? I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy answered cheerfully. Once again she had won the verbal war, like she had done with her father 5 years ago. It was a cherished memory of hers, which she never wanted to forget. Roro Zoro. What's your dream? Luffy asked again. She watched as Zoro had gotten up and went back to his boulder and picked it back up. He gave her a meaningful look that could have said it all. To be the best, he announced proudly. Best at what? Best swordsman in the world. He had a confident grin. He had a lot of determination. What drives you to that goal? Luffy asked with a sly smile. Even though she didn't know the teen's backstory, she already knew the answer perfectly well. The promise. Luffy gripped the straw hat on head with one hand and the other around her necklace. Her signature grin plastered on her face as she stared right into the swordsman's soul. That's the best kind. Luffy patted herself down. We'll meet again. I hope my words will serve you well. She grinned before turning away to explore the rest of the island. Luffy had stayed on the island for a couple of days, just looking around, mainly in the forest on the outside of the valley. There was no need to see the swordsman since he would have questions about her advice, but he needed to think about them himself. To Luffy's surprise, there were a lot of wild animals that she had fed off, and she had fed Ku over the couple of days with large boars and other creatures. But on her last day she had returned to the village and noticed a graveyard with very few graves. Luffy walked in, head held low, her hat shadowing her eyes. She stopped at a grave and faced it head on. It wasn't like her, but she knew how to show respect. She tipped her precious straw hat to the grave and thanked girl for what she had done. Kuina, Luffy read, you have showed a great amount of ambition for swordsmanship. It would have been great to meet you when you were alive, and thank you for all you've done for Zoro. I don't know your story, but it will be shared. With that, Luffy had said her goodbyes to the island. She was looking forward to meeting the swordsman again. Maybe he would join her future pirate crew. That would have been nice, but she had a fair way to go before that happened. After Luffy had left Zoro with a lot of thinking to do, she wondered how long the teen could take it before he internally exploded and completely forgot about the whole thing. Luffy shrugged her shoulders before changing her position on the Sea King's head so her stomach was pressed flat and the waves were pushed into her face. Hey, Ku. Yes, Luffy-sama. I'm hungry. That's nothing new. You'll need money. Did you bring any? Luffy shook her head. She wasn't going to ask for money from her father, otherwise he would have asked where she was going. She stared out at the dark, deep blue sea. It was night and the moon was high in the sky. There wasn't going to be any restaurants open, no matter what island they went to. That was until the girl had spotted the base of a ship, and that meant food. Luffy jumped up and started swimming towards the ship. She told the Sea King to follow her but not interfere with anything and stay under the water. Luffy stared at the ship from a distance and noticed a Jolly Roger, a pirate ship. That was easy, but what had Luffy excited was the person who captained the boat. Luffy didn't give a second thought and shot herself out of the water and onto the ship. It was nowhere as large as the Moby Dick, but it was large for the East Blue, she would admit that. Her instincts had led her straight to the kitchen, and she had helped herself to everything and was just about to finish the last piece of meat when one of the guards had walked in and spotted the girl. Intruder. Captain. Luffy stared at the running guard. A little part of her felt the disgrace that the pirate was showing her. They weren't going to fight their own fights, instead ran to their captain to cower and hide behind their weapons. But Luffy still had to show her respect to the captain. It was going to be fun to see where this was going to take her. Shoving the last of the meat into her throat, she left and walked on the deck where the crew of around 30 or 50 men, all of their weapons at the ready. Luffy watched in amusement as one of the crew members had punched the informer over the head for waking them up over a little girl. But before they could return to the comfort of their beds, the captain had entered the deck and he didn't seem pleased. Who in their flashy mind woke me up? What is the goddamn flashy emergency? Luffy's smile only grew wider when she saw the clown pirate that Shanks had explained in so many of his adventures. In her opinion, he really did look stupider than she had imagined. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She had burst out laughing, and it had horrified the crew to an unbelievable extent that some brat was laughing hysterically at their all-almighty captain. Buggy fumed at the straw hat-wearing girl. She dared to laugh at him, and he was a notorious pirate after all. He pulled out his daggers to scare the girl, however it seemed to only make the girl laugh harder. That was until she suddenly stopped her laughing and stared Buggy dead in the eyes. In all seriousness, the icy cold silence sent chills through their bones as they waited for what the girl had in store. The South Pole's colder, you flashy bastard. The North Pole's colder. Luffy doubled over in laughter, collapsing onto the deck, clutching her stomach. Shanks and Buggy really did fight about those types of things. It was even more hilarious the fact that every little detail that Shanks had mentioned was true. Luffy straightened herself up, patting down her shorts, and went back to the issue at hand. Her food money. I need money for food for when I get to the next island. I'll fight you if that is necessary. But I guarantee you won't win. Luffy's voice was cold. She didn't eat her habitants like most of the world, so a lot of money went to buying the land meat or she hunted for herself. Buggy thought to himself. Though he had his doubts, he had to ask his question to determine his suspicions. Are you a pirate? It sounded stupid to ask a 9-year-old girl whether she was a pirate or not, but the brat showed no hesitation with her answer. Yep, if you're a pirate, Buggy pointed out. Then where's your Jolly Roger? Luffy didn't have a Jolly Roger of her own yet, but she did have one. Luffy picked up her necklace and flipped it around. Sometimes she thinks of it like a dog collar for when she gets lost on land. Whitebeard's mark shone in the moonlight and had bleached the Buggy pirates white as sheets. Luffy ignored the crew reaction and then remembered something that she needed to do. She turned to the captain of the ship and could see his legs shaking like a volcano ready to erupt. Hey, I need a den mushy. I need to call Papa. Even though Buggy hadn't ordered the snail to be brought out, the crew was frantic about having a member of Whitebeard's crew on their ship. Whitebeard's reputation for hunting down those who hurt his nakama was famous, and unless they had the power to face him, no one picked on Whitebeard's crew. The den mushy was placed before Luffy, and the Buggy pirates watched in anticipation on whether the mark she carried was true. Luffy dialed the number and waited for the receiving end to pick up. When it did, Whitebeard's booming voice didn't seem pleased. What do you want, Papa? Luffy cheered. Sometimes when she called her father's den mushy, other commanders or random crewmates would pick it up since their captain was off doing something else or was strapped to his chair by the nurses. Oh Luffy, we were all worried about you. Don't ever do something like that again without informing me first. Whitebeard was such a doting father when it came to Luffy. But I left a note. No buts. Ace and Sabo have already left for the East Blue to search for you. You were there, I would presume. Yeah. Another voice had come over the den mushy, one that Luffy was quite fond of hearing. Hey kiddo. It was Shanks. He was on the Moby Dick to see the girl only to be disappointed by her lack of appearance. I came to say happy birthday only to find that you weren't there. Do you know how disappointed I was? Shanks. Luffy's little announcement had caused ears to twitch on the Buggy pirates. They were slowly dying on the inside. Not only was the brat part of a Yonko crew, but she knew 2 of them personally. If they did anything to the straw hat wearing kid, then they knew they had the ultimate death wish. Buggy, on the other hand, twitched uncontrollably and then grabbed the snail from girl's hands, all of his rage dripping into his voice. Shanks, you flashy bastard. What the hell are you doing on Whitebeard's ship? I know that voice. Buggy. Shanks giggled. He hadn't heard from him since they parted ways when Roger disbanded the crew. I'm glad you're still alive. Luffy's being too good to you. Shanks laughed over the fact that Whitebeard's youngest still hadn't gotten what she wanted and left without a word, but since it was Buggy's ship, she probably wanted to meet the man that he told stories about on occasion. Buggy stared at the snail and then at the girl, who was smiling to herself like an idiot. He couldn't believe that someone so tiny had the Yonko's blessings. He really didn't want to get on this brat's bad side no matter what. There was shuffling on the receiver as Luffy had grabbed the den mushy back into her possession and glared at the clown, who had reverted back to trembling. Papa. Yeah, Luffy. Whitebeard replied. Can we have a party when I get back? Luffy was bouncing with anticipation about the sudden thought of returning home. Durarara. Sure thing, Luffy. I'll have someone pick you up at Sabayati and meet you on Fishman Island. Is that fine with you? Whitebeard had to ask whether it was fine for Luffy to be on Fishman Island since the girl didn't particularly like being treated like a god. Yep. Bye-bye. Luffy hung up the den mushy and then looked back at the half-dead crew. Luffy got up off the deck, patting herself down once again. Then she noticed an orange-haired girl with a black bandana, tight clothing, and a sack full of gold, slyly sneaking out from the lower decks. Buggy followed the girl's eyes and changed the terror to anger. Hey, that's mine. Buggy yelled when he spotted the little thief. The thief went into a small panic, noticed the straw hat-wearing girl and figured she was a captive of the vicious pirates and dashed across the deck. The thief snatched up Luffy and jumped over the railing and into a small dinghy that was anchored next to the pirate ship. Luffy started snickering under her breath at the event that just occurred and went along with it. They had sailed away, leaving behind a jaw-dropped crew and captain. You're safe now, the thief said. Luffy stared at her with a blank expression. She could see that the girl most likely had a very troubling experience with pirates and kept her mouth shut. Luffy smiled at the girl after a few moments of silence. I'm Luffy. Nami. The boat went back into an uncomfortable silence, but Luffy didn't notice it and stared down at the sea and talked to Ku with her mind, similar to how Fishman did. Luffy's random giggling had scared the thief into wondering if there was something wrong with the 9-year-old. She had most likely been kidnapped by the pirates, taken away from her family, and went through hell, but she was giggling at the ocean. Nami could see her hometown coming into view as the morning sun raised. She didn't know what she was going to do with the girl, but she was most likely going to go to the town and call someone to pick her up if Arlong didn't sink all the ships that made its way there. The pair landed on an isolated plain, but the second the boat touched the earth, Nami had already grabbed the bag and ran. She wasn't going to take any chances with the girl. Luffy was left alone on the island and was hungry once again. She needed to find a place to eat soon. Luffy wandered around the area for a long time, a couple of hours at most, till she spotted a large castle-like place off in the distance. Luffy darted off in a cloud of dust and jumped over the concrete fence. Luffy landed in an open court, which had around 10 to 20 fishmen. The place fell silent the moment she touched the ground. One fishman with a ridiculous-looking nose had glared at the human intruder. Anyone that entered Arlong Park without his permission was to be executed. Arlong grabbed her by the back of the shirt and threw her into the pool. He didn't want blood all over his palace and left the Sea King to devour the intruder. Luffy didn't even know what happened. She was just about to ask the fishman whether she could have some food, and then the head of the group grabbed her by the shirt and thrown her into the pool. Luffy waited until she sank to the bottom and looked around. She saw a cow Sea King angrily swimming towards her until it noticed that she was breathing without gills and suddenly stopped. "Are you the daughter of the sea?" the Sea King asked in the politest way possible, hoping that it wasn't true. Luffy nodded her head and watched as the Sea King went into a full-blown panic. It then bowed its head as low as physically possible before continuing. "My sincerest apologies, Your Highness." Before he could continue, Luffy burst in a fit of anger. "Shut up," she growled. "I'm sick of all the royalty crap. I was just here to explore the islands, but since I'm not wanted, I'll be leaving." Luffy turned her attention away from the cow to the local Sea King behind it. "Let's go, Ku." The leather-brown Sea King had passed the apologizing cow and picked up the girl onto his head. They had left soon after. Luffy wasn't even in the mood to put up with all the royalty business. Momu watched as the god of the sea had left without another word and then remembered why she was there. Arlong had tried to kill her by feeding her to him, but every fishman knew the legend of the sea and respected her every wishes. Momu shot out of the water and glared harshly at Arlong, who had returned to his lawn chair. "Are you crazy? She would have killed you if she didn't have a heart of gold. How could you disrespect the daughter of the sea like that?" The Sea King growled. Arlong didn't know what on earth the Sea King was angry about, nor did he care. He just figured that the intruder that he fed was simply had a horrible taste and left it. On the Moby Dick, the crew who were watching the sea sighed. They had been around Luffy for too long to know when the girl was angry. No matter how far away she was, and the poor fool who pissed her off was most likely going to have his butt kicked in sooner or later. They already missed the little brat and her brothers. One of the crew members turned to their captain to ask him a question. Whitebeard immediately knew when someone needed him and stared down at the crewmate. "Pops, when's Luffy coming back? It's too quiet." "Gururara, who knows? But you know she's having fun and causing trouble. A little peace and quiet won't kill you." Luffy rested herself against the Sea King's mohawk, watching the fish politely nod their head as they passed her. It was just a little bit longer since they reached the next island. She had heard her stomach growl an hour ago and was getting grouchy. "Don't worry, Luffy-sama. We will be there soon, just a couple more minutes," Ku had informed. He endured the little girl's whining for over an hour and was really hoping that they reached it soon. The fish tried their best to satisfy their god's hunger, however failed miserably. At the very least, it had kept her quiet till they landed. They reached a deserted beach, which gave Ku a sigh of relief. He dropped off his little master off and left without another word. To say he was tired was an understatement. Luffy watched Ku leave without a word. That meant to her that she was swimming to her next destination herself. She shrugged her shoulders. She wasn't too worried about it. Luffy skipped up the slope that led to a small town in the far-off distance. She heard shuffling in the bushes next to her as she reached the top of the hill. Luffy stopped and stared at the lone bush, waiting for the figure to come out. When he did, Luffy immediately noticed the immensely long nose, bandana and slingshot tucked loosely in his back pocket as the teen fell face first into the dirt. He was weird but funny. He definitely entertained her with his little stunt. "Who are you?" Luffy asked patiently. "WWW, who are YYU? And W, what W was T that?" The boy pointed a finger at the sea while he tried to keep his eyes on the young girl through the fearful tears. "I'm Luffy. Ku is my friend." "Who are you?" The boy deemed her rather harmless as long as she wasn't near the sea with her Sea King friend. Usopp. Usopp watched as the girl's eyes started to sparkle with pride. He didn't know how to feel about the reaction from the little girl. As she inched close, Usopp slowly backed back into the bushes that he fell from. "You're the Usopp," Luffy cheered. Usopp, being the egotistic boy he was, had immediately taken up his opportunity to shower himself in praise. I am the great Captain Usopp. I have 800 men ready at my command." Luffy's voice trailed off. Her father had more men. Not that she cared, but she further studied Usopp's son. "You're Usopp's son," she giggled. Usopp blinked at what Luffy had said. He knew that his father was a pirate, but he wondered what her connections with the man he looked up to with great pride. "You know my father." A nod was all he got as a reply before she went with the story. The two of them had become instant friends and walked towards the town as they talked about all sorts of things. "Every time Usopp visited us, he would always go on and on about his son, and that if I ever met him we would become friends. It was just his gut feeling, but it meant a lot. He's part of Shanks' crew. They came to the ship a couple days ago to say happy birthday, but I had left to search the world as my own birthday present. Well, my dad's part of an amazing crew. Usopp thought a little harder about what Luffy had just said. You're part of a crew. Yeah, whose crew? Whitebeard's. Usopp began shaking in his boots again, screaming internally why a girl would be part of the world's strongest man's ship. She didn't even look like a fighter. Pirates were a lot scarier than he thought. It was far beyond what his imagination could handle. Why are you on his ship? Luffy told him the story on how she couldn't stay on her home island anymore, but of course had left out a few rather major details on her heritage. Pops had sternly told her not to tell anyone unless allied with him. Usopp was moved by the girl tale. He couldn't imagine himself leaving home at such a young age to board a pirate ship to keep his freedom. The two of them were eating at a diner in the town, continually chatting the day away. Usopp wanted to hear all about his dad, and Luffy happily obliged, and then went to all Luffy's father figure had done for them, along with her brothers. Whitebeard's such a great guy. Papa really is. I'm proud to call him my father. Luffy had become such great friends with Usopp that she made Syrup Village her base and continually went back after all of the other random islands around the East Blue. Luffy offered Usopp to come with her, but he had told her that he had a duty to protect his village from pirates and would wait for her. She was wandering around the East Blue for more than a couple of months, and that was probably the same amount of time she was going to use up with each sea. Only until Luffy had spotted Ace and Sabo dock at the island did she remember that they were still searching for her. She giggled to herself and told Usopp to go see to their tourist, and also that she was off this time and hoped to see him when she became her own pirate captain when she was older. Luffy left Syrup Village but looked back at the island and hoped not to see any huge flames of her older brother. She wondered whether it was really okay to leave Usopp in charge of tell her brothers that she had just left. Usopp had heard a lot of stories about the famous Ace and Sabo that his new friend had always talked about with high regards, and went to meet them as Luffy had instructed. He walked around the village until he spotted them. He didn't have the most courage in the world, and talking to two more pirates that he knew nothing about was sending chills down his spine. Are you Ace and Sabo? The teen with black hair stared down at him with a cold glare. Ace was capable of putting two and two together, and that was if the boy knew their names. That meant Luffy had been there. Where's Luffy? He growled. If he didn't get the answer he wanted, he looked like he was going to wring someone's neck. Sabo had placed a calm hand on his brother's shoulder. He was just as worried about Luffy, but going about the situation in anger wasn't going to get them anywhere. We're looking for our sister. Have you seen her? Sabo asked politely. Usopp nodded his head. She left a little while ago. She came here a lot and then told me she wasn't going to come back, and then told me to tell you that she left. Luffy, you little shit. Ace yelled at the top of his lungs. Sabo hit his brother over the head into unconsciousness for using such vulgar language in public and in the presence of a child. I'm sorry about him. Is there anywhere we can get supplies for our journey? Usopp had nodded his head and led the men around the town. They were exactly like Luffy had described them and could be trusted highly. Sabo had to drag Ace all around the town and even had to stay the night since he had woken up, eaten, and then had a narcoleptic fit for the rest of the no doubt had lost their sister for the time being, but that wasn't going to stop them. Luffy giggled to herself as she swam to her next destination. Ace and Sabo were stubborn, but she was going to tell her father to call them back when she changed seas. She couldn't have them going around tearing up the seas for her. Luffy got sick of swimming around. Instead was drifting on the top of the waves, thinking about her friend that she left behind. The waves rolled over her face as she drifted along. A ship that was passing by had stopped next to her, and the crew was staring down at her in a panic. She stared at them. It was a marine ship. She found situations with the Marines always something interesting. She waved at them and giggled as they started to panic about an undead corpse in the ocean. Marines were always silly in Luffy's eyes. They reminded her of her grandfather. He was chipper for his age, but still had that serious look that made her laugh when he was trying to be serious. Miss, do you need some help? One of the Marines asked. Where are you headed? Luffy asked. If they were going to an island that she's already been to, then there was no point in getting on the ship. Vice Admiral, where are we heading to? The Marine yelled out. Luffy changed her position from lying on her back to bobbing up and down with the waves. How would I know? Asked the navigator. A gruff voice yelled. Luffy knew that voice really well and jumped up onto the Marine warship. The whole crew of Marines stared with gaping expressions at the little girl, who looked like she had no difficulty at all getting onto the giant ship. Luffy looked about the ship and then towards the door that most likely led to the galley. She watched as her grandfather had walked out onto the deck yelling about the abnormal silence. Oi! Luffy waved at the shocked elder man. Jai-chan, Luffy, why are you here? Garp was more shocked to see his granddaughter in the East Blue than anything. The last time he heard from her was when she was scolding him for not watching over Dawn Island, so that nothing major happened. The Marines thought they were going to pass out. Too much information was given to them at once for them to cope. I'm on a little trip. Where are you headed? Garp turned to the navigator, who announced that they were going to the Barady. Luffy sat herself on the deck, smiling at her grandfather, who just blankly stared at her. Garp then moved in front of Luffy and sat cross-legged to talk to her. So you're still on his ship? Yep, what about your brothers? Causing a ruckus. Garp sighed. At least his family was alive and kicking. He patted his adorable granddaughter on the head and then got into his mischievous ideas. Luffy, why don't you meet some of the nice Marines on my ship? I'm sure you'll like them. Don't wanna, Luffy complained in a rather demanding voice. The crew on the ship stopped to listen in on the confusing conversation. They heard rumors of the Vice Admiral being a doting grandfather of an adorable little girl, but never imagined her to be that cute. She must have had some hell of a lot of good genes if she didn't look a lot like the old Marine. Why not? Garp whined. They're not strong. The old Marine collapsed in defeat. There wasn't anyone that was strong enough to take on his granddaughter, which he knew of. Whitebeard could stop the girl but most likely couldn't defeat her in her current state. She was too strong for her own good. At the very least she knew how to control it. Marines had their pride crushed by a little girl that was only around the age of 9. One Marine had challenged the girl to a fight, only to have the Vice Admiral laugh at his stupidity and courage. Luffy stood up when she knew that he wasn't going to back down anytime soon and took a lazy fighting stance. Oi, Luffy, Garp yelled just before they started. Don't destroy the ship. I'm in enough debt with Sengoku than I already am. Luffy sighed and slumped a bit. The Marine grew angrier with the girl and charged at her, only to get a normal punch to the gut that sent him flying a couple miles into the sea. She sighed and then turned to her grandfather. Jai-chan, I'm hungry. Kwaha, we'll be there soon. Go get my subordinate and by the time you come back we'll be there. Yes, Luffy cheered to herself. She dived into the water and swam at a rather normal pace and found the Marine rather quickly. He was unconscious, which was lucky for him. Otherwise he would have been eaten alive if he were to curse the little girl, which would have resolved in angry sea kings. Hooking a claw into the Marine's coat, she started to swim back while she was in her mermaid form. She thought about what she was going to do about food, since if she were to borrow money from Garp he would call shots and drag her off to be a Marine, and that wasn't going to happen in the 1,000 years she lived. Luffy called Ku to find the underwater treasure that she kept safe for emergencies such as this. The Marine had woken up when he felt himself getting dragged, only to find that he was being led by a mermaid. In his life he had always wanted to see one, and now his dream had come true. Only be get crushed again when he noticed that it was the straw hat wearing brat that kicked his butt the moment before. Luffy surfaced and threw the Marine onto the ship. She jumped back on and immediately noticed the fish-shaped restaurant that the ship was docked at. The Marines couldn't enter, under orders from Garp, until everyone had returned, only to get started by the shock of their life when their missing crewmate shot out of the water, followed by a mermaid Luffy. Luffy landed on the deck of the ship on her legs and removed the water from her clothes, then walked over to the railing when Ku had broken the surface with a large bag clenched in between his teeth. The Marines had readied their weapons when the Sea King surfaced, but were forced to put them down by the little girl. You hurt my friend and I won't hesitate to kill you. Her voice was low but it was stern. Garp had walked up with a yawn and stopped when he noticed the Sea King. Lower your weapons, men. She will do exactly as she says if you go against her. His voice had a laugh in it, like he didn't care what happened to his men, but it said exactly what they needed to know. When they put the weapons down, they could see a cheeky smile cross the girl's lips. Ku kept holding onto the bag filled with gold while his master walked into the restaurant. She would call him when she needed to present it. Luffy walked in first, well before the shocked Marines, because they had demanded answers from the Vice Admiral. A large hairy man with huge forearms and a stupid-looking face had stopped Luffy in her tracks. He was wearing a chef's outfit, so that meant he was part of the staff, no matter how ugly he was. Hello, you dirty crook. I must ask, can you pay for your meal today? Yes. Luffy reached into her shorts pocket and pulled out a whistle. This had pissed off the chef, who thought that she was pulling out money. She smirked at the man's expression and blew into the whistle. That was Ku's cue to throw the bag of gold into the restaurant. The large bag landed right next to Luffy and opened to display the large quantity of sparkling gold. The chef apologized profusely to the tiny girl and ushered her to a distant table and asked her what she wanted. 3 of everything that doesn't have seafood. Luffy cheered. In a place that looked like its main servings were fish, she had to order as much as she could. The man ran off to relay the order, and the food was rushing out and was quickly inhaled by the tiny girl. One blonde teen had heard the order for a single table and wasn't going to put up with any shit. If they wasted food, then they had to deal with him. When he came close to the table, he saw the dishes stacked neatly without a crumb being wasted, and then went to see who was eating the dishes. He couldn't believe his eyes. A young angel was sitting in his restaurant, adorably eating away his food. Never has he seen such beauty, and imagined what she would look like when she was older, only to get a small blood nose. The teen knelt down before the girl with a rose in his hand. Never in my life have I seen such a displays of beauty. My name is Sanji, my dear girl. May I get yours? Luffy stared at the blonde-haired teen that had his hair parted to one side, a curly eyebrow and a black suit. Monkey D. Luffy. Sanji had turned into a speeding tornado with hearts in his eyes. I'm a slave to your love. It's such an honor to know your name. Sanji's words went through one ear and out the other. Luffy had returned to eating the rest of her meal and then proceeded to leave. Sanji once again knelt before her with tears in his eyes, rambling on about how their fate wasn't meant to end so soon, but Luffy went too hung up on what the cook was saying. "Must you really go, my angel?" "Yeah," she said to the teen in front of her, without any concern. It was actually funny to see the teen act that way. She hadn't met many people like him. "I've still got Logtown and then I'm going to the North Blue," she muttered. Sanji was going to continue his rambling, however stopped himself when Luffy walked past him and out the door. He followed her, hoping to spend every second with the beautiful girl. Luffy, after spending so many years with Ace and Sabo, she learned to love teasing the people around her whenever she got the chance. So when she reached the railing of the Barady, she jumped up, changed into a mermaid and dived into the water. Under the water, Luffy flipped herself over just in time to see Sanji get a massive blood nose. The next time she saw him, she made a note not to show him too often, otherwise he would have died from blood loss. Luffy was pacing around the whole of the Moby Dick thinking to herself, in her opinion, she never found thinking to be healthy. It hurt her head too much, but today she had to think. Shanks' birthday was coming up and she couldn't think of a present to give him. He had done so much for her and there wasn't anything that she could get him in return. She was up to her 5th lap of the decks and still couldn't think of anything. There were a lot of simple things that Shanks would appreciate, like a large bottle of fine sake, but at that point that was about it. It was only until Luffy started pulling weird faces did the Whitebeard pirates start to show signs of concern. They went to ask Ace or Sabo what was going on and they both said the exact same thing. "She's thinking." Luffy officially gave up on thinking and went to her father for some answers. Whitebeard was once again drowning himself in another grog of beer. She tugged on the hem of his coat to grab his attention. Whitebeard stared down to his youngest, and with the look on her face it was something that was really important to her. "What's the matter, Luffy? What can I get for Shanks?" Luffy stared up with pleading eyes, ones that are almost impossible to say no to. "The redhead brat. What about him? Tomorrow's his birthday." Whitebeard thought for a moment, then leant down and patted the girl on the head. "Go get Marco and he'll help you pick out a bottle for the brat. Then come back to me before you go off on your little trip." Luffy tackled the large man's leg, squeezing it as hard as she could, her face swishing back and forth as she rubbed it against the fabric. "Thanks, Papa." Luffy ran off around the deck yelling out for Marco. Luffy soon found him in the crow's nest and told him about the situation. He helped the girl pick out one of the finer bottles, but nothing too substantial, and went back to Whitebeard, who had apparently written a note for Shanks for his birthday. Marco highly doubted it was a birthday card, however most likely more along the lines of a greeting. Luffy was overly excited over visiting Shanks again. She hadn't seen him in a while and started to miss his carefree attitude. When everything was deemed okay with her father, Luffy left with the rather large bottle, the note Whitebeard gave her and entrusted to give to Shanks. When she finally got there it was on the day, since she decided to take her time with the whole thing. "Oi, Luffy," Lucky yelled through his half-filled mouth of meat. "Here for the captain, I'm guessing." Luffy nodded her head like a maniac. She was too looking forward to this. Lucky caught the large bottle of sake when Luffy threw it up to him and watched as she easily leaped on board. It was still a bit early in the morning and she highly doubted Shanks would be up to welcome her, but didn't really care either way. Ben was also up and welcomed their new little addition and then took the bottle from Lucky to store it somewhere safer than near the captain at the time. Shanks had woken up somewhere close to noon and was having a pretty bad hangover until he set eyes on the adorable 7-year-old in the galley eating away his food. "Luffy." Luffy turned to the cheerful voice that called her name and a splitting grin crossed her face. She got up and tackled the man, her face pressed into his stomach. She looked up at him with cuteness dripping from her flawless skin. "Happy birthday, Shanks." Shanks melted on the inside. His adorable friend that he thought of as his daughter just as much as Whitebeard had come all the way through the new world to say happy birthday. He scooped Luffy in his arms and proceeded to squeeze the life out of her. "Shanks, it's probably best that you let her go. She's got something she wants to give you," Ben advised. He lit himself a new cigar and soon left with the little girl to grab the sake that she brought. Shanks sat down at the galley, waiting impatiently for his first mate and adorable guest to come back with whatever they had. Ben walked back in first with a rich bottle of sake in his hands, but Shanks' eyes were on the sudden red and black blur that shot past his first mate and at him. Shanks knew who it was and waited to see what happened. What he wasn't expecting was Luffy to shove his precious straw hat back onto his head and a peck on the cheek. "Happy birthday." Shanks pulled the girl into his arms once again and sat her on his lap and watched as the crew piled in with a huge cake and presents. The party broke out before they all knew it, but only at the last minute did Luffy remember to give Shanks the note that her father wanted her to relay. Shanks stared at the piece of folded paper in his hands and then back to Luffy. The smile on her face said that she didn't know what was on it and then went to read the contents. "Brett, first I'll say happy birthday. My daughter really looks up to you. Make sure look after her for the time being. I just as one thing of you. Don't let Luffy touch any alcohol, or I'll have your head. Here, read me, Whitebeard. Just as he looked up, Luffy was just about to drink some beer that was carelessly left on the tables. He snatched her up just in time, before she could do anything that involved angering his fellow Yonko. He knew that Whitebeard would have been merciless if anything happened to his youngest daughter. Luffy, don't go drinking stuff that you don't know. But Shanks, she whined. No buts. It was a really happy, long and eventful day for the red-haired pirates. They definitely looked out for the brat. Only until it was time for Luffy to leave did Ben bring up a good point. You know, people would probably kill to get her attention, let alone a kiss on the cheek. You're one lucky bastard, you know that. Shanks placed a gentle hand over his cheek and smiled like an idiot. Guess I am. Logtown was interesting more or less. Luffy had stared at the execution platform for hours, imagining what it would be like for Gul D. Roger on his execution, until one of the Marines had asked her if she was lost. She wasn't too keen on agreeing that she had a hopeless sense of direction on land, but told the Marine that there were no troubles and left the island. She promised herself that she was going to climb it when she came back. Reverse Mountain was interesting every time that she went. The last time she saw it was when the Moby Dick went up. It still baffled her on how such a large ship got up and down that ridiculous mountain range. It was always beautiful on how the waves rolled up. Luffy shot up the mountain at a stupidly fast pace and into the sky, her eyes turning into stars as she looked out above the clouds and out at the sea below. The wind rushed past her as she started falling and changed her angle so she got a direct trip to the North Blue. The waters there were cooler than the East, but Luffy, being part of the sea, could adapt easily. The fish were definitely different from the Grand Line and the East Blue. They weren't exactly cheery creatures, but they didn't disrespect their master either. All in all, Luffy would come back to the north for a vacation when she needed it. Luffy swam around for a bit till she remembered that she had to inform her father that she'd changed location and needed a den mushy. She went to the closest island in the immediate area, which so happened to be dripped in ice and snow. The water in Luffy's body couldn't handle extreme temperature changes because she found it really difficult to move around. The island had a large amount of mountain ranges with factories along the bottom. The island was most likely used for mining and other technical stuff, so Luffy didn't put too much thought into wandering around those places. Pulling herself out of the water, Luffy removed the dew from her clothes and proceeded to look for a town or village that had a den mushy. She had to walk through dense forest that wasn't affected by the downfall of snow and looked like a bit of a winter wonderland despite the brown grass. Luffy felt at peace until a gang of teenagers had ambushed her with swords and knives. Nothing that she couldn't handle, since in her opinion looked like a bunch of amateurs. The leader of the group wore a long, black jacket that reached his lower waist, a plain yellow and black hoodie, and a furry white hat with brown spots. The teen was rather tanned for someone who lived in the North Blue. He was holding onto the hilt of a ridiculously large sword that looked impossible to unsheath. Hand over any money you've got on you and we'll let you live, the leader said rather calmly. Why? Luffy really didn't care whatever reason they had. She didn't like being kept up from calling her father. They didn't know that, so Luffy was going to forgive them that one time. The leader of the group unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the girl. He didn't seem to care who was in his way from what he wanted, be it a child or an elderly person. I highly doubt it should be any of your concern what we do with the money, if your life is on the line. Is it really? Luffy smirked. She needed to stop playing with people's minds. It wasn't healthy for them in the least. The leader was more or less confused by what the straw hat wearing girl was saying. He was holding a sword to her neck and she had the guts to say that her life wasn't on the line. I'll ask you one more time. Hand over the money. I've got a call to make. Luffy placed a finger on the edge of the sword and pushed it away from her with great force. The leader retracted and then lunged at her, slicing away her arm as a warning. Luffy sighed as the large sword passed through her arm. Droplets of water landing on the mossy brown grass. Is it a devil fruit? One of the panicked members asked. Luffy shot around and glared at the random member. A glare as cold as the 7th level of hell. It had made the member cower in his place. He regret ever asking. I would never touch one of those accursed fruits, she screamed. Luffy began storming off, angrily muttering to herself. Stupid ancestor, this is all her fault. The leader had told his crew to hold back since he highly doubted that the girl wasn't a devil fruit user and seemed highly trained with it. The leader called all the rest of his members together. Captain, what's the matter? The furry hat captain leant against a thick tree with his sword resting against his shoulder as he thought about how to place his thoughts into words. He smirked at his crew when it was time for him to start. There's a person who's headed towards town and I want them to join my crew. The ones who were present during the little straw hat girl incident groaned. They really didn't want to fight a devil fruit user, no matter how old they were. Law, is that wise? One of the members asked. Law's smirk only grew wider, not replying to his crewmate. They could tell the answer with the expression on his face and watched as he pulled himself off the tree and began strolling towards the town, located in the valley below. Luffy had finally found the town after what seemed like forever and immediately ran off to find a restaurant. She didn't appreciate the fact that duty came before food, but her father was really important and she didn't know what was going on with Ace and Sabo at the moment, but she really didn't want to guess at the moment. They could have been doing anything that the normal imagination could think of. Luffy pushed open the doors to the small diner that was rather empty, probably because it was the middle of the day and most of the people would have been working in those ugly factories. There was a man kindly asked the man for a den mushy and led her to a separate room with the sleeping snail on a table. Luffy immediately dialed the number and waited irritably. When it finally picked up, a different voice was on the other end. It didn't really bother Luffy since Whitebeard always had other things to do, maybe. Hello, it was Izo. Sometime Luffy wondered how Whitebeard's den mushy got into the hands of some of the other crewmates. It certainly was a mystery that she wanted to investigate. Izo ni, it's Luffy. Is Papa there? Oi, Luffy, it's been a while since I've heard your sweet voice. I'll get Pops just a minute. Luffy could hear her older brother's shoes against the wooden floorboards as he ran off to grab Pops, and after a few moments the giant picked up. Luffy, it's been a while. Yeah, Papa, I just wanted to tell you that I'm in the North Blue right now. Ace Nyai and Sabo Nyai are probably all over the place. Can you call them back to the ship before something happens that they're going to regret, please? There was a moment of silence before Whitebeard spoke up. You've grown so much, I'm proud of you. Luffy could practically see him wiping away the fake tear from his eye. Anyway, I'll call those brats back. We can't have them drowning on us anytime soon. A smile crossed her lips. She wasn't going to let anyone drown for as long as she lived, which was a really long time. I'll call again when I'm in the next sea. Don't cause too much trouble now. You're still too young to have a bounty. Okay. Luffy put the responder down, smiling to herself. She was always happy when she called her father. No doubt about it. There were still many adventures to come. Luffy walked out of the room, thanked the bartender for his help, and left since she suddenly remembered that she used all her treasure at the Barrady. She sighed in defeat as she pushed the door open and felt the cold air brush her skin. The first thing that caught her eye was a polar bear standing up on its hind legs. She stared at it for what seemed like forever and then blinked. When she blinked, the bear blinked. Law's group were also present when they were searching for the girl. They were walking around with their weapons on full display to scare the villagers and stopped when the person they were searching for had come out from the local bar. Law was fuming on the inside, though he wasn't going to show it. The girl was completely ignoring them. Oi, the bear is freaking cool, the girl exclaimed. That was when the bear dipped its head and apologized. It talks. This is the first time I've seen a land animal talk. Luffy jumped up and down and then tackled to bear lightly, stuffing her face into the soft white fur, hugging the poor creature, which had no idea what was going on anymore. It didn't last very long. When the tan leader of the gang had grabbed the 9-year-old by the scruff of her red shirt and pried her from the bear, Law glared down at the girl he was holding up with one hand. Brat, I appreciate having my first mate getting smothered by a girl. Law growled. First mate, Luffy muttered to herself and then turned to stare at the man who looked to be around 18. Are you guys pirates? Not yet, the teen muttered. That's good. Papa wouldn't want me fighting a bunch of amateurs. I don't need a bounty just yet. Bounty hunters and marines are annoying as they are. Law blinked, then stared down at the girl. She was just a brat to everyone's eyes, but she was talking like an experienced pirate. You're a pirate. Yeah, she said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world, and that bugged Law to no end. There is no way in hell you're a pirate. I don't need to prove to you that I'm a pirate, but when I'm older I'll have my own crew and then we'll see who's a better pirate. Luffy cocked. She then kicked the teen in the side of the stomach, landing on her feet when her captive dropped her. Luffy stuck her tongue out childishly and walked out of town towards the docks. She stopped and turned to the gawking gang. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. We'll meet in the pirating world one day. Luffy, being the cheeky little devil she was, pulled the same stunt she did with Sanji and dived into the water in her mermaid form and swam off without looking back. Law stared at the spot where the girl had stood and felt a smirk curl on his lip. She'll be an interesting opponent, and a beautiful one at that. Luffy was smiling to herself as she swam until another thought had made her frown. I never asked his name, but shrugged it off and went to explore the next island. There were a lot of adventures that Luffy had found while she was in the North Blue. There were a lot of strange characters. Not that she's one to talk, but there was a man who read cards to her. He said that she was born under a lucky star, only to have her retort that she was born in the sea, which baffled the poor man. He didn't give his name, claiming that she was going to get it in the future and looked forward to see just how much potential she held. Luffy thought about what the man said. He did something with the cards that he always carried around but shrugged it off, only because her mind was on other things, that being the island she had just landed on. It wasn't as cold as the first one, but there was one thing that had caught her eye, which made her smirk grow into something dangerous. The island contained a large marine base, and that always meant there was something fun on it. Luffy climbed out of the water and onto the docks. Some of the fishermen who saw her stared at her blankly. She completely ignored the stares and pulled the moisture from her body and clothes and dumped the collected bubble of water back into the ocean and then walked into the town. It was a thriving town with hordes of people, moving from one place to another in a short matter of time. Luffy could see a couple of Marines in odd places, but that was to be expected. She wasn't too keen on looking at the side stores like Haruta and Izo always did when they landed on an island, but instead went straight to the Marine base. Sabo always said to her that information was a key to everything, but she wasn't the type to sit down and read a whole bunch of letters to get something she wanted. The Marine base, like any other, had a high fence that Luffy easily jumped over. There was a large courtyard with a couple of training Marines, but they didn't notice their little intruder. Luffy blindly wandered around until she found herself inside the base. She was suddenly picked up from behind and hoisted into the air, to come face to face with a normal-looking Marine with bright orange hair and an X-shaped scar on his chin. "What's a kid doing in the Marine base?" the man asked, though he sounded like he was talking to air with the way he was directing his question. "Hasn't anyone ever told you it's not polite to talk about someone in the third person?" One thing Luffy loved the most was when Sabo's lesson on manners could contradict someone. It really did make them look stupid. The Marine glared down at the girl he was holding. "Well, it's against the law for a civilian to come into a Marine base without supervision." Luffy just smirked. "I'm not a civilian. I'm a pirate." The Marine didn't know what to say. The girl was, 9 and a pirate? He carried the straw-hatted girl into his office and sat her down on one of the sofas. He took a seat at his desk. "I think introductions are in order. With the current situation, I think you should start." Luffy didn't argue. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy and you are Rear Admiral Drake," he said. "Now, why is such an innocent girl like you a pirate?" Drake wasn't too held up by the girl being a pirate. He highly doubted that answers that the girl was going to give him were true in the slightest. If she caused any trouble and what she was saying was true, then that just meant that she was going to prison. He wasn't too hung up on the idea of a 9-year-old being thrown into jail, but then again there was the bounty poster of that devil child, Nico Robin. "Oh, my home island was visited by those stupid celestial dragons and they shot at my brother and I. That was when Papa came and placed it under his protection and got rid of those stupid nobles." Luffy paused for a moment before placing her opinion in. "If he didn't, I sure as hell would. Anyway, there was an incident that involved us coming aboard his ship since we couldn't stay there anymore." Drake ran the information through his head a couple times. There wasn't any islands in the North Blue that was under any time of protection. Those sorts of things only happened on the Grand Line with the Yonko. Then he remembered the fact that Whitebeard had visited the East Blue over 5 years ago. He stared at the girl, who was humming to herself with the fond memories that was brought up. Drake thought about his question carefully. If she was part of Whitebeard's crew, then there was no doubt he would be stepping on a very dangerous mine. "Are you from the East Blue?" "Yep. I think I lived in the Grand Line when I was born. Up until I was a couple months old did my caretaker drop me off on the shores of Dawn Island." Luffy smirked inwardly to herself. The perks of being a deity was that she never forgot anything till death. So she knew that Dragon was the one who waited for her birth. Whether it was for his plans as a revolutionary or because he knew her mother, it was still undetermined, but he was still her father alongside Whitebeard. Drake continued to stare at the straw hat-wearing girl. Just the name of the famous Dawn Island was enough to determine that she knew the Yonko, but she wasn't part of his crew. He leant forward, popping his elbows on the table, curling his fingers together as he further studied the petite girl. He noticed the golden necklace. It was in the shape of a seashell, with the girl's name neatly carved into it. There was something on the other side that he couldn't quite see. "What's on your necklace?" Luffy didn't really care whether a high-ranking Marine. Akenu couldn't stop her, so she highly doubted a Rear Admiral could do any better. She flipped her necklace over to unveil Whitebeard's mark. Drake had gotten up in a flash and slammed cuffs on the girl, then led her to the prison. Luffy huffed under her breath. This sort of thing happened way too often. "What did I do wrong?" "You're a pirate. That may be true, but have done anything wrong?" Drake had to stop to and think about it. The girl was right. The only thing that he could have charged her with was entering, and that wasn't a rule to throw a kid into prison for. Now that that's been cleared up, "I'm off to the West Blue." "What?" Drake looked down at the girl. Her hand had turned into a large claw with heavy red scales. He watched as she sliced through metal like it was paper and then trotted away. Drake didn't know what to think, but he followed the girl regardless. "Did you read about the incident at Marineford about a year ago?" Luffy asked. Drake thought about anything that could have happened at the Navy headquarters, then remember a certain article about a demon girl that attacked and won. There were no details on the whole thing, but he was very curious. The girl obviously knew something. "Yes, what about it?" "Pirates had attacked my home island even though it was under Papa's protection. They were going to kill the villagers for money. I may be a pirate, but no one hurts my family or Nakama. I dragged those sorry sods to Marineford myself." Luffy wasn't bragging. She telling the young Marine officer the differences between certain pirates, and that was a fact that he needed to know. Akenu obviously hadn't learned that fact. Luffy turned around and looked up at the Marine officer. Obviously, he still had a lot to learn. She pointed a high and mighty finger at the man. You still have a lot to learn. Shall we meet again? That's up to you. She dipped her hat before disappearing into the crowd of Marines. Drake just watched once again. She was a very inspiring girl, that Monkey D. Luffy. The West Blue was similar to the East in a way, the friendly fish and warm waters. There were going to be a lot of things that Luffy was looking forward to, though what she wasn't expecting was that the first island that she landed on to be another marine base. She didn't feel like running amok on this one. It just looked like it didn't need her trouble. All the swimming had caused the rumbling in her stomach, and that easily meant it was lunchtime. Rushing to the nearest restaurant on the substantially large island, Luffy burst through the doors and shot into the closest seat at the counter and began demanding food. The bar owner stared at the sudden appearance of the little girl and then went off to make the meals. He wasn't shocked by the large amount of food that was being ordered, since another girl in her late teens, who was sitting next to the straw hat wearing one, had ordered just as much. When he returned with the plate loads of food, he watched in amazement as two had devoured the whole lot and demanded more. The poor bartender was running in and out the whole afternoon feeding the girls. Only when the bartender had announced that they were out of food did they finally stop and stare at him in horror. Luffy finished her large quantity of food and then turned her to inspect her competition. She was teenager around the age 17, bright pink hair that came to around her mid-back, a plain white tank top and weird-looking pants and stockings. Who are you? Luffy asked. She was really curious to see someone that obviously didn't have a D in her name to devour the equality amount of food as herself. The teen took a glance from the crook of her eye, gazed at her for a bit before talking, with her mouth still filling to the brim with food. Jewelry Bonnie. Who the heck are you? She grumbled. She never appreciated being interrupted while she was eating. It may be considered rude to talk and eat with your mouth full, however in Bonnie's case someone intervening with her meal was considered unforgivable. But the girl was too cute to yell at. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I've never met someone who could eat the same as me without a D in their name. It's so cool. Luffy beamed. She had taken a liking to the pink-haired girl. D. Haven't heard that in a while. Bonnie muttered as she finished the rest of her meal. She paid the bartender and started to walk out. She wasn't too keen on the brat that had taken half of her meal, but she could hear her thank the man, drop something on the counter and start following her. Bonnie shot around and glared at the stupidly smiling girl. She wasn't too happy already that she had someone take her food but also follow her around like she had nothing else to do. What the hell do you want? She hissed. I need a den mushy. What not? Asked the bartender. She was really getting fed up with this kid. I don't trust that guy. I like you a lot better. You're cool. Luffy's simple reasoning was going to get her into a lot of trouble one day, and it wasn't going to help the heart conditions of the people around her. I don't care. I'm going to the Marine base. You can ask for one there. They walked in silence as they made their way towards the naval base. Luffy didn't really care as long as she was with her new friend, even if it wasn't mutual. Hey, Luffy started. Bonnie stared down at the girl. What's your dream? Bonnie stared up at the sky as she continued to walk along the main road. Listen carefully to her surroundings. It wasn't the sound she was used to. She was born in the South Blue, but because of her parents she was dragged off to the West. She then gazed at the ground, watching the dust kick up with her feet. I don't know. That's boring. Bonnie snapped at the brat that'd been following her almost the whole day, and it was annoying her to no end, and it was getting late. Well, that's not something for you to decide, is it? Luffy just shrugged. Bonnie once again took a glance at the girl and noticed the beautiful necklace that slung around her neck. It was in the shape of a seashell. But what caught her attention was that it was facing the wrong way up, and an infamous Jolly Roger was glimmering in the sunlight. Why, you're part of the Whitebeard pirates. No, Bonnie hated that girl right that moment. She was so damn confusing that she couldn't wrap her head around the common sense of the brat. Then why the hell she was cut short because Luffy was starting to change her direction towards the forest that was on the outskirts of the thriving town. Where in the name of Roger are you going? She was fed up. Luffy ignored Bonnie and went running into the forest. She had spotted something that was going to lead her to an adventure, and there was nothing that was going to stop her. It may have been getting late and close to dark, but something that reeked of mystery had filled Luffy's nostrils, and she was going to find out. Luffy ran around the forest for an hour with no signs of what she had spotted when she was on the main road. Bonnie had followed the girl for her own safety. Even though it was a marine base, there were a lot of pirates in the West Blue, and their bounties were far higher than those of the weakest sea. Luffy had found the beach on the other side of the island, and hidden in a cove was a large pirate ship. She jumped up and down in anticipation. She sprinted towards the ship, leaving Bonnie behind in a cloud of dust. Stupid kid, she cursed. She charged after her. She could always use her devil fruit to help out those who needed it, and right now Luffy needed her help before she got herself killed by some stupid bloodthirsty pirates. Luffy jumped up onto the boat with absolute ease. The pirates that were on watch were sleeping. They were stupid to be so carefree on an island with a marine base on it. It might have not been anything that assembled Marineford, but pirates still had to be cautious. Not that Luffy was one to talk. Luffy had wandered around the whole ship and there was nothing that had piqued her interest, though she had fun exploring the ship. When she returned to the deck, her new friend was tapping her foot as she watched the sleeping guards with eagle eyes. "You stupid brat," she hissed. "You really are a D, aren't you? Don't go doing things that are going to get us both killed." Bonnie's voice was like a snake. Her anger dripped into every word. At least Luffy knew that she valued her life and those around her. "Why did you follow me?" Luffy asked bluntly. "You could have went to the marine base where it's safe, and leave you to fend for yourself. Keeping Whitebeard's mark on you won't keep you safe. It's a disgrace to have such a man being used by someone like you. You're not a Whitebeard pirate." Bonnie screeched a little too loudly. The pirates on the ship started to stir and wake up. Luffy sighed. "I'm not a Whitebeard pirate," Luffy started. One of the pirates had stuck up on her and tried to slice her with a sword, but the 9-year-old was quick on her feet and knocked the man out before he could do anything. Luffy straightened her hat on her head and then gripped her necklace and flipped the golden shell over so she could see the mark. "They're my family." Bonnie didn't know what to say. She knew fully well that Whitebeard thought of his crew as a family, but with the power and love that was in the little girl's voice, it was almost impossible to not believe what she was saying. Luffy wiped her hands on the edge of her pants and then went back to staring at Bonnie. Her eyes were attracted to the unnecessarily bright pink hair, and then noticed the horde of pirates sneaking up from behind her new friend, who was staring into space in complete unguarded. "Bonnie, watch out." Bonnie shot around and ducked under a sword just in time. However, in the middle of all of the adrenaline, she had used her devil fruit in the middle of all the confusion and changed the ages of all of those around her. With a curious glance, she looked over at Luffy, and in her place was a gorgeous woman, shiny cropped hair, straw hat perched on her head, and very tight-fitted clothing around every possible curve. She looked to be in the late 20s but still had the mind of a child. Her usual oversized red vest and loose rolled-up jeans had shrunk and were cut short halfway up her thighs and just below her oversized chest. The buttons on her vest had broken off, and the only remaining buttons were concealing her chest. Bonnie was blushing along with all of the oddly aged pirates. They never would have imagined that someone with the most annoying attitude possible would turn out to be such a beauty, but then again they were fighting in the middle of the night, stupidly close to a marine base. "Hey Bonnie, what the hell's wrong with me?" Luffy asked while she attempted to bend over and look at her feet. That, in Bonnie's opinion, was a very bad idea, since most of the pirates had passed out from nosebleeds when they got a very clear view of the woman's cleavage. Bonnie ran up to her, snatched up her arm and made a run for it. She was skilled in fighting, but even at the current moment, Luffy couldn't protect herself in that new body she was in. She could hardly run with her change in height and shape. The pirates weren't chasing after them since they were still tripping over themselves, which was the most relieving thing Bonnie had received in a long time. She dragged Luffy through the dense woods until they had reached a clearing that was a safe distance from the beach. Bonnie released her hold on the elder woman that was once a brat and collapsed into the dirt to catch her breath. "That was fun," Luffy cheered. Bonnie huffed. "Don't you want to hear that from YU?" Luffy only laughed at her statement. She had heard it so often from her brothers that she started to miss hearing their voices again. She only had one more sea to go and then she could go back to the Moby Dick. It wasn't so bad. She had been traveling around for almost a year and she wasn't having too much trouble with living by herself. Bonnie flipped herself over so her eyes were on the stars above her head. It was really late, and there it was pointless to wander around a forest without a light in the middle of the night. There could have been anything out there in those woods that could kill them. She took a glance at the Luffy was having some difficulty moving around on her new set of legs and gathering firewood at the same time. She could only see a hopeless idiot, but she couldn't help but feel attached to the girl like a sister. The type of idiot younger sibling that needed a constant watch or they would break something the moment they took their eyes off them. She ran through her thoughts for a moment, running all the information through her head again, and then turned back to Luffy, who after the short amount of time had started a fire. Being a pirate is having the absolute freedom to do what you want. I love being one. I never regret getting on Papa's boat. He gave me a new home when I couldn't return to my old one. She looked at her with a bright and cheery grin. I love going back when I can, but my home is the Moby Dick and I would give my life memories to save my brothers, sisters, and Papa. Bonnie was very confused. Life memories. The way you talk about them, you would beat the absolute crap out of death to get them back if you could. I can't technically die since I'm the daughter of the sea, but what I know is that I'll lose my water powers soon, and if my heart stops I'll lose my memories completely and just continue living. The elder woman wore a sad smile on her face and continued to talk in a hushed tone. Losing my precious memories of them would be just the same as dying, so I wouldn't mind giving up all that I have to protect those that are precious to me. Bonnie once again was too amazed for words. That girl had the heart of a god. There was just no competing with her. She jumped up from her spot so suddenly that she had scared the ever-living daylights out of Luffy. Bonnie might still have been new to her devil fruit, but she was going to help her new friend out as much as she could. She had tried multiple times, but the closest she could get was the age of 12, and Luffy seemed perfectly fine with the decision. It had finally reached morning, and Bonnie wasn't too pleased with sleeping in the dirt overnight, but the new 12-year-old seemed perfectly fine, showing obvious expertise on camping and living outdoors. It was going to be another really long day. Only till then did Luffy decide to remember that she needed to call her father about her change in not only her destination but also her age. It was going to be an interesting call that she was going to look forward to. Luffy had straightened out her used-to-be baggy clothes. Now that she was 12, she was really excited to be considered a little more grown-up. It also meant that she was closer to starting her dream. The first thing that Bonnie and Luffy had done once they had returned to the town was go to Marine Base to change their clothes in a hot bath together. Bonnie didn't trust herself to leave the girl alone for one moment, otherwise she would have broken everything that was possibly breakable. Bonnie listened to all of Luffy's stories about her time on Whitebeard's ship and marveled the man even more than she did before. She truly looked up to him, but could never, in a million years, could she appreciate him on the same extent as Luffy. When they had finally finished their bath and washed away their adventure from the night before, Bonnie had informed some Marines where the pirate ship was docked and left with Luffy to use their den mushy. She left Luffy in the lone room and left shortly after to grab something to eat, preferably some pizza or a large quantity of meat and other things, so long as it was edible. Luffy was left alone in the room with the sleeping den mushy on a single table and chair. She had closed the door behind her so the Marines didn't catch anything that she was saying. She dialed the number and waited for the other end to pick up. Hello, it was Marco's voice. Luffy's excitement bubbled up again and was threatening to overflow again. Marco Nyai, it's Luffy, she cheered. Luffy, you sound different. Did something happen to you? You aren't hurt, are you? No, I'm not hurt, but something did happen. I should tell Papa first though. Luffy could hear the panicked shuffling on the other end of the snail and waited rather impatiently. Marco had obviously left to grab the old man. She listened in closely as she heard more sets of footsteps other than just her father. She figured it was most likely Ace and Sabo, since by that time they would have returned to the Moby Dick. Luffy, Whitebeard spoke first. Marco said, you got yourself into some trouble. Luffy scratched the back of her head. She really didn't know how to explain what had happened to her without causing minor injuries on the other end. Well, she started. She wasn't going to lie to Whitebeard. She would never dream of it. So in her case, it was wandering around the first in the West Blue, and I found up your Japan mine friend Hohata devil fruit changed me agatot 27 and it was really cool. Then changed me back. But the close chikujit was one too. Luffy waited and kept a close ear to the snail. She heard a something hit the floor. She raised her eyebrows in confusion, even though her family on the other end and couldn't see her. Whitebeard was the only one that could feel the confusion leak through the den mushy. Papa, sorry Luffy, could you repeat that a bit slower? The tone of her father's voice was more along the lines of curiosity than an order. He probably wanted to find out what would have happened if she said it slower. Luffy did as she was told and repeated what she said. Listening in closer this time, she heard a couple more thuds. What's happening over there? Nothing that you should worry about. They fainted, didn't they? There was silence on the other end of the snail, so Luffy could easily take it as a yes and started to burst out laughing. She ended up clutching her stomach, since she knew who were the ones that were passed out on the floor. You really should show more concern for your brothers. Whitebeard lightly scolded. Luffy calmed herself down. They're not dead, so I'm not worried. It takes more than that to kill them. They're my brothers after all. Luffy heard her father sigh on the other end before continuing with his worry rant. I'm guessing you're calling to tell me you're currently in the West Blue. Luffy's awaited silence answered his statement and continued. I'm sure you want to get a bounty when you're your own captain, so don't cause too much trouble. You're still a brat. Luffy only grinned. Whitebeard really knew his daughter well. Thanks, Papa. Anytime, Luffy. She hung up the receiver and walked out of the door. Bonnie was sat against the far wall with empty plates of food stacked next to her and a leg of lamb in her mouth. She was mumbling a bunch of words that Luffy couldn't make sense of, and when Bonnie finally noticed the young girl's confused face, she swallowed her food before she started to talk again. How many? That was all she asked. 3. Bonnie shoved another leg into her mouth. They're pretty weak-minded, she stated. They're just being older brothers. Bonnie couldn't disagree with her friend's statement. They really were a family after all. The two friends had spent all of their time together whenever Luffy was on the island. Similar to when Luffy was in the East Blue, she had made Bonnie's current island her base while she was looking around at the other islands in the area. They shared many stories over the months that they had known each other, but when it was time for Luffy to leave, there were a few tears and a promise to meet again. Now her next stop was the South Blue, and after that she would go back to the Grand Line and reunite with her family. She was really looking forward to that. Luffy had already been missing Bonnie since the moment that it entered the South Blue. The waters in the South Blue were a lot warmer than the other seas. There were a lot of tropical fish in the area, and they were friendlier than the North Blue fish. It was another interesting experience in another sea. She had hopped from island to island until that she had finally remembered that she had to call back to her family. It was getting close to the end of the year and she wasn't going to be there for Ace, which saddened her a bit, but she was sure that if she called to say happy birthday he wouldn't be mad for too long. As Luffy drifted to the next island, she thought back to all of the adventures that she had, meeting the overexerted swordsman, Buggy, and the orange-haired thief, her best friend Usopp, the funny cook, the man with the polar bear, that marine man with the X-scar, and her newest friend Bonnie. There were so many people that Luffy wanted to meet up again when it was her time to roam the seas again. An island was coming into view and it defiantly caught her eyes, since the whole beach was filled to the brim with trash. It reminded her of Grey Terminal and she found it intriguing to see how the people around there acted. Luffy found it difficult to breathe the closer she got to the polluted water. She got out of the water as soon as she could and pulled out all of the polluted water from her clothes. At the very least she didn't smell. She wandered around the confusing area and was soon distracted by a bunch of shiny objects. She was too simple-minded for her own good. Luffy was about to grab a rather decent-looking telescope from the bottom of a pile of junk until someone had grabbed her by the back of her yellow vest and hauled her up. What the? That was when she thrown against the opposite trash pile. She rubbed the back of her head and stared up at two men. One had fiery red hair that was similar to Shanks, with a fluffy red coat. The man standing next to him had long blonde hair and striped mask over his head. Luffy was baffled by the men's appearance. "Who are you?" the red-haired man snapped. "Who the fuck are you?" Luffy stood up, patted herself down and readjusted her straw hat. "I'm Luffy." The man wanted nothing more than to kill the girl in her spot, instead held back and glared daggers at her for the time being. "Don't you know whose territory this is?" the fiery red yelled. "Nope." The man had enough and lunged at the girl. Luffy didn't know what she had done wrong, but she sidestepped just as the man was about to hit her. She wasn't supposed to get into any trouble, though the man couldn't hurt her. Annoying people was still her specialty. The masked blonde watched the girl from behind his mask. Each time his companion had went to strangle or slowly kill the girl, she would just dodge it without a hint of struggle. Even just by looking, the masked blonde could tell that the young girl was at a totally different level than them both. "Kid, stop. You've lost." Just as the red-haired man was about to punch the girl again, she had disappeared into thin air. "You should know when you've been defeated," Luffy claimed from next to the masked blonde. She was starting to get pissed off with the man's persistence. Both of them snapped their heads towards the reappearing girl. To say that they were almost scared shitless was an understatement. They thought she was a monster and they would be surprised that they weren't too far from the truth. "Well, it was nice meeting you, but I've got a call to make. So if you'll excuse me." Luffy started to walk away before she felt the disturbance in her water system. The kid had thrown a dagger that was hidden in one of his pockets at her. The knife had easily passed right through her and shown up on the other side and wedged itself in the muddy ground. "What are you?" Luffy heard the man asked. His voice was still cocky and it was starting to annoy her, but that made teasing him all the more easy. "That's classified." As she had expected, Kid had lunged at her once again. She leaped to the side and kicked him behind the knees, knocking him to the ground. "Like I said, I've got a call to make." Luffy walked off. The men were following her, but she suspected that the masked blonde was keeping a tight leash on his friend, since he looked like he had more brains than the red-haired man. She made her way into a diner and asked for their den mushi. They led her to the back room and once again, Kid and Killer had followed their tiny target, claiming they were friends of hers. Luffy didn't care. There wasn't much they could do anyway. She picked up the receiver and dialed the number. She was really late with her report, so to say. "Hello?" Luffy didn't recognize the voice on the other end. It was rough and scratchy, nothing like the other commanders. "Who are you?" "Teach." Luffy cringed at the very sound of his name. She never trusted Teach, even if he was a trusted man for 15 years. Luffy just didn't like how he acted around the crew. To her his actions seemed shady. "Where's Papa?" It took every ounce of willpower not to sound like she was threatening him. It almost came out as a hiss. Luffy, zaha. Pops is on the drinking on the deck. I'll go get him." Luffy could feel the water inside her bubble and steam. Her scales appeared and vanished all over her body. Since her necklace had broken off so many times, the only enchanted gold left was her seashell. Kid and Killer watched the brat with the straw hat on her head as her body started fade and produce steam. Red scale came and went all over her body. Now they were really questioning what on earth the girl was and whether or not she was dangerous. Kid had immediately jumped to the conclusion that she was a devil fruit user and was even more pissed off that she didn't even need to use it to fight him and needed to get stronger so he could whip her butt and become Pirate King. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief when she heard her father's voice again and let the water inside her die down and her scales to completely vanish. She brought the speaker back to her mouth. "Yeah, I'm here. That's good to hear. Actually, there's something I wanted to talk to you about." That didn't sound good. This had caused her whole body to tense, holding her breath as she waited for the impact. "Could you get some of the best sake that's in the South Blue while you're still there? I've never gotten the chance to drink it yet." "Tea, that's it. That's it. Was there something bothering you?" "No, it's fine." Usopp will take me a while. Finding pirates in the South Blue might be difficult. It means I'm going to be even later for Ace's birthday than I already. So can you tell him I say happy birthday for me? Sure thing, kiddo. Thanks, Papa. Luffy hung up the speaker and walked out to come face to face with the men that had followed her all the way to the diner. Their expressions were neutral. Well, one of them were. The other couldn't have been depicted even if they had the best eyes in the world. Yes, Luffy finally said. What are you? This time it was the masked man who asked. Luffy definitely proffered him than his hot-tempered friend. She grinned to him, but she still wasn't going to tell him anything. Papa said I can't tell anyone that doesn't have his consent, and I have to go before anything unnecessary happens. I have to return to the Grand Line soon. I've spent enough time in the South already. Kid had stepped forward and his face showed curiosity, which was an odd look for him. You've been to the Grand Line and return alive. Yes. Luffy didn't really know how to respond to the man. It was probably the first and only time he hadn't sent a list of swear words at her. Join my crew. Screw you. I'm going to make my own crew and become Pirate King. A stupid brat like you. They went back to a glaring contest. Killer could only release a sigh in his mask. Why he was still there even he didn't know. Luffy had soon broken the fight when she remembered that she was wasting her precious time. She shot out of the diner and found the ocean after a couple hours of wandering around aimlessly. She had wasted over another couple of months hunting down pirates and receiving the enormous bottle of sake. It was a large, circular white bottle that was almost 10 times her size. She had used it as a boat to travel towards the Red Line. If it weren't for her mother keeping the bottle upright, Luffy would have had to drag the bottle back to Whitebeard herself. Where was the fun in that? Luffy knew having the beverage would draw unwanted attention, and getting home was going to be more difficult than leaving. Woo, I've made it to the Mystery Mountain. Luffy was pumping her fists in the air and jumping up and down on the bottle of sake that Whitebeard had requested from her. Reverse Mountain was something that she always loved. It meant the start of adventures and connections. Luffy had stared, singing a crudely made-up song while she started drifting closer to the mountain. The water rushed up the Red Line and easily picked up the bottle and threw it up the canal much faster than any ship possible. Luffy was thrown far beyond the clouds, but the sake wasn't doing much better. For her first time using quick thinking, she grabbed the long, thick red rope that was tied around the neck of the bottle. Gripping it tightly, she hauled it over her shoulder and swiftly sat back on top of it as gravity had taken its course. It was smooth sailing from there, and she had started singing again from where she had left off, claiming something on a second verse, and happily watched the clouds disperse the lower she got. She had heard a sound that she didn't hear often. After all, there weren't many whales in the Grand Line. Luffy squinted as hard as she could through the foggy air until she made out a west blue whale coming into view, and that wasn't good for her. If her father's sake bottle made impact with massive beasts, then that wasn't going to be good for her. Luffy leaped off the front of the bottle, the rope still tied out her tiny wrist. Splashing into the water, she changed her lower half into her tail and slowed down the force of the water as much as she could until it was only a light bump against the massive whale. Boy, what's the big idea in blocking the path? Luffy shouted up at the massive beast. The whale took no notice of the little girl. There were always bigger foes that he had dealt with that were more important, and his main priority was destroying the Red Line. I'm talking to you. Luffy continued shouting up at the whale until she remembered the lessons on manners that Sabo dragged her into. My name's Luffy. What's yours? The whale would have been foolish if he were to blubber about royalty being in her presence. He had heard stories from other mammals about their queen and her violent behavior towards those that shower her in praise. He was old but wasn't stupid. My nakama call me Laboon. Pirates. Yes. Laboon watched as Luffy had set the giant bottle behind her and leant against it as a back support. The force of the water no moving the bottle from its place, her tail swatting around in excitement, her eyes lighting up with anticipation. What were they like? May I ask why you ask? I'm a pirate. Laboon was a little taken back by the information. Such a young girl entering the Grand Line without a crew or anything, so to speak. Please be safe on your trip. There are many dangers that await in the Grand Line. Luffy pouted in a bit of disappointment. She knew she couldn't force him to tell her what he didn't want her to know, but she still pulled her biggest puppy dog face that even her old man couldn't say no to. Laboon caught one glimpse and internally sighed. The sea god was far more childish than the legends had said. He described what they were like, however didn't say any names or what had happened to them. He didn't want the mischievous girl getting herself into trouble. Even through with one glance he could tell that she was a magnet for trouble. They spent the whole day sharing stories until Luffy had to find some land to sleep on. She didn't want to stay at the lighthouse since it was a one-person place, and she wasn't that inconsiderate to take another person's bed. On top of that, she had to get back to her family as soon as possible, though her adventures weren't going to stop just because of something like delivering Whitebeard's bottle. So Luffy had continued floating down the Grand Line till she finally found an island that she considered decent with new friends that awaited her. Luffy glanced around the island that she had landed on. It was bright and a girly pink with a heart-like mountain. Even though she had her mother have a direct course towards Sabayati. Luffy still managed to get lost and ended up on one of the islands that were too far off course for her to even notice. Scanning the island over, Luffy notices that practically everything was pink and in the form of a love heart. She got a really strange feeling that she wasn't going to like whatever was on the island, but still proceeded in dragging the massive bottle out of the water and make her way into the island. She had spotted a lot of strange animals with stubby beards and long eyelashes, however that wasn't going to come close to surprising her, but it was interesting. Luffy wandered around and had the strange feeling that she was being watched. She turned around at a high speed only to come to face with the large cork of her father's bottle. It was so big that the tiny brat couldn't even see past it. She needed to get some sort of direction sense, however was lucky when she came across a rather large-looking palace. Luffy being the curious brat she was entered without a second thought. It was vaguely empty except for a couple of giant people with huge faces that stared at her from behind pillars. Luffy found them to be rather entertaining just in appearance-wise, however she guessed that they were going to be even more fun when she got to know them. Luffy entered a large dining room with a giant purple man sitting at the head of the table with a cup of tea in his hands. He had a giant purple afro that was probably big enough to explore herself. "Who are you?" the afro man asked, his attention on the cute little girl with the straw hat that just entered his kingdom. "I'm Luffy. Who are you?" The large man jumped out of his chair in excitement, stomped a heeled foot onto the table, swinging his hips from side to side. "Them Emporio Ivankov, Akama, king of this lovely paradise, Memoro Island, land of the Akama. Hee-haw. Sup, Iva-chan." That was when the other residents of the island jumped out of their hiding place in a fit of anger. They were yelling at the girl about her rudeness towards their king. Iva had silenced his candies and eyed the little girl carefully. "What are you doing on this island? It's too far in the Grand Line for cute girls such as yourself to be in." "I'm on my way back to the second half of the Grand Line." Iva's eyes popped out of his head and he jumped back and slammed his huge body into the closest wall that could sustain his weight. 5 to 5 Vera headed towards the second half. "Vere you crazy? You'll get yourself killed. I can't let a new candy go towards somewhere so dangerous. Vera lucky enough to make it this far without getting yourself killed." Luffy started picking her nose over the whole ordeal. The man was a pretty eccentric. "Why not? I've lived there most of my life. It's not that special. Plus I have to meet up with Papa." Then Luffy jabbed a thumb towards the giant bottle that she had dragged through the halls. "He's waiting for his drink. I've got family to get back to." The Akama pulled himself out of the wall and quickly had his overly large face up at the little girls, glaring down on her with his might. "Them not letting Via leave this island with you unladylike behavior. Them sure your family will appreciate it." He then turned toward a blonde man in a western, floral, pink dress and heels. "Eliza boy, get me one of your best dresses." Sure Iva-sama the Akama was gone in a flash. Luffy snapped when she heard that they were going to make her wear something that she hated since she was younger, even if she only wore it once a year. "You are not going to make me wear a stupid dress. I hate them." Iva twisted on his heels and leant towards Luffy from the side. He was going to win this argument and make her a lady. She couldn't go around in boyish clothing forever. Though he respected that someone could be whatever someone wanted, they could always convince them. Elizabeth returned with a cute overly frilling light blue dress that was just the right size for their guest. Luffy paled at the sight of it and attempted to run away but was grabbed by the collar of her vest. The moment the piece of fabric was within range of the flailing girl, she changed her hand to a claw and shredded it to tiny pieces. Iva stared down at Luffy's hand and then at the mangled dress that was on the floor, covered in Elizabeth's tears. Luffy had a triumphant look on her face and then proceeded to get out of the massive man's grasp. "Will Via wear a skirt?" Iva asked. "Never wore one. If it's not a dress then it's fine." Iva turned his attention back to distressed Candy Boy. "Eliza boy, I would like your finest skirt and vest. We've got a family to impress." Immediately the Akama shot up with a new fiery passion burning in his eyes and skipped off to make the beautiful design. Eva and Luffy sat down and sipped tea as they waited for the piece of clothing to be finished. The Akama King gave tips on the girl's posture and how to properly eat despite being a glutton. By the time that Eva had finally brought up the question on his little guest's parents were, her reply made another hole in the castle walls. He wasn't expecting a Yonko to be a father despite his age, but that was when she had to explain why she was on his ship in the first place. "Iva-sama, I have completed the skirt. If I do say so myself, I think it's a masterpiece." Luffy took the piece of fabric into her hands, and for a brief moment the tense in the air was incredibly dense. Then she got up out of her chair and turned to Iva. "Where's the change room?" Iva and Elizabeth had tears streaming down their face, small amount of snot dripping from their nose and a handkerchief in their hands. "I've raised you so well." Iva yelled in joy and then harshly jabbed a gloved finger across the room, towards the large double doors. "It's right over there. Please tell us what you think, my precious candy." When Luffy returned, she was in a short blue shirt with white frills, a white blouse with a loose black tie and caramel brown short jacket, straw hat nicely perched on her head. She did a small twirl for her new friends to get a good look and then proceeded to jump up and down and kick the arm and flail her arms around. It's really good for combat. Thanks Eva-chan, Elizabeth-chan. You're the best friends I could ask for. They both hugged the girl and squeezed the life out of her. They were going to miss her. They hoped that they could meet her again when she grew up into an even more beautiful person. She was a true angel. They walked her back down to the beach of the island, where Whitebeard's bottle waited with the other Akama of the island heavily guarding it. Luffy thanked them graciously for their help. Eva and the others waved as she started reset her course back to Sabo. Be careful, it gets cold at night, Elizabeth yelled. Don't get lost again. Another Akama cheered. Take care of yourself, Eva yelled. Luffy jumped up and down on her bottle, arms flailing all over the place. I will. When I become Pirate King, I promise to visit you all again. Eva chuckled to himself. The little brat reminded him of one of his friends that he worked for, someone with big dreams and the personality that could change the world. He was looking forward to see his little friend again. Luffy watched in amazement as she spotted the huge mangrove coming into view. The sparkly bubbles drifting all over the place, the excitement once again bubbling inside her and stars in her eyes. The last time she went to Sabo, her father didn't let her off the boat. She had to watch the old man coat the ship while everyone else wandered around. However, at least before Sabo and Ace were there to accompany her and mess with everyone's stuff while they were away. Luffy drifted through and around the tree roots until she landed in the center where it was the lawless zone. She had to stay away from the marine headquarters that was on Sabo, since her brothers were going to pick her up and maybe a couple of other Whitebeard members. Grabbing the velvet red rope, Luffy threw the giant bottle onto the sticky ground of the mangrove and jumped up close behind it. When she got there, she immediately noticed a man lying underneath her father's bottle. You might die if you continue sleeping under Papa's sake, Luffy stated as she crouched down and poked the unconscious man's face. You're the one who crushed him, a group of men yelled at the small girl. The bounty hunters earlier had spotted the sake bottle that was coming into Sabo and wanted it. They had read at the newspaper about how countless pirates that intercepted the bottle were all mysteriously defeated, and whoever owned the bottle wiped them clean, or food and water mainly. Luffy watched as the group of bounty hunters pulled out swords and guns. All she could do was yawn. She found bounty hunters annoying. They were always after something, and when they captured some of her brothers, Luffy would always watch in amusement when Whitebeard crushed every single one of them. One of the bounty hunters went to take a swing at the defenseless girl, only to watch her sidestep and jump to punch the man in the face, knocking him out cold with one swing. They all jumped her at once and Luffy had defeated them all, only to point a lecturing finger at them. It's not nice to gang up on people. It's cheating. Flapping could be heard from behind Luffy, and when she turned around she spotted an old man with circular glasses and odd facial hair. He had a cape that covered a majority of his body, but it didn't hide all the muscle the elder man had. Who are you? Luffy asked as she began to pick her nose. The old man only smiled at her question. I could ask you the same thing. It's not every day you see a god walk on land. Luffy tensed at what the man said. He definitely wasn't an ally of Whitebeard, nor was he on the main ship, but things always changes over a period of a year. But her father was always cautious about who he brought aboard. Luffy took a fighting stance and glared at him, but not harsh enough to faze him. Papa doesn't want people to know, and I don't know you. The older man hung his hands in the air, indicating that he wasn't going to hurt her. Luffy wavered for a moment and relaxed. How do you know about my heritage? When I was a pirate, your mother paid us a little visit. She was quite the beauty. Despite being 973, she was incredibly gorgeous. You were a pirate, Austin. Luffy sparkled. The name's Silver's Rayleigh. What's yours? I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Rayleigh smirked as he strolled closer to the tiny girl and watched as she handed him the red rope that was tied to the bottle. He took the rope and began walking alongside her as they headed towards Grove 13. Rayleigh told her a bit about how he was the former first mate on Roger's ship, and it shocked her to unbelievable standards, but that just made her look up to him even more. As they walked up the steps toward the bar at the top of Grove 13, Rayleigh decided to ask a question that was bothering him for a while. Where did you get that hat? Luffy gripped the hat really tight in her hands and then looked up at Rayleigh with a giant grin and cheekiness in her eyes, practically conforming the man's question. Shanks gave it to me. I promised him to look after it for him. I'll make him proud. Just like Papa. I'm going to be king of the pirates. Why king, not queen? Rayleigh was genuinely curious as to how the girl would reply. What is the point in being queen if that means I have people still telling me what to do? I've seen a lot of royalty and I do not want to be a queen. The pirate king has the most freedom, so if I want to be king, I'm king. Luffy huffed. Rayleigh gave a hearty laugh, throwing his head back with the sudden gesture. He stopped and patted the girl on the head, using the straw hat to rough up the girl's already scruffy hair. He stopped where he was, dropped the rope to the bottle, picked up Luffy from under her arms and popped her up on his shoulders. Luffy wrapped her arms around the old man's head, hugging it into her stomach and resting her head against his. It was a calming feeling, Luffy had to admit. They reached the bar. Luffy stayed where she was, but she had to admit that she getting hungry. It had been a while since the last time she ate. Luffy watched as Rayleigh left the sake bottle at the front of the store and she showed her concerns. Don't worry about it. I'll know if someone's touched it. Though I'm still not sure what a brat like you has such a giant bottle of sake for. Rayleigh asked. Papa asked me to get it. Rayleigh reached up and pulled both sides of Luffy's cheeks as a playful warning that he wasn't going to be joining her in any guessing games. Luffy got the idea and tried to break free of the man's grip. "I'll let me go. It's in what if one." Rayleigh chuckled under his breath. She reminded him of his captain. "So are you going to tell me?" Whitebeard. Luffy blubbered through her cheeks. She found it very difficult to talk. While her cheeks were being pulled and when the old geezer finally released them, Luffy rubbed them and figured they were going to bruise the next day. Rayleigh walked into Shacky's rip-off bar and was welcomed by a slim woman with black hair, smoking a cigarette. She had a rather surprised look when the elderly man walked in, however got even wider the second she spotted the little black-haired girl with the straw hat and the noticeable enchanted golden necklace resting on Rayleigh's head. "Ah, Ray-san, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a couple of months, though that's not surprising. Mind telling me why you have the deity of the sea on your shoulders?" Luffy could see that she was a good person and waved like any other 12-year-old would when meeting new people. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too, Monkey-chan." Luffy pulled herself away from the old pirate and immediately went straight to the fridge and began eating away the inner criteria of the meat, though she avoided seafood like the plague. Shacky chuckled at the adorable girl that came to her and got Rayleigh his usual drink. She talked to him about what was happening around them, but mainly about why a god was in her store. Rayleigh happily answered the woman's questions and went on for about an hour until the door to the bar opened again. All eyes turned to spot two men in their late teens, one with an open yellow shirt, black shorts and combat boots, while the other wore an long, open blue coat, a white cravat, blue shorts, top hat and goggles. Luffy immediately got up from her seat in front of the fridge and launched herself at the closest male, who turned out to be Ace. He was met with a blur of colors and a sudden impact to his chest. Sabo chuckled along with the other residents in the bar, though he wondered what his little sister was doing in the rip-off bar where the coding master was supposed to be. He guessed that he was in luck since he heard that he was famous for gambling and drinking all over the place. Ace pulled his not-so-little sister from his chest and stared down at her. He blinked a couple of times and noticed the adorable clothing that she was wearing and pulled her into a bear hug. "Luffy, I've missed you so much. I'm sorry I missed your birthday, but I got you a present." Luffy cheered, reaching into one of her bottomless of a pocket. On the back of her skirt, Luffy pulled out a bright orange cowboy hat with smiley faces on the brim and passed it her older brother with a giant smile plastered on her face. Ace reached towards the hat with a trembling hand. He adored Luffy with all of his heart, and it made his heart swell even more that she had taken the time to think out a present for him. Placing the hat on his head, it gave him the vibe that it belonged. Ace gave a cheerful grin and turned to his brother to brag, however notice his brother's gaze was on the elderly man sitting at the counter of the bar. When Luffy noticed her brother's gaze on her new friend, she took her seat next to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, on the other hand, held his gaze on the two that entered into his companion's bar. "I'm going to assume that you're part of Whitebeard's crew. Though I'm having some difficulty seeing the old man taking in a couple of kids. Something big must have happened to get aboard his ship." Sabo, being the gentleman his was, stood forward to introduce himself. "Pops looked after us since we were young. We owe him our lives. The name's Sabo, and this is my brother Ace. I must thank you for looking after our little sister while she was Sabayati. A older brother really worries with all of the slave traders around." Sabo greeted, thanked. "Don't worry about it." Rayleigh waved off. She took care of a group of bounty hunters a little while ago. Had tried to take that bottle of sake that she brought with her. Ace left the bar to take a look at the beverage. He may have hated Roger, however Ace found it difficult to be around the first mate of the Pirate King's ship. He decided to wait outside while Sabo talked to Mechanic about coding the striker. Luffy watched as Ace walked out the door. She could tell that it was hard for him being in a place that reminded him of his birth father and didn't question it. She wondered whether Rayleigh knew if his captain had a son or not. Wasn't going to ask. She didn't want Ace to hate her. Sabo convinced Rayleigh to begin coding the ship as soon as possible. They showed him where they docked a striker and noted that because it was small it was going to take him a day to finish the coding. That was the brothers' chance to walk around the Sabayati and catch up with their little sister in all of her adventures around the world. The two brothers had been around Sabayati before and they knew about the discrimination of the fishmen and mermaids on the island. So they stood either side of Luffy and made her promise that she wasn't going to transform while on the island, no matter what. Luffy had told them all about the different people that she'd met and made friends with, but despite all of the people that Luffy had encountered, when she finally told them where she had gotten her new adorable outfit, the two males collapsed to the ground. They really weren't expecting the girl to drift so far away from course that she would end up on Akama Island and train for less than a day to be a lady. If or when they ever went there, they were going to have to give Iva their thanks. "Wow," Luffy shouted out in the middle of the street. She grabbed the hem of Sabo's coat and eagerly pointed at the entrance of the amusement park. "Sabo, now can we go? Please, please, please." The excitement that barely be contained wasn't going to stay inside that tiny body for long. Sabo sighed and agreed and watched as Luffy jetted off into the park, closely followed by Ace, leaving Sabo to pay the entrance fees for them. They were all cheering and running from one attraction to another, occasionally stopping to eat a store out of its stock. However, only when the two brothers had left Luffy on the bench for a brief moment did they notice that it was their biggest mistake, because when they turned back, the 12-year-old girl was missing. Sabo and Ace frantically rushed around the whole park, begging in their minds that slave traders didn't take her. Luffy, on the other hand, found herself in a bag of some sorts. She wasn't too worried about where on earth she was going, but found it rather interesting to see where she was going to end up. She managed to fall asleep while her kidnappers were running to their destination. To say Luffy was scared would have been the stupidest accusation to make. The tiny sea god was woken up by a sudden thud, due to the fact that her capturers had opened the bag and dumped her on the floor, and from a man rather roughly. In a matter of seconds, a collar was placed around Luffy's neck. "This thing looks stupid," she commented when she stared down at the heavy neck ornament. "It's not meant to look pretty." A man in a clown suit smirked. "Do you know what they're there for?" "Do I look like a scholar, you ugly clown man?" Luffy asked as innocently as possible and tried not to laugh. This pissed off the slaver, and he was about to beat the girl. However, he was held back by some of his companions, claiming that they couldn't damage the merchandise, as some of the other workers directed the angered employee while others moved the little girl to a lone cage, separated from all of the other slaves. Luffy watched as the person who she assumed took her from the amusement park. "Listen carefully. This girl, she was on that rumored sake bottle that's been in the papers lately. I saw with my own eyes this girl take out a whole group of bounty hunters." By that point, the manager was going even more curious, and Luffy could see that his face was calculating numbers, though she didn't know why. "That means she powerful," the manager concluded. The kidnapper only got even more excited. "Not only that, but she's a mermaid." The manager with pink, star-shaped sunglasses glared at the man and then pointed a finger at Luffy rather harshly. "Does that look like a mermaid to you? You're a pathetic excuse for a slaver." "No, I'm telling the truth, Mr. Disco. Just throw her into a tank full of water and you can see for yourself." Luffy wasn't going to like this. This meant that she had to pretend that she was human. She watched as the manager, with ugly yet rather feminine dress, walked up to her, pulled her out of her cage, and ordered his men to bring a bucket of water. He shoved the little girl's head violently into the water and watched her flail. Luffy still breathed, but saw a lot of her brothers throwing their arms around when they were in the sea. She found kind of amusing, but did the same thing and kicked the man rather hard. Disco released her and threw her aside and glared harshly at the man before getting him kicked out. He then walked back to Luffy's personal cage, the girl sitting up perfectly fine. The water somehow vanished from her body. "You seem to have a weird power. Plus you have cute face. You'll make a pretty good dollar," Disco commented. Luffy just shoved a finger up her nose and stared at the girly man for a little while. "What are you going on about, Akama?" Disco went to kick the girl, but watched as his foot passed straight through her and a smirk came onto his lips. "The show's going to start and you're going to be the first. I promise." Disco wanted every cent out of those nobles' pockets, and that girl was their prize catch at the moment. Luffy watched as the stupid manager walked away and sung a small song to herself to pass the time. A little while later, some annoyed clown men arrived at her cell and dragged her out onto a bright stage and sat on the ground and watched in amusement as the Akama man got even more angry with her. She listened to the odd-looking people, smiled, and absorbed in whatever lies the man was feeding them, and then they started shouting numbers all over the place. That was when she picked up a high-frequency sound. It was from the whistle that she had given Ace. They were looking for her and only decided that now was the right moment to blow it. With a sigh, Luffy stood up, and this had caused a few shocked and panicked reactions from the crow. "What weird people," Luffy commented, causing eyes to pop out and jaws to drop, and one woman screamed out for some reinforcement to restrain a girl. Reaching up, Luffy gripped the collar and tried to slide it off, until it began to make a ticking noise. The nobles in the crowd started laughing, enjoying that their auction day was going to get interesting. Not until the collar exploded and the smoke cleared and the girl was still in one piece, without a mark on her. That could have killed someone, Luffy noted, making some of the nobles faint from the event that had just occurred. Whipping out her claws, Luffy easily sliced through the collar and watched as the heavy metal substance landed on the stage with heavy bang. The nobles were escaping in a panic about how a slave had been freed and was going to be worse than a wild animal. Luffy, still think everyone around her was crazy, walked off the stage and out the back door, until she spotted other people with annoying, ticking collars. Those are really annoying, aren't they? Luffy asked rhetorically and sliced off all of the collars in a flash. She was about to leave the building until the people that she had just freed stopped her. May we ask for our savior's name? One man asked, tears in his eyes. Luffy tilted her head to the side in confusion before giving a wide grin. I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Sorry, but I have to go. Luffy made a run for it. Her brothers were looking for her after all. Diving into the closest water system she could find, she asked her mother to direct her straight to Ace and Sabo and that lead her straight to the striker. When she popped her head out of the water, Ace and Sabo were panicking while Rayleigh was trying to calm them down. Luffy spotted the striker's coating was finished and it was time to leave. Ace, Sabo, Rayleigh, Asen. Luffy cheered. Luffy, her brothers yelled. They were gripped the edge of the mangrove like a lifeline. They were so happy to see that she was safe. Where are you? Ace screamed. I was shoved into a sack and then I had some sort of collar on me and then some weird-looking people were shouting numbers while I was on a stage and then you called so I left. You were at a slave auction. Ace hollered. What? Really? You're an idiot. Sabo just sighed. At least his little sister was safe, and it wasn't like she couldn't protect herself. Come on, you two. Marco is waiting for us at Fishman Island. Sabo pointed out. He didn't want to deal with Marines since Luffy had caused an unintentional uproar. Yeah, let's go. Luffy cheered. She watched as Rayleigh threw down Whitebeard's sake and gave a happy wave goodbye. I'll see you again soon, Rayleigh Asen. I'm sure you will. Rayleigh replied. Tell Shaki I'll see her too when I come back with my own crew. I'm going to be Pirate King. The underwater was beautiful scenery that was rarely seen at the depth they were traveling. Luffy happily guided the striker to Fishman Island, only because she wanted to see everyone. Oi, Luffy, Sabo called out, the whole crew isn't there, just some of the new crewmates, Namor and Marco, to help keep an eye on things. Apparently something happened about a year ago with the royal family, so ... You're not listening, are you? What was that? Luffy asked, then scratched her head sheepishly when she realized that her brother was addressing her. Sorry, I'm so excited to see everyone again. The brothers smiled at their sister from inside the bubble. Luffy swam all over the place, exploring everything inside. She had a group of fish to carry the bottle and a sea king to pull the striker directly towards their destination. The deeper they got, stronger fish came around to take the bottle and the boat down. Ace was having a difficult time controlling his hunger when all of the different species came around. However, he couldn't even attempt to catch them, much to Sabo's amusement. That was when something drifted into Ace's line of thought and he tackled the bubble and gripped it like a lifeline. Oi, Luffy, I just remembered. Ace yelled. That can't be good. Sabo mumbled to himself. I heard that. Ace growled and turned attention back to the sea, only to have Luffy right up in his face on the other side of the coating, scaring him half to death. Holy shit, Ace shouted as he lost his grip on the coating and landed on his butt back onto the striker. Though Sabo's laughter was audible, Luffy was laughing just as hard, although the pressure kept the sound out. Damn it, Luffy, Ace growled audibly. Luffy jumped into the bubble but wasn't going to stay long. Her brothers didn't have a lot of air to supply them all the way to the island, so she was just going to listen until Ace got over with what he wanted to ask about. Sitting upright, the second eldest stared down at the little girl who was playing with her tail rather cutely. Luffy, I want you to explain why you're 12 and 9 anymore. Don't wanna. It's too much work, she whined, grabbing her cheeks and stretching them. Ace gave a harsh glare down on Luffy. It wasn't a question. Ace is a meanie. Yeah, well, you made us all worry. Not to mention faint. Haha, yeah, that was funny. Sabo had to interject before things were to get out of hand and they were going to get crushed to death by the water pressure. They were currently at 9,000 meters. Placing his arms out to stop the two siblings from killing each other was the wisest choice that he made. Stop it or you're going to get us all killed. The two of them deflated and apologized before going back to the matter at hand, which Sabo easily took over. So are you going to explain, Luffy? Sabo asked. Luffy turned to Sabo and gave him a questionable look. But you already know how I'm 12 and I quite like being this age. I'm taller. The two brothers sank in their spots and recognized their little sister's weird sense of logic. They were just going to have to give in. That was when they came into the opening. The sunlight had reached the deepest depths of the sea and made the scenery a beautiful aquamarine, and this had made the girls' eyes light up. So Luffy jumped out of the bubble. She easily spotted the coated island and took the bottle from the oversized fish and shot herself towards Fishman Island. She was going to see her family again after so long, and with this she didn't even see the security at the front of the island and swam straight past it. The fishermen guards had a sudden heart attack when they saw a red flash go into the island that they were meant to be protecting. That was when the striker came into the bay, and the guards had to hold off on the search for the mysterious moving object until later. Luffy made her way to the surface half of the island, where she predicted were the Moby Dick. This little girl had a special tact in her head that she immediately knew where the boat was. though her horrible sense of direction got in the way most of the time. However, this time directions were going to have to wait. She ran at full speed in the right direction, ignoring the odd looks she was getting from the residents of the island, since it was really odd to see a human girl at the bottom of the sea but didn't show too much concern over it. Luffy saw once of the smaller versions of the Moby Dick and waved her arms all over the place. "Everyone, I'm home. I'm home," Luffy yelled out to the mini Moby. She had dropped the bottle behind her, so she had both hands to wave to her family. That was when she noticed that there were a lot of new faces that were present on the deck. Luffy figured that they were new members on a field trip. So instead of continuing her little rant, she grabbed the rope around the bottle and threw it onto the deck of the boat. Luffy snickered as she heard a large amount of the crew members slowly getting crushed underneath the oversized bottle of sake. The men that weren't flattened by the suddenly appearing sake were looking around the area for the culprit. Luffy watched the men panic and jumped onto the mini Moby. While all of the chaos was going down, one of the commanders had to come out to see what on earth was going on. Namor was the representative for Fishman Island, and he was going to be responsible for picking up their youngest, but while they're there they might as well check up on the island. Namor watched the new recruits running around like headless chickens and gave a sigh before spotting a large sake bottle on the deck. "Quiet down, you fools, and get the bottle off the others," Namor ordered. "Namor nai," a high little voice cheered, followed by a heavy pressure to the chest. "Luffy-sama, welcome home. What did I say about formality? We're family," Luffy cheered with a cheeky grin. "Although that may be, it's in my nature to serve you." That was when he noticed something out of place. "Where's Ace and Sabo?" Luffy got off of the division commander and looked around the deck, noting that her brothers weren't there. She shrugged her shoulders before turning to the commander. "They're not here yet." Namor sighed, finding that was the type of person she was and let go of it. He figured that they were currently at the docks getting checked by guards. That was when he remembered something else was of importance. "Commander Marco's here as well. He's currently at Ryugu Palace." Namor pointed to extension bubble at the top of the main island. "Up there ... Now please don't getting into any trouble, Luffy-sama." However, when he looked back down, the grown sea god had already disappeared. At that point there was no stopping her. She was going to reunite with everyone as soon as possible. It was probably wise not to get in her way. That was when everything was back in order and the commander had to answer the new recruit's questions. "Commander Namor, who was that? She seems pretty familiar with you," one of the members asked. "She was kind of cute, don't you think?" another said aloud. In that second, the 8th Division commander was glaring at that member, a deep scowl on his face. "Watch your mouth. That girl is our god and a precious member of the Whitebeard crew. Is that understood?" "Yes, sir." The men straightened up in an instant and went back to work the moment they were instructed. Luffy ran throughout the main town, still receiving odd looks from the residents of the town. They weren't used to have such a young human girl this far into the Grand Line. Little did they know that little girl was the sea god. Luffy was having a very hard time trying to find some sort of way up to the palace, but then thought of a brilliant idea. "Mama, could you help me get to the palace at the top of the bubble?" In that moment, a pillar of rushing water was Luffy's direct course to the royal palace. The people of Fishman Island were freaking out about the suddenly appearing stretch of water that could have been seen all over the massive land. Luffy, on the other hand, jumped straight water and swam right up to the front gate, with a little impact. The water pillar continued until it connected with the second bubble filled with water, containing Ryugu Palace. The golden dragon that curled around the palace was an exact replica of her mother, and even though she had never met a solid form of her mother, so it touched her heart a little, but then completely disregarded the thought and went hunting for the 1st Division commander. Guards were trying to intercept the little ruby-tailed mermaid, however never got close to the amazing speed Luffy contained. Luffy had probably swum around that entire palace attempting to find Marco, and because he was concealed in a bubble, so finding him was all the more difficult. She wound up in a small room, and how she got into the tightly securitized room was beyond her. The room was in an air bubble, but the only thing that helped with was Luffy smelling the food that was delivered to the room. "Smells delicious," Luffy cheered. That was until a small timid voice squeaked a response towards the sudden intruder. "WW, who's there?" The large figure stuttered and turned on the light. A huge mermaid, 5 times bigger than any other mermaid her age should be. She had tears that were threatening to spill from her large blue eyes and onto her ruby red and pink tail. That large mermaid was the Princess Shirahoshi. "WW, what's a human doing here? Are you here to kill me?" Then her mind went into paranoia and started crying out for her father and brothers to come rescue her. Luffy complained about the loud noises. Then a sentence that the mermaid princess said made her laugh. "A human is trying to take my life. Father, brother." Luffy began rolling on the floor laughing, which stopped the girl from crying, only leaving a couple of sniffles. Why are you laughing? Aren't you here to take my life?" The minuscule girl looked up at the giant mermaid princess. She was really young, maybe 9 years old. Luffy had a huge grin plastered on her features. "I'm laughing because I'm not human. I understand why you would think that." Luffy watched as the guards burst into the room and immediately had their eyes on the little girl and just about to arrest her when two people stepped forward to interject, one being Shirahoshi herself and Marco, who had to join in assisting the protection of the royal family. "Please wait," the large mermaid princess interjected. "But Princess Shirahoshi, this girl had broken into your room. What happened if she was an assassin like Vanderdecken?" The Minister of the Right claimed. The name sent shivers up Shirahoshi's spine. Plus she's human. Even though the 1st Division commander was standing right next to the seahorse fishman, Marco wasn't the type to get easily offended no matter who the person was. But he couldn't help but snort when he heard the Minister of the Right call his little sister human. He was about to interject about the arrest of the Daughter of the Sea until he picked up something coming towards them with observation hacking. Marco turned around to see a large flight of arrows heading towards them, and he felt so helpless. Even though his own air protection bubble emerged with the one in the princess's room, he couldn't use his devil fruit in the small compacted space, and the fishermen guards couldn't move around without the water's support. The fishermen thought that it was going to be the end of their beloved princess until they watched with their own eyes as a large ruby-red serpent shot out of the room at high speed. It had appeared out of nowhere, and of course the fishermen had immediately recognized the famous figure that is embedded into the palace walls. The Daughter of the Sea had appeared in the royal palace. Luffy had eyed Marco and was about jumped onto him, however saw the glints of arrows heading towards them. She knew that Marco couldn't use his devil fruit powers in such a small space without damaging a few things, and took off her necklace. Changing into the Sea King the same size as the one around the palace, she shot herself out of the room and took the damage. She could feel some of the arrow deflect against the hard scales, though some had pierced the flesh, causing the massive beast to collapse onto the royal courtyard. "Luffy!" Marco yelled out. He would have left the bubble if he could, instead watched as the fishermen rushed to the serpent's side. They looked like they wanted to help but were afraid to touch her. Now it was Marco's turn to take control. "Minister of the Right, get the guards to carry her back inside. We need to treat her wounds." The guard hesitated until the Minister of the Right started shouting the exact same order. Luffy was brought into a separate room from the princess, however they were so focused on the god they forgot to close the door to Shirahoshi's room. So the little princess, even though she was forbidden from leaving her room for her own safety, still left to get a better look at the Daughter of the Sea. When Shirahoshi finally found the room that contained the large red serpent, she could see the blood dripping down from the wounds that have gotten bigger because they had moved her. The mermaid princess could feel the tears grow in her eyes and launched herself into the room to cry over the god. She didn't want to see someone die in front of her, and not another person who is so important to her and the country. Luffy could hear crying, and even though she was on the course to a full recovery, she couldn't figure out why someone was weeping. She cracked open her golden eyes to see the mermaid she had met earlier. She was about to ask what was wrong until her stomach had interrupted her. "I'm hungry, Marco Niai," Luffy whined. The 1st Division commander had to stiffen his giggles. It was really hard to be serious during such an important time for the Fishman people. He watched in interest as piles of food came flooding into the room, and some of the guards tried to escort the princess back to her room, but she refused to move. Marco assured the guards that he could look after her and their god. He and Luffy both didn't see why they were always so worried about these sorts of things. Not that they really cared in the first place. Luffy changed back to normal, watched the giant mermaid princess stare at her, while she stared back, then broke into a large smile. "I'm Luffy. What's your name?" "As Shirahoshi, I'm King Neptune's daughter." "It's very nice to meet you in person, Luffy-sama." Shirahoshi bowed. "That's pretty hard to say." Luffy turned her head when she spotted a large mass of guards piling into the room with trays and trays of food. "Food. I'm starving." As Luffy filled to the brims of her mouth with food, she saw out of the corner of her eyes the princess laughing as she continued to eat. She could see that she must have had it pretty hard being alone in a room day in and day out. She pulled out one of the lone plate filled with food and handed it to the princess. "Here, because of me you didn't get to eat earlier." Shirahoshi started waving her hands in front of her face, hoping not to disturb the girl's meal. "Oh no, please eat it. It's already such an honor to be in your presence." Marco had to get up before the mermaid princess said anything that she was going to regret later. "It's best if you take her offer. She doesn't like being treated like a god. She likes being just another person like you and me." Although the princess was a little hesitant, she took the small plate into her large hands and started to eat alongside the tiny girl. After a little while they were talking non-stop. They couldn't leave the room without Marco to protect the princess, though he didn't mind, but it meant that Neptune and his sons had to come along and meet their little deity. They were all a little shocked to see their youngest family member talking so casually to a human little girl. However, their minds almost went into overdrive when one of the guards told the royal family that that little girl with the straw hat was the Daughter of the Sea. Even without doing anything, Luffy had already left a huge impression on the royal family. Shirahoshi heard all about how Luffy wanted to be a pirate when she was older and was looking forward to meeting with her again, and promised her that she was going to take her to see her mother's grave when she had her own power to protect her for herself. And with that, Luffy had to say farewell to Shirahoshi. Even though she still called her a coward to the very end, she was looking forward to coming back with her own crew. Luffy swam around Marco and found it really amusing to threaten him by holding a sharp claw deadly close to the bubble that spotted him from drown and sinking like a hammer. He wasn't really appreciating that even after a year of being away from the crew, she was still the same ill-mannered brat they all know and love. When they got back onto solid ground, Luffy found herself on Marco's shoulders, arms rest on the top of his head and legs being held tight by strong arms as they made their way towards the mini Moby. "Let's go home," Marco called. "Yep." On the way back to the Moby Dick, Luffy found herself as the center of attention of the new pirates. They had began by telling her all about what the pirate life was like for them and how great they were with the destruction of villagers and the large amount of money they had hauled in from them. Luffy wasn't the type to judge a person, however she knew how wrong it was to hurt innocent civilians. She was going to have to question Whitebeard on who he let onto his crew. There were already a few people that she didn't trust already. The 12-year-old girl had tried multiple times to pull away from the crowd, to talk to the commanders and her brothers about her adventures, but they just kept talking and dragging her back. She was going to have to talk to them all when they got back to main ship. Luffy sighed out loud, and that had caught the attention of all of the new members. "Are you listening, Squirt?" the former captain of an unknown crew asked irritably. "No," Luffy just replied out of habit. She never listened to Whitebeard when he gave her orders. He wasn't her captain. She didn't have a captain. "We may be new members, but we're higher than you. You should be listening to what your higher-ups say." "Why?" "Because we've been pirates longer than you." That was when Marco came up to the group, since he knew where this was going and the new members weren't going to win this war. "How long have you been a pirate then?" Marco asked. The former captain looked up at the 1st Division commander and straightened up. 4 years, Commander Marco." At that point, Ace, Sabo and Namor had joined in on the argument that the members had brought upon themselves. Namor stepped up to the plate and took over from Marco. "Luffy-sama's been here since she was 4. Besides, she doesn't listen to anyone. Even if there are higher gods than her, she wouldn't listen to them." "Sorry to ask, Commander Namor, but you said earlier as well that she was a god. She looks pretty human to me." "Best to show you." Namor signaled the little girl to come over. Luffy stood side by side the shark fisherman, both watching the captain. "If you wouldn't mind, Luffy-sama." Luffy had ever strict orders not to show too many people, but they were part of the crew, so they were bound to find out. So all she did was smirked and changed into her red serpent form. This had scared the absolute shit out of the new members, as they watched the giant of a sea king come towards them and curl them up into a bundle with only her tail. She then proceeded to drop them at an easy height. Most of the crew had came out with a couple large bruises, but the higher-ups that had experience with the new world came out of it uninjured. They were at a loss for words. They had met different Zoan-type devil fruits, but their minds couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Luffy had changed back to normal and left while the group was in a sudden silence. She rubbed her stomach as she walked into the galley to find something to eat. Ace and Sabo had followed their little sister into the galley also. Their minds were going to have to take a little break for a while, and the little sea deity was happy with that and enjoyed catching up with her brothers. It was one of the most exciting times for Luffy, since she had spotted the main ship coming into view. She was jumping up and down on the railing, which scared some of the crew, thinking that she was going to fall in and sink to the bottom. What almost gave them a heart attack was when Luffy had jumped into the water voluntarily and swam at the speed of light. Luffy had caught herself in a swift current under the water and then changed her trajectory and shot herself out and onto the deck of the Moby Dick. It was wonderful to be home. Her father must have met a lot of crews over the 1 year, since a large quantity of them had their weapons out, while the members she knew had already charged at her and buried her under the pile of bodies that were trying to hug her all at once. Out of what little space she could see, she spotted Whitebeard leaning back in his giant chair, grinning widely. He could obviously see her, and his smile grew bigger as he watched her mouth. "I'm home." Luffy pulled herself out from under her over-welcoming older brothers and ran to the safety of her father. The new recruits thought she was attempting to attack the old man and got in her way, which wasn't the wisest choice in the world. All of those who had gotten in her way met face first with the wooden deck. The whole crew watched the small magical moment when their youngest jumped up onto the old man's lap and tackled his chest. The whole of the Whitebeard pirates had been called back to the main ship. Whether they were back in time wasn't completely determined. However, a party was thrown for the returned member of the crew, and even though the newest members didn't completely know Luffy as a person, they had definitely heard rumors about a mysterious brat that played more pranks on the crew than Sabo and Ace combined. Luffy was found on the old man's lap, with juice one hand and a cracker in the other. Whitebeard was never going to get over how alike her and her grandfather were. Whitebeard placed a large hand on the girl's head, the other holding onto the beer that the nurses had allowed him to drink. "So Squirt," the large man started, "are you going to tell us all about your little adventure? I'm sure most of us want to hear about it." There was a cheer as a reply and a clink of barrel mugs. "Do I have to? It's a lot of trouble. Yes, you do. There were another rounds of cheers, as they agreed with their captain. I met this green hair guy's called Zoro. He was funny. And Usopp's son, Usopp that he always talks about. Almost as good as his father when it comes to shooting. You know, I met some clown-looking guy. He looks stupider than Shanks described him, and some weird girl that was on his ship. Can't remember her name. But then Gramps was also in the East Blue, so I played with him and another guy called Sanji. Then I went to the North Blue. The story went on and on. There were a few shocked surprises and amazing scenarios that would never happen, but everyone had to agree that if or when they ever met this Iva-chan, they were definitely going to give him their personal thanks for turning their little girl into a girl. The crew could easily say that Luffy wasn't the type to go through extreme detail, and when there was a gap in the story, they couldn't be pressed for more information, but they could tell she was itching to move around more and party like everyone else. Soon enough, Luffy had finished her story and went to play with everyone. The crew had gained the humiliation that wasn't missed a year ago, but were all on levels of happy that couldn't be expressed. Once Luffy had eaten her fill, she had went to her room that she shared with her brothers, down in the lower decks. However, when she opened the door to the room, she immediately noticed that her brothers' beds were missing. Luffy ran back up to the main deck where a large quantity of the crew was lying all over the place, after drinking their brains out. Luffy soon located her brothers having a drinking contest with a couple of the commanders. She jumped up into the air. And before any of the commanders knew what was happening, Ace had a pair of legs choking him around the neck and his face was now one with the deck. Oi, why are Ace Nyai and Sabo Nyai's beds not in our room? Luffy yelled. Thatch had sobered up when he heard Ace's face impact the deck. Luffy, don't you think you're getting a little old to be having Ace and Sabo sleep in the same room as you? You're a big girl after all. Thatch argued. But I don't want to sleep by myself. It's lonely. Then sleep with the nurses. I'm sure they won't mind. I tried once. They're always throwing around that power stuff and wearing makeup, and they try to make me wear it. It's not fun. It's icky. Well, that might be true, but where are you going to sleep then? That was a sentence that shouldn't have been said, cause the commanders could see the cogs working in the 12-year-old's mind, and that wasn't good. Luffy released her hold on her unconscious brother's neck and ran to across the deck. The commanders weren't going to like where the little brat was going and abandoned their drinking game. They followed the little girl across the main deck till they came face to face with an overly cheery 12-year-old and their captain staring down at the girl and then at them. Who's responsible for this? Whitebeard questioned. Thatch stepped forward with a sheepish expression. I did, Pops. Sorry about that. Well, then Luffy's going to be staying in your room first and then move to the next commander once the week's done. He turned his attention back to the straw hat wearing girl. Is that fine with you? Yep. Luffy cheered and then proceeded to run around in circles around the unfortunate commander. However, at this point Luffy was filled with too much energy to control and was going to need some place to throw it around. When the hyperactive 12-year-old was too hard to handle for the hungover drunkards, they threw her overboard. They did it all the time when she was being too loud. Luffy wasn't the type to get disheartened, and it had happened so often she simply didn't care anymore. So that night Luffy slept in the sea while her brothers sort through the alcohol in their systems and was the first one to breakfast the next morning. That day couldn't get any more like any other when Luffy was round causing havoc. The routine that followed also wasn't any different. Every morning started with a round of shouting coming from the lower decks that woke the whole ship, minus the old man. The root of it all was always one little girl that is always too excited for anything that comes her way. Combat training then followed if Luffy really wanted to eat breakfast. However, there were a few concerns floating around the next morning since the Moby Dick was landing on a completely new island that wasn't claimed yet, however formed the very looks of it. Heavy clouds, dark 24/7, and graves littered along the beach. Although this might have spooked most of the crew, it didn't stop the curious, and the most curious of all, Luffy, who claimed that if she were lucky, she'd run into a ghost and even went to the old man for permission to keep it if she had his approval. The Moby Dick pulled up onto the dark and heavily clouded island. The pirates held onto their pride while attempting to not shake in their boots. Pirates were capable of taking on their own opponents, but they weren't completely sure if ghosts were even real. Come on, Papa, can I? Luffy's voice came from the main deck and it was whining. That was never a good sign. No, the captain's voice boomed. Luffy wasn't the type to demand for many things. She was easy to please when you gave her some food or spar with her, but Luffy this time really wanted someone that she could be around and call a friend. After all, she was on a gigantic boat full of family. Don't get her wrong, she loves her family, but she wanted someone that she could talk to that won't report to Pops about every little detail. Please, I want to find a ghost and make it my friend. Whitebeard slammed his bicento into the deck, thundering across the boards. I said no. Fine, Luffy screamed at the top of her lungs. She fought back tears and ran onto the head of the Moby Dick before jumping onto the island. She turned back in a fit of anger and yelled, I hate you. Whitebeard felt like an arrow had stabbed him in heart. The crew were shouting out to the girl but weren't having any luck. Thatch stood firm next to his captain and father and thought carefully about what he was going to say. "Pops, give Luffy some space. I'm sure she's restless from just getting back." The commander tried to comfort the man. Luffy ran as far as she could until she couldn't feel the eyes of her family on her back. She knew it wasn't going to take long until someone found her. After all, it was only going to take Marco to soar over the top of the island to find her. As Luffy came close to a darkened forest, she hesitated before going in. It was the new world, and all sorts of things could have jumped out at them, but Luffy continued on firm and steady. She found it odd that there wasn't a single sound in the whole forest. She hadn't been running that long, but she couldn't even hear the voices of the crew. "Papa, Ace Nai, Sabo Nai," Luffy muttered. She was scared about being alone, but that was until she remembered what her father had said and the bitter anger had returned to her throat. She wasn't the type to hold a grudge against someone that she cared about, but she really wanted a friend. She wished she could have gone back and seen Usopp again or any of the other people she met on her journey. A slight breeze rustled the trees around the girl and a faint whisper caught her ear. "Come play," the voice whispered. It was the sound of a small girl. "Sure, I'd love to play with you. I'm Luffy." Luffy cheered. She spun around the small opening in the forest but couldn't see anyone in sight. "Where are you?" "Let's play." "Over here," the voice whispered. Luffy shuffled around and saw a small girl. She looked to be around 6 years old, deathly white that matched her frilled dress and thick dark curls. Her eyes were hollowed out. Nothing but a dark abyss. This, however, didn't affect Luffy at all. All she did was smile and follow as she made her way towards a fallen-apart Victorian house. When she walked in, she let out a scream. Whitebeard couldn't cope with one of his family members being missing, let alone hating him. He wouldn't show it, but the crew could tell that he was busy sulking in his throne. Ace and Sabo had left their posts to comfort the man. They didn't really have the same issue with Luffy, but stood by his side. There was an awkward silence around the ship. No one had spoken to each other unless it was important. It was only until one of the nurses had come up to the captain with a sheepish look on her face did anyone pay any attention. Captain," the nurse stammered. She was new and wasn't completely used to living with a whole lot of pirates. "Yes, what is it?" he slightly growled. Whitebeard was chugging down another barrel of beer, which didn't make the nurses happy in the slightest. "It's about Luffy. Ever since she's got back, she was always talking about those friends of hers that she met. I think she wants a friend, someone she can talk to without us watching over her." Whitebeard had to admit that his new nurse was right. His daughter was just lonely. She may have been the most cheerful soul someone could run directly into, but it didn't change the fact that she still had feeling. At that moment, a single scream pierced the whole dilemma on the ship and eyes snapped towards the island. "Luffy, men were going after her," Whitebeard announced. Cheers spilled over the edge and the men were getting ready for a battle or rescue. Luffy screamed at the top of her lungs. She hadn't seen anything quite like it. All around the Victoria household were creatures of the unimaginable. A woman with her lower half in the form of a snake while she carried tea elegantly to the next room. A man in a butler suit with curled horns and goat's legs, and any other unknown creatures. Not a single creature even took a glance at the girl as the 12-year-old started sprinting around the castle like a nut job. The little girl in white watched at the hyperactive girl who had ran off only moments ago to explore all over the mansion. "Allison," a voice called out to the girl in white. She turned her attention to a beautifully stunning woman in only stripes of clothing made out of black leather that barely covered any parts of her body, along with impish black wing on her black thick as leather and spiked tail to match her wings. Her voice was as smooth and soft as velvet. This creature of the night had caused most of the deaths that were laid out on the beach. "A succubus. How are you, my dear?" she cooed sweetly. "Fine, I found myself a friend," she whispered. She couldn't talk every loud even though she didn't know why. Allison spun around the foyer of the mansion when she realized that her new friend was missing. However, she couldn't see the older girl, however, heard a scream of joy, and soon a man with his lower half of a horse soon burst into the room with 12-year-old on his back with the widest grin on her face. The girl in white ran out in front of the raging horseman to calm him down before any of the more physical creatures got injured. The horseman stopped his rampaging the moment he noticed the girl in white, rearing up, then bucking the poor pirate runaway off his back and sent her flying into the wall. Luffy," Allison screamed. The girl flew towards the wall and hit with a sickening thud. The creatures may have been sickening to the outside eye, however, it didn't change the fact that the internals of another being was still a horrific sight. The mythical creatures turned away, however, didn't hear the body hit the ground. "We lose most people that way," one creature commented. "Well, that could have hurt." Luffy cheered. All eyes turned back to the still grinning 12-year-old, whom then patted down her shorts and red vest and then ruffled her hair back into the untidy mess it always was. She placed both hands on her stomach and peered up pleadingly. "I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Luffy asked absently. "How can you be worried about that?" The horseman yelled in disbelief. Allison ran up and went to jump on her and hug the girl, however, flew straight through Luffy and out into the other room. Luffy blinked at the strange aura that was thick and heavy in the room. However, the attention of the residents were distracted by the sudden thundering echo littered and bounded off the walls of the foyer. All eyes turned to the large double doors, and the anticipation thickened the louder the pounding of feet got to the house. When the sound was so loud that it echoed so badly that some of the residents with more sensitive ears rushed out, the creatures that remained in the foyer readied themselves for a fight, and the front doors burst open and the pirates piled in. There was a moment of silence, and the feeling of war rumbled and thrived about the room, and the moment the pirates saw a dazed Luffy, that was enough to set them off and went to war against the creatures in the Victorian mansion. However, they didn't get far because Allison had jumped in between the two parties and asked for a moment of silence while she looked over her friend. All eyes turned to Luffy for some sort guidance on whether to believe the ghost girl or not. Luffy, however, started to sob when she saw her family come to get her, but couldn't handle the fact that she had told her father that she had hated him, and burst out of the room and deep into the unknown of the mysterious mansion. "Luffy," the crew called out. The commanders tried to go after her, but were blocked by mythical creatures that seemed to be rather overprotective of the girl. "What do you think you're doing? She's with us," one of the pirates screamed, desperate to get the 12-year-old back to the ship. "No," Allison cried. All went silent as they waited for the eyeless girl to continue with her rant. "She wanted a friend, someone that she could talk to anything, and she doesn't have to get fawned over. You all seem to have forgotten that. She is a god. She doesn't have that luxury." The pirates definitely stopped to think about their little girl for a moment, and were ushered into an extremely large dining hall that was surprisingly enough capable of seating a large portion of the crew, while Whitebeard stood, along with most of the commanders. They were all still very worried about Luffy and where she could have gotten to. That was until a large rumbling in the floor caused all of the men in their seats to stand back up and look around and arm themselves for a battle. The large double doors at the other end of the room burst open, and in came an overly happy, three-headed dog half the size of the old man, and as expected on the back was Luffy once again, finding that was completely unique and wanted to keep it. There was a big smile on the girl's face, but once the dog stopped, she soon spotted her family at the scattered around the large dining room. Her face fell. She tried to escape once again, however, was dragged away by one 1st Division commander and flown to the other end of the room and dropped in front of her old man. "I'm sorry, Papa," Luffy muttered. Whitebeard gave a blank yet angry-appearing look, but bent down and patted the girl on the head. "You shouldn't be the one apologizing. We should have thought about what it was like for you." But that the rest of the crew joined in encouraging the sea deity back to their giant silly family. "Really?" Luffy happily questioned. The crew gave a loud cheer and watched as she soon jetted back to the other end of the dining room, where the three-headed dog waited and launched herself at its leg. "Can I keep him?" Luffy asked cheerfully. "No." The crew disagreed all at once. The carefree atmosphere was back, and the crew was all back in one piece, with their little sister back at their side. When the drama from the previous island gone, the crew made a plan to keep an eye out for some sort of pet for their little sister. However, she was in the most odd of moods that baffled the pirates to an unbelievable measure. Ace and Whitebeard were one of the first to discover the bipolar personality that Luffy had picked up that morning when she started yelling at the captain of the ship about something preposterous. "But why must we eat fish?" Luffy yelled. Whitebeard gave a curious yet confused gaze down at his youngest. Luffy was wobbling and whining all over the main deck and had a dazed look about her. Whitebeard's first thought went to suspecting that Luffy had gotten into alcohol again and went on a rant about the uttermost random of things. "What if everyone could fly? I could send Gramps more of my pictures for the bounty posters." That was when Ace turned the corner and only heard half of the conversation that was spewing out his sister's mouth. He watched in anticipation as Luffy soon splayed out across the deck, face down, with her loose shiny black hair covered the deck and her arms and legs were far apart from each other. "And nothing but water, and this body is only made of water," Luffy muttered depressingly. Then Whitebeard and Ace witnessed something that they weren't quite expecting from the girl. Luffy's physical body turned to seawater and just sat in a puddle in the middle of the deck. An awkward silence filled the air, and neither of the pirates knew what to do about the puddle of water that sat perfectly still on the deck in front of the captain. They watched the water puddle for a few moments until the boat tipped to the side and Luffy's water puddle slid off the side of the Moby Dick, and no one had stopped it. When Ace had finally grasped the situation at hand, he lost his lid. "Luffy's lost her mind," the second eldest brother cried out as he ran around the deck. The nurses that had witnessed the whole situation from a distance only giggled to themselves and waited until one of the commanders came and sorted out their raving family member. Thatch was the first one on the scene and therefore held all responsibilities. So Ace ran straight to the 4th commander and tackled him to the deck. "Whoa, there Ace, you're not as young as when you first came on board. Something's terribly wrong with Luffy." Ace panicked. Thatch sat himself up and pushed the 15-year-old boy off of him and scratched the back of his head. The only one panicking was Ace, so the commander didn't see much in getting worried either. "So what's wrong with her?" Thatch finally asked. "Well, first she rambling on about all sorts strange nonsense and then turned into a puddle of water and slid off the side of the boat." Thatch paused for a moment, looked up for guidance from his captain and only got a rather oblivious look from the elder male. That was until the commander made eye contact with the still giggling nurses and a light bulb went off in his head. A faint tinge caressed his cheeks. Thatch turned back to his oblivious black-haired counterpart, stood up and walked back downstairs, hoping to get away from the scene. Hey Thatch, get back here. Come on, tell me what's wrong with Luffy. Sorry Ace, I just remembered that something came up a little while ago that I have to attend to immediately. Thatch, you traitor. Ace sank back down into the deck when the fourth commander was out of sight and went back to Whitebeard. He was just about to say something when a familiar scream came from over the railings of the ship. The nurses rushed over to the railing and saw blood rising to the surface, only to be followed by a panicking Luffy. Ace, now I'm bleeding from somewhere and I don't know what's happening. Ace started panicking again, but the nurses held the poor deluded teen back while the nurses went to get their little CD out of the water and run her through the ropes. There was a large set of confusion through the Moby Dick, however, settled later that day, but the crew prepared themselves for something that they weren't going to enjoy the 1 week that was going to follow every month from that day on. Even though the three siblings had spent their time on the Moby Dick with an infamous pirates and everything seemed like it would never change, and was only a matter of time till, however, it was now up. The sun rose on that day like any other, but this was a special day for one little soldier in particular, and he wasn't planning on getting up that morning though. That was until his sister came barging in and jumped on top of him like it was Christmas morning. Sabo and Ace, get up, get up, get up. Guess what day it is? Luffy screamed at the top of her lungs. The curly blonde-haired teen only rolled over and groaned at his little sister's excitement towards a day that he really couldn't care less about. Plus he had spent the whole previous night with the crew sorting out the shipping containers and checking their stock. Luffy, just get off of me and we can talk about it later. Sabo whined. But Sabo and Ace, it's your Luffy was abruptly cut off by Ace, who seemed pleased with himself that he stopped Luffy from reminding Sabo of such an exciting day. Ace began carrying Luffy back out of Sabo's room, and before he closed the door with his foot, he poked his head. Sabo, rest up, you had a long night. Just make sure that you're up before 12. I highly doubt that you want to miss this. The eldest brother, not caring what Ace was blabbering on about, turned himself over, pulling the bed sheet over his head, and went back to sleep. Ace closed the door behind and rushed back out main deck so he could scold Luffy on almost giving away the surprise. Luffy, you know you're not supposed to tell Sabo. Ace growled. Luffy sheepishly smiled and rubbed the back of her neck with a stupid grin plastered on her face. Sorry, I forgot. Of course you forgot. Now, you're in charge of having the other boat prepared, Ace instructed. Luffy straightened up and gave a salute and dashed off to perform her task. Sabo had enjoyed his sleep in, but there was something at the back of his mind that he couldn't quite get a hold of. Something itching at the back of his head that he seemed to have forgotten, and then he remembered Luffy screaming about something important. Reluctantly, Sabo sat up in his bed, looked around his room and calmed down a bit when he saw that no one was there. He didn't know what time it was, but knew in the very least that it was before 12, and began getting dressed in his usual blue coat, cravat, black short and boots. He remembered that he was in charge of training some of the new recruits that afternoon and need to get into shape. Sabo sighed, grabbed his pole that leant on his side table, and began making his way to the dining hall. Sabo didn't know why, but was sighing a lot that day and couldn't quite put his finger on it, but soon began to wonder what Luffy wanted him up so early for. The brother continued daydreaming until he made his way into the dining hall and found it to be empty. He gave it a curious look, shrugged, and went straight into the kitchen. The chefs were there busy preparing something, and Sabo didn't really care. But he still gave them the silent thumbs up for their work and went and grabbed himself an apple. As he was walking out, one of the chefs stopped him. Hey, Sabo, Commander Thatch wanted me to give this to you when you woke up, the chef said. Sabo, thoroughly confused, took the piece of paper that was handed to him and looked at it as he walked out. It was a note that read, "The new recruits are waiting, but somewhere where they can have a drink." Sabo wasn't stupid when it came to his family and knew exactly where Thatch's dumb little riddle was going to take him, the lowest deck cellar. Luffy had finished her job early and stayed on the main deck watching her oldest brother running about trying to connect all of the notes that they decided to give him. It Haruta that came up and organized the whole party and surprises along the way. Occasionally, Luffy would hear Sabo scream and thrash around the lower decks at some of the surprises that the commanders had left for him. Most of the time Sabo would return to the main deck exhausted and glare at Luffy accusingly, but she would only laugh and run off, only to return a few moments later. When Sabo had finally received the final note, which told him go to the back of the boat, he pulled his blonde locks out of his face and rubbed his eyes. He spent at the very least 2 hours fighting and wandering around the ship, and he was so tired that his mind wouldn't rest. But he was glad when he reached the back of the Moby Dick to see the whole crew there waiting for him with a huge banner that said, "Happy Birthday, Sabo." The blonde teen couldn't believe that he had forgotten his own birthday, and it was his 17th, which meant that at the day that he set sail and made his own crew. Sabo was soon tackled by Luffy and Ace with their overly cheerful greeting. "Happy birthday, Sabo Nai," Luffy screamed. "Sorry, I couldn't tell you, Ace wouldn't let me." Yeah, well, it was a good thing too. Did you see that look of surprise he got when he saw us? It was amazing, and if wished that was on camera. Ace cheered. A hand pulled Ace away from the rest of the group, and the black-haired teen came face to face with Thatch, who proudly displayed the camera that he carried with him everywhere since the three of them came on board. Thatch, you're a legend. You know that. Ace hollered. Of course I know that, kiddo. Who do you think you're talking to? The fourth commander cried. Now why are we all just lounging around? This is a party. But that the crew erupted into song and cheer and drinks. And Sabo was more than overjoyed to spend everything he had with his family and know was his time to make his own. Sabo, after a few drinks, stood up on one of the tables and called everyone's attention by throwing a glass against the side of the boat. Everyone, I want to thank you for throwing this amazing party, and even though I really don't appreciate getting sent around the place, secretly doing you chores so I could get the next note. There was manic laughing from the other end, but Sabo still continued. But I want to give a very special thank you to 1st Division Commander Marco for saving my life on that day. A round of applause went out to the embarrassed commandant, who helped himself to another pint. Whitebeard, the greatest dad that a boy could ask for. Cheers of agreement met the boy. Thatch for his stubbornness for snapping the greatest memories that we have, and finally my brother and sister, Ace and Luffy, that came along with me on this amazing and life-explicit adventure that is the Whitebeard crew. Glasses clinked and cheers could have been heard from the closest island, but nobody cared. The party continued until the limited booze ran dry and 80% went to bed early. But those that remained saw Sabo get into a small boat with Luffy, prepared by Luffy, cast themselves into the New World Sea and made their way to the East Blue. Luffy had directed the sea to give them the quickest path to the East Blue and took them till the next day, and the pair reached Dawn Island with Makino and the mayor waiting for them. Well, if it isn't Troublemaker and his little sister, Mayor complained happily. It's so good to see you, Sabo. You've grown up, you're so handsome. Makino complimented. Sabo blushed and rubbed the back of his neck with a smile. Thanks for seeing me off, you guys. No trouble at all. Before Sabo got back into the small boat that he was given, he crouched down to Luffy's height, patted her on the head, ruffling her hair with Shanks' hat, and gave her a huge smile. Now you be good for Ace and Pops. I don't want to heard about any trouble that going on, okay? Yep. Luffy grinned. Sabo went to stand back up but was stopped by Luffy grabbing his coat. He crouched back down to meet her eye. What is it, Luffy? Luffy pecked her brother on the cheek and gave him the biggest grin he ever saw. You're going to be a great pirate, but not as good as me, 'cause I'm going to be king. Sabo rubbed the cheek that he felt his sister blessed, stood back up and ruffled her hair again. He got in the boat and began to sail off. Only until he was over the horizon did Luffy decide that it was time to return back home to the Moby Dick. It had been more than a month since Sabo had left the Whitebeard pirates, and Luffy was already missing him terribly. She hadn't heard any news about him what seemed like forever to her. The little 12-year-old would wander around the ship aimlessly for hours, only cheering herself up when she was able to do her daily sparring practices. It was lucky for her that they had landed on one of their islands, and that brought a whole new wave of excitement. She darted towards the railing and was about to jump down, however, was snagged by the back of her red vest by Jazu, the 3rd Division commander. Oh, come on, Jazu Nyai, one little peek. It's not going to hurt anyone, Luffy complained. Letting you run around is bad for our hearts, Jazu replied dryly. The pirates of the 3rd Division nodded in agreement behind their commander, and Luffy only gave them a blank look. So ... if someone comes with me, I can go. Jazu thought about it but didn't say anything. He gently placed the girl back on the deck and told her to go ask the captain. So with that, Luffy sprinted off to Whitebeard to ask if she could go and explore the island. Even though she would have waited until the crew turned their back and she would have just jumped ship, but something to her didn't feel right to her. The island had a huge temple at the top of the hill, and it was giving her the creeps. When Luffy finally got up to Whitebeard, she didn't hold back anything at all. Papa, can I go to the island? That temple at the top of the hill is weird. Whitebeard knew about the origins of the islands that he took under his wing, and this one in particular, he wasn't so sure that it was the best for Luffy. After all, Fishman Island and this island weren't her favorite, since both islands worshipped the god of the sea. It's fine by me, however, you must take someone that will go with you. Whitebeard agreed. Luffy whined. She didn't see why she had to be babysat, but she did bring on herself. She was already 12, and she could have looked after herself without any trouble, but her father's orders were her orders. Luffy spent the whole day trying to find someone to take her to shore, but not to her luck, everyone was busy. Even Ace, who wasn't even officially part of the crew. Luffy spent the rest of her day sitting on the figurehead of the Moby Dick, staring intently at the temple at the top of the island. It looked really old, and on the sides had large waterfalls came from the inside that flowed out to the sea. She couldn't quite figure it out, but it seemed like it was drawing her in, and not in a good way. The sea god shook her head roughly and continued to stare at the island. Subconsciously, Luffy grabbed onto her necklace. She stared down at the mystical gold seashell with her name engraved into it. She was surprised with the amount of gold that was left. She only had her seashell left. If someone took that, then she would have had to live in the sea for the rest of her life. She clicked the seashell and done, and inside there was a very small vial that contained sparkling blue liquid. Luffy wasn't surprised that she hadn't used it. It was used only in case of a life or death situation on one human that the daughter of the sea sees fit. Luffy thought about everyone on the ship, and in the back of her head she knew that she was missing someone. That was when it hit her. Jumping up, Luffy sprinted off of the figurehead and down to the main deck. She looked around and he wasn't there. She ran to his room and knocked on his door. "Come in," the gruff voice yelled out. "Papa, can you take me to the temple at the top of the hill?" Luffy giggled, feeling silly for forgetting that her father was able to leave the ship. Well, she couldn't blame herself. Whitebeard was always strapped down by his nurses and couldn't go anywhere. "I would love to." Luffy gave an ear-to-ear grin and bounced up and down. The little she-devil climbed onto her father's neck so her head rested on the top of his bandana. She was so happy that she was able to find someone to go with her. Luffy brimmed with excitement. "Brat," Whitebeard called out, "you should know that this island are one of the worshippers of the sea god. Whether you keep a low cover or not is not my business. I'm just warning you, don't cause too much trouble." "Okay." Whitebeard was happy that he got a chance to have some father-daughter bonding time, and even though it wasn't the most private, since his hacky told him that the rest of his crew was right behind him, but he didn't care. Whitebeard grinned under his crescent beard, because he knew that only he and a partner were able to enter the temple, which meant that his crew had to wait outside or get back to doing their job. "Ah, Whitebeard, it's excellent to have you here." A small middle-aged man grinned up at the gentle giant. He wore a white robe and a golden headpiece. He was the head of the temple. "Hugo, good to see you. I see your temple has gained more followers since the last time I came." "Yes," Hugo cheered. He led the two further into the aqua-decorated and marble temple. "We've had a large increase in followers since the daughter of the sea was born just 9 years ago. She is a subject of the world's beauty." Whitebeard was glad to hear that Luffy was going to prosper well. However, it gave him the concern about suitors. He was going to have to be tough on any new recruits. "That's great to hear. What would you do if you met the sea goddess?" Whitebeard asked. He felt Luffy shiver at the question, but knew that she was curious as well as to how her temples were being run. "Oh, it is not a matter of if, Whitebeard. Our sea goddess has come to us, and that is where I'm taking you." "Is that so?" Luffy moved from being piggybacking on Whitebeard and slid down his extended arm and landed on the marble tiles and closely followed behind the head of the temple like an excited puppy. "So," Luffy started, "who is this sea goddess you guys keep talking about?" Whitebeard watched and wondered whether or not his daughter was feeding her own ego or was finding out information on the fake that they had in their temple. "Our goddess is as beautiful as they come. She has a beautiful blue tail and her beauty can't be compared to any jewel." Luffy raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything and continued to listen to the man rant on about the girl's amazing power to talk to the fish. However, only minor fish like those that were found on dinner plates. Luffy wasn't going to expose the girl for who she really was, however, just observe the situation, and if anything seemed out of hand, that was when she was going to join in their little fiasco. When Whitebeard, Luffy, and the priest walked into the main room, they were taken aback by its beauty. Water reflection moving all over the room and deep ponds filled large portions of the room, and Whitebeard had a little trouble walking in the narrow pathway but didn't say anything. Luffy looked around the place and felt a sense of familiarity. "Mama," Luffy whispered, "this place is weird. At this great-grandma's house." Luffy listened to her mother whisper the information that she wanted and soon found out that this was where her rogue great-grandmother. She was the reason that the devil fruit existed in the first place. The current sea deity shivered. She hated have to be forced to have the horrible memories of her great-grandmother. "Who dares come to see the sea goddess?" a voice yelled out. The priest knelt down and told the little 9-year-old that Whitebeard, the protector of the island, had come to see her, along with one of his crewmates. Luffy was going to object to being called one of Whitebeard pirates, but her father just held a hand on her shoulder to keep her quiet. "You may speak," the small blonde girl yelled. Whitebeard and Luffy looked at each other and helped themselves to sit on what floor was available. They stared at the imposter. She was only 9 years old with long blonde hair and a blue mermaid tail. They both wondered what was so great about her. All they saw was a spoiled brat. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy." Luffy grinned. The mermaid only glared at her. "A peasant, I see. Well, you should know who I am. I'm the sea goddess, Rayleigh," the girl announced proudly. "Priest, leave me alone. I want to speak to these two in private." But they're pirates. We can't leave you unguarded." "I said leave. Are you defying me? I will have your head." The girl screamed and the priest ran out as fast as he could. Luffy was building anger. The priest had talked nothing but good about her and ecstatic about her being there, and that was how she treated him. "How could you say that about that Buffy priest guy? You dare yell at the goddess of the sea?" Rayleigh yelled. Whitebeard sat back and watched his daughter get angrier about the fact that she treated the people horribly instead of the fact that she was the true god. The mermaid got up and grabbed Luffy and dragged her into one of the ponds. She started dragging her further and further into the specially made pool. Luffy found it amusing to blow bubbles to make it seem like she was drowning. When they reached the bottom of the pool, she flipped her head and grinned at the fake god. Just kidding. Luffy grinned and punched the girl in the face. Luffy changed into her small serpent form, curled her tail around the girl's waist and began swimming back up. Rayleigh stared wide-eyed at the serpent that was dragging her back up to the surface. She had heard all about sea deity from when she was just a guppy and heard of how powerful she is, and now she was on the bad side of a god. The worst that could have happened to her was being exiled. It was when the god's voice rang throughout the sea and the land that their existence has been withdrawn and never to feel or do anything again. Tears filled in Laroti's eyes. She didn't want to be exiled. She was only being put in that dumb position because her mother wanted her to live the high life like the royals, and that humans were nothing but suckers when you told them the right words. Luffy flew out of the water still in her dragon-like form and clawed her way around the marble room, pulling the blonde weeping mermaid onto the floor along with her. Luffy gave a chilling roar that spread throughout the island, and soon the residents and the Whitebeard pirates were soon rushing into the temple. The large groups of people were in a panic as they watched the ruby serpent wrapped around the mermaid. Luffy's dragon head came close to the girl, who jumped at the sight of the head. "I am so sorry. My mother wanted me to do it." The girl whimpered. "Listen, these people look to you for support, not so that you will lap in luxury. I will let you off, but if I hear about this sort of behavior again, you're going back to Fishman Island with your crimes of imposing as a god." Rayleigh nodded her head viciously and watched the serpent began acting like a puppy to the girl, and all of the sea god followers began smiling and cheering, saying that Rayleigh had tamed the wild beast. That was until Whitebeard stood up and all eyes were on him. "Well then, Your Highness, would you like me to take that back out to the sea for you?" The little blonde mermaid looked to Luffy for guidance, and she winked and rushed over the giant, climbed up him like a tree and curled around his neck. "Kirarara," Whitebeard laughed. Boys were leaving. Most of the pirate clicked their tongues at the fact that they were caught so easily by their captain. As they walked out, Whitebeard looked at the purring serpent. "Luffy, you've got some answers to the questions that I'm going to ask." Luffy changed back to her human form. She sat on her father's shoulder. "What's that, Papa? You had a weird feeling about that temple, and I highly doubt that it was the fact that there was a fake, so what was that?" "I asked Mama what that feeling was. Turned out it was my great-grandmother's." Whitebeard stayed silent, knowing that his questions were all going to get answered in the story that she was about to say. "My great-grandmother was the first sea god to go rogue. She would kill, slaughter, and enslave any and all. The other gods fought her, and her punishment was being torn to pieces, and each part was affected by all of the different gods and changed into the devil fruit. Each generation since then has to bear with the memories of all of the carnage of what she's done. I hate her and the devil fruits." Luffy explained. "That was what, 4,000 years ago? What about your mother?" "Same thing. Can't stand being near a pure devil fruit. I don't think she did anything with her life up until she 900, lived in some stupid cave." Whitebeard didn't say anything. "Do you have a dad?" "What do you mean?" Luffy wondered. After all she did was call Whitebeard Papa. "Do you have a blood father?" "Yeah, the first person to pick me up as a baby." Luffy thought really hard, trying to get her memories that far back. Name ... Dragon, that's it. And Gigi really is my grandpa." Whitebeard didn't show any reaction to the name. He really didn't care who anyone's background was, but it was a little surprising that she was related to the revolutionary leader, but he was more surprised that Garp even had a son. He found it rather suspicious though why Dragon would pick up a kid, and then suspected that he wanted Luffy the same as the world government, but changed his thought because otherwise he wouldn't have left Luffy on the island, which only made the man all that more mysterious. "Luffy, have you ever met your old man?" "Nah, never. I just know his name. After all, he's the one that picked me up." Whitebeard knew that Luffy wouldn't know anything about her dad's background and probably wouldn't care. She wasn't one for history. "Anything else that you want to tell me about before you turn 17 and leave to make your own crew?" "Oh, 17. Yeah," Luffy remembered. "When I turn 17, that's when my memory becomes like a human's. I won't remember anything in as much detail. I'll basically become human, but not completely. I'll still be a mermaid and sea king, but I'm not immortal after that. My heart stops beating and I lose all of my memories and start life again." When the pair made it back to the Moby Dick, and Whitebeard had a huge insight on his youngest daughter's heritage and picked up a lot of do's and don'ts, but feared that if Luffy died earlier than she's meant to, then she wouldn't remember any of the crew and knew that it would break his heart. Whitebeard sat in his throne and thought long and hard about Luffy, but didn't put any thought to action. He watched his crew wander around the deck and noticed a flash go off and the sound of something hitting the water. Ace and Thatch were at it again with taking Luffy's pictures. That was until a thought popped up into his head and waited until his 16-year-old son finally got dragged out of the water. When Ace was out, Whitebeard called him over. "Son, why do you take those pictures?" Ace knew that he couldn't give the same excuse he gave Marco when he asked when Lucci was still around. He knew that Whitebeard had heard more about Luffy's heritage. I guess you heard then. Whitebeard only nodded his head. One day Luffy's going to do something stupid and it's going to cost her too much for us to handle. So even since we were little we took photos of everything that went on around us, in case she forgets, and I know when that time comes she'll really appreciate it. It had been days since the Whitebeard crew had seen or even came near an island, and Luffy was bored out of her brain. She just wanted to land on an island soon and explore the place. Fishing wasn't enough to satisfy her curiosity, and Ace was determined to beat Sabo since his bounty poster had been released with the price of 15,000 beris once he had entered the Grand Line. Luffy carried Sabo's bounty poster in her pocket and refused to give it up and put it on the board with the rest of the bounty posters because she wanted to have Sabo with her while he was away and promised to put back when Ace got his bounty poster. The ship was quiet that day. The clouds were hanging low around the ship and a rather depressing atmosphere made it hard for the crew to be active. The commanders were lying around the deck with drinks in their hands, talking to each other about their current whereabouts and what they were going to do when they landed on the next island. "Boy, Papa, when are we going to land on an island? I'm bored," Luffy screeched as she jumped in front of the old man's line of vision. Whitebeard gave a hearty laugh and bent down to pat his youngest on the head. He looked out towards the sea with misty eyes. He was tired from staying up a little late dealing with the location of the next island and needed a good beer to wake him up. "We'll be there soon, kiddo. I can see it on the horizon now. Get the nurses to help you pack a bag. We're going to be there for a couple of days." "Why days?" Luffy questioned. She wondered what type of island they were landing on could possibly take days for them. If it was a small island, she knew she was going to be bothered by the lack of excitement, and Marco had already told her that the island that they were heading towards was already uninhabited. So the whole idea of hang around was just bothersome to say the least. "The log pose will take a couple of days, Luffy. Now go pack your bag. I've got a drink to finish and your brothers are going to need a headache later. I'll leave it to you." Whitebeard boomed. Luffy gave a mocking salute. "Leave it to me, Papa. They won't know what'll hit them. That's my girl." As Luffy dashed off to her room, the men on the deck groaned simultaneously and gave their captain half-assed glares while he laughed into his barrel of beer. Luffy had rushed into her room that she was forced into after Sabo left. She gathered up a hoard of useless things that were going to cause trouble to her brothers into a small backpack and rushed out when she felt the boat pull up onto land. Luffy snuggled into her straw hat. She adjusted the overly filled backpack and jogged out into the hallway and up onto the deck. The crew was busy anchoring the ship, so Luffy ducked and jumped over the crew as she made her way over to the railing. However, when Luffy had jumped onto the thick wooden railing, she was met with the disappointment. The island was largely desert. There wasn't a sight of civilization anywhere, but that didn't stop Luffy in the slightest. "Hey, Luffy," Marco's voice called out from the other side of the deck. "What are you doing?" "Wait, you idiot." Marco watched as Luffy jumped off of the ship without a second thought and began running, with realizing the consequences of what her actions were going to cost her. Marco gathered his things and passed them off onto an unexpected crewmate and apologized about the inconvenience. "Pops," Marco shouted out, "I'm going after Luffy. I'll be back with her in a little while. Take care of that little troublemaker. I get the feeling that she's going to come back with something big." Whitebeard replied, "Please don't jinx the ship, Pops. You know what that does to my health." "I'm joking. Now go find that brat." Marco transformed into a phoenix and flew into the air and sped off into the horizon after the youngest crew member of the Whitebeard pirates, and it was an exhausting job. "Luffy," Marco screeched across the desert. The phoenix's eyes scanned around the area in hopes of find a spot of running red and an eccentric giggle. That was when he spotted a huge pond surrounded by palm trees towards the center of the island. Did he see a faint red in the water and figured that it was just the person he was looking for. Marco parked his fiery butt onto the ground and shouted out over the water for Luffy to get out and help with the rest of the crew with anchoring the ship. The crystal clear water rippled and the huge ruby sea king pulled itself onto the sandy beach. The huge head that tripled the size of Marco rested on the beach, stared coldly at the first commander until it was flicked in the face and began to pout. "Luffy, turn back. We've got work to do," Marco commanded. A spot of light blinded the commander for a moment and soon vanished, but in its place was no longer the 12-year-old girl that Marco knew, but a 16-year-old Luffy. Her hair had grown longer, but only by a short amount, and her normally well-fitted red shirt became tight about her bust as well as her shorts around her waist. Marco remained rather stoic despite the sudden change in Luffy's age. Again, however, he took off his shirt and tossed it over to Luffy to cover herself more. "Put that on," Marco ordered. "But I've already got a shirt," Luffy replied childishly. "Put it on, and you might want to take a look at yourself before we go back to the ship." Luffy stared blankly at her brother and then noticed that saw him from a different height, and then looked down at herself and cried out at the sudden size of her bust. "Marco Ni, I've become like Ni-chan's." Luffy ogled. Right. Marco became a hybrid. picked up Luffy by his talons and began to fly back to the Moby Dick. Something tells me Pops knew about something on this island and let you run off to give us some trouble. The 1st Division commander, Marco, wasn't in the happiest of moods on the day the Moby Dick had landed on their latest island, but he couldn't blame anyone but himself. He had volunteered for Luffy sitting duty when he saw her run off the ship and into the desert. Now he was flying back in his hybrid form with an older and bustier Luffy in his talons. He sighed heavily when he heard Luffy complaining about food again and that she wanted to explore the island some more. Luffy, you've got a lot of explaining to do, Marco scolded. Ace is going to be looking after you from now on. You're not allowed to leave his side. If I hear that you did, you're grounded for a month. What? Luffy shouted. Luffy began to pout and gave Marco the silent treatment until they arrived back at the Moby Dick. Marco flew overhead of the mainmast and dropped Luffy from the deadly height, knowing fully well that it wasn't going to hurt her. Whoa, Luffy shouted almost gleefully as she landed on the main deck, covering her legs in scales to withhold the impact that Marco dropped her from. Watch it, Marco Niai. I'm not sorry, kiddo. Of course you're not. Luffy grinned. Luffy stood up. She toppled a bit since she wasn't used to her new body that the pond she was swimming in had given her. Luffy straightened out Marco's shirt and pulled her now tight shorts up. Luffy's current older body had caused a ruckus on the ship. The men had pulled out their weapons and pointed it at Luffy like she was an intruder. Whoa, guys. It's me, Luffy. Luffy held up her hands in resistance. There's no way a girl as cute as you could be our Luffy, imposter. One of the men shouted. Luffy collapsed to the ground. Not because her brother's call didn't think that she was cute, but because they didn't think that it really was her. Papa, Luffy shouted out in last hope. Whitebeard looked down at his little girl who was older than she was. He had heard rumors about the island containing a fountain of youth but didn't believe it to be true. But he knew that his cheeky daughter would be the one to find it regardless. Come here, Luffy. Whitebeard held out his hand to his daughter. Luffy used her father's hand as a stepping stone to jump up and into the old man's chest, hugging him until she let out tears. Whitebeard knew of Luffy's fears of being forgotten by her friends and the burden that she carried as a CD. After all, they were her family and she knew it, and she was never going to forget it. Papa, Luffy wailed into Whitebeard's chest as the crew that accused Luffy of being an imposter shuffled around uncomfortably. Whitebeard gave an understand look to his boys and watched as they gathered in front of Whitebeard. Luffy. Luffy wiped her eyes and turned to see her brothers knelt before her with their heads on the ground. We're sorry, they shouted at the top of their lungs. Luffy wiped her eyes of any more tears. The crew lifted their heads, gathering every detail of Luffy's face. They watched as she lifted a delicate finger closer to her eye, pulled down her eye socket and stuck her tongue at her brothers. You idiots, did you really think I'd cry because you're a bunch of idiots? Luffy taunted, jumping off of Whitebeard's lap and onto the deck, only to get chased around the ship by the men that fell for her little trap. As Whitebeard watched his sons play with the youngest child, Marco landed next to his throne. There's a city around the other side of the island. It'll take about a day get around. Pops, Marco questioned. Nothing, Whitebeard replied. It's great having such lively kids around. Set sail for the other side of the island then. Maybe we can find some way to turn Luffy back to normal. Pops... You worried that you're going to have to marry Luffy off early? Marco stated cheekily. Don't you have work to do, Marco? Whitebeard grumbled as he proved Marco's point. Marco smirked and left his captain to get nagged at by the nurses. Marco was about to walk down into the lower levels of the ship when he spotted someone in particular around the other side of the mainmast with a camera. Marco walked over to the 4th Division commander. Thatch, what are you doing with the camera again? Thatch looked up to his superior with an ear-splitting grin on his face. Once Luffy leaves the ship, we won't see our precious princess for a long time. So we'll have to have a picture for ourselves, won't we? Marco could only sigh. Just make sure Luffy doesn't catch you. She'll throw you in the sea again. You know how much we hate fishing you out, Thatch. No problemo, Marco. Thatch cheered. I'm going to show Ace these pictures. It'll give him a heart attack. Thatch ran off down into the lower decks of the ship. Thatch, Marco shouted out. The boy's only 16. Luffy had scared most of the crew with her, yet again, sudden growth, and was excited when she heard that they were going to a city on the other side of the island. Ace had immediate ran to Luffy's aid when he saw the pictures Thatch took and going to burn them, but Thatch, having the upper hand, didn't hand them over. The nurses took Luffy to their rooms and had her dress more appropriately, although Luffy didn't really care as long as they weren't treating her any different as they usually did, and made them promise her that they weren't going to get her in a dress. The night was long and Luffy had slept out in a crow's nest that night. She watched the stars that were named after her godly brothers and sisters. She wondered what they were like and wondered if she was ever going to meet them. Luffy slept well that night but woke up the next morning with drawings all over her face, and she immediately knew who the culprit was. Luffy still wasn't very functional in her new body and had the nurses dress her. They tried to get her into a bra, but Luffy kept complaining about how tight it was and instead gave her a loose black bikini top and a red button-up shirt and large, more comfortable jean shorts, and she was ready to go out into the city. Luffy remembered her promise to Marco and had Ace accompany her when she was around the city. They were also accompanied by some of the pirates from the 1st Division and the 3rd Division since neither Marco or Zazu wanted something extremely dangerous to happen while they were on an island that they didn't know about, and especially with Ace and Luffy together was definitely going to cause trouble. The group walked down the street easily since it was a pretty neutral territory, and they asked around about the pond of youth Luffy swam in. They were told to go to the witch that lived on the outskirts of the city, and they did just that. Luffy was the first to immediately run off away from the group, dragging Ace along with her to find the witch. She was really excited about a witch. She rarely saw one, or one that she could remember. Luffy, slow down. We'll get there soon, Ace reasoned. Luffy didn't stop though, and they were there in no time, flat at a little cottage in the middle of nowhere, and Ace politely knocked on the door with one hand while the other smashed Luffy over the head to keep her quiet. Come in, children, an old voice called out. Ace opened the door and looked into the room where herbs and vials were all over the place along with books. Sorry for the intrusion, but we heard that you would know about a cure for the Fountain of Youth. My idiot sister went swimming in it and we don't know how to change her back, Ace explained. The old woman smiled and walked over to her cupboard, opening it up and pulled out a small vial. Here, Sonny, this'll do the trick. The old woman smiled. I always have people coming in about that annoying pond. It really causes a lot of trouble, but your sister's lucky that she's got a good heart, otherwise the pond would have taken her like the rest. Luffy didn't understand what the woman was going on about and didn't think much of it. She took the vial from Ace's hands, thanked the old lady for her help, and gulped it down in one go. It didn't take long till Luffy was coughing up the contents because of the vile taste. Ace and the old woman laughed but were glad when they saw Luffy's body shrink back to her regular 12-year-old size. By the time Ace and Luffy had returned to the city, they gathered up their missing group and went back to the Moby Dick. But it didn't take long till Luffy was complaining again about her boredom. It was New Year's Day, also known amongst the Whitebeard pirates as Ace's birthday and coronation of becoming his own pirate. A wild party was thrown, and Ace, despite being a bit grime about his birthday like he always had, he felt a bit of joy about becoming his own pirate. Luffy, Ace shouted out across the deck. Luffy looked up from her meals and saw Ace waving his free hand. I'm counting on you to get me back to Dawn Island, baby sister. Count on me, Ace. Nye. Luffy cheered. The pirates that have known Ace for a majority of his life all walked up to him and gave him their regards, and that they weren't going to go easy on him just because they were brothers. Don't think I won't give my all either, Ace returned. The Whitebeard pirates partied the whole night long. Luffy was forced to bed early since she was in charge of taking Ace back to the East Blue. Luffy stared up at the roof of her room as she listened to the laughter, cheers, and song of her brothers and sisters on the above deck. It's going to be a long 3 years. I'm going to miss Ace, but we'll meet again on the sea, Luffy muttered to herself. Luffy drifted to sleep and awoke early the next morning. She ran to the galley immediately, where the chefs were already cooking food for the whole crew. Luffy, mornin', the head chef called out. I'm hungry, Luffy replied. Not when you haven't washed up, you're not. Fine. Luffy sagged her shoulders and turned out of the galley to go take a shower and brush her teeth. When she got to the bathroom, she found Ace already brushing his teeth with a huge grin on his face. Ace looked over to Luffy and tipped his head. That indicated her to look just outside of the bathroom. Luffy stuck her head out of the doorway and noticed a huge sack full of Ace's things. You're really leaving, Ace? Nye. Yeah, Ace muffled. He finished up his morning routine alongside Luffy and continued their conversation as they made their way to galley. Don't worry, Luffy. We'll definitely meet again on the seas. It's vast after all. Yep. The two of them ate their fill of food and thanked the chefs. You two really were my biggest challenge for years. It's going to be really quiet around here without you, Ace. The head chef cheered. But Luffy's still here, so I'm definitely not going to get bored. Luffy pulled a cheeky grin and gave the head chef a thumbs up, which didn't spell good news for him. Ace just gave a hearty laugh and patted Luffy on the head. He was going to miss his little sister. He just wished he was able to protect her, but he knew that she was a grown girl and was going to be the king of the pirates. When Ace and Luffy had finished breakfast, they walked out onto the deck where Whitebeard and some of the commanders were there ready to see Ace off. Brat, Whitebeard called out. You always were a brat and forever will be. Thanks, Pops, Ace replied sarcastically. That's my boy. The commanders all gave their condolences for putting up with Luffy his whole life and then finally got his freedom. Luffy threw a fit at them because of it, but ended up just puffing up her cheeks, which made them laugh. That was when Thatch hooked his arm over Ace's shoulder and whispered something into his ear. I've got something for you for your trip, Thatch whispered. He reached into his coat and pulled out a photo of Luffy when she had landed on the Moby Dick after she landed in the Fountain of Youth. Her clothes snuck to show the curves in her body. Ace snatched the photo out of Thatch's hand and about to burn it before Thatch punched him in the face full of hacky. Are you stupid? Thatch shouted. This is the only one I have. If you're not going to take it, then I'm putting it back in the album. That's not going in the album, you walnut, Ace retorted. Ace and Thatch began a wrestling match on the deck while Zazu, the 3rd Division commander, looked quizzical. I've heard Thatch get called a lot of things, Jazu started, but never a walnut. The group laughed as the wrestling match went down. It was when Marco had to stop the fighting did Ace get ready to leave. Luffy dived into the water and turned into a mermaid and took the rope of the small dinghy. Ace threw his bag onto the boat and waved out to Moby Dick. Luffy went full speed and asked her mother to direct her to Dawn Island. The trip to Dawn Island only took a little under an hour when Luffy caught up in a fast current. Dawn Island was just as peaceful as ever, and on the cliff where Sabo had started his journey waited Daden and Makino. Looks like the brats are back, Daden commented. Oi, Luffy called out. Everyone had a smile on their face and Ace hugged Makino and Daden. They didn't stay long, but just like with Sabo, Luffy gave Ace a peck on the cheek for luck and Ace was on his way out to sea. Makino offered for Luffy to come have lunch with her and Luffy, as she was, didn't pass off the chance for another meal, and Makino led Luffy off to the village for a bite to eat. The villagers didn't know about Luffy's short return, but Makino was glad that Luffy was going to eat some of her cooking and tell her stories. Luffy's stories never ended, but when it was time for Luffy to go back to the Moby Dick, she hugged Makino and swam back home. The next week, just the same as Sabo, Luffy sulking about Ace's departure but perked back up and took her training seriously again. The crew was glad that Luffy was back on her feet and on her way to greatness. It had been 2 years since Ace left and the bounty posters kept coming in, and Sabo's bounty poster was back on the wall. The crew found it strange that Sabo's bounty poster never updated and wondered what happened to him, but figured that he was fine if there was no news of a capture. Luffy never thought about it. She was too busy training to become king. That was when Whitebeard heard of news of someone challenging Jin. The Moby Dick was turned around and they followed the Vival card for Jimbe. Luffy was on Whitebeard's lap the same time they heard the news. They didn't get a specific name of the person who was on the verge of defeating Jimbe. Luffy was very curious. Jimbe had been her teacher for her water ability, but annoying history teacher. Luffy would always fall asleep, but Jimbe would always head her awake. Luffy really appreciated Jimbe for that. He was the only fishman she knew that didn't treat her like royalty. It was relaxing for her. As the ship got closer to island that housed the fight, they caught sight of Jimbe's figure and watched as it collapsed. I heard you looking for me, brat, Whitebeard called out. Yeah, I'm here to defeat you, old man. Cheeky brat. Luffy poked her head over the railing and spotted Ace and his crew. She mouthed an O and smirked. Ace was on the verge of collapsing but used his remaining strength to create a pillar of fire. Ace held up the firewall to allow his crew escape, and they didn't want to leave Ace by himself. They're good people, Luffy commented. Whitebeard patted Luffy's head and sent Marco to pick up his stupid son and his crew. Ace collapsed and the rest of the Whitebeard pirates captured Ace's crew. They were tied up in ropes and sitting on the deck and spectated by the crew. So this is Ace's crew, Marco said. He chose some pretty good people. What have you done with our captain? One man shouted. Luffy sat in front of them the whole time and answered the question. He's fine. Ni-chan's taking care of him and Doc Nai. Lucky bastard. Papa, are they going stay? Luffy asked. That'll be up to Ace. Ace didn't come around until later that day. He had thanked the nurses and the doctor properly, but then gave them a stern warning that he wasn't part of their crew and they shouldn't take him lightly because he wasn't a kid anymore. The nurses and the doctor just laughed it off and sent Ace on his way. Right, my crew, Ace remembered as he ran out and onto the main deck where Luffy was sitting in front of the vice captain having a starring contest, which seemed to him that Luffy was on the verge of winning. What's going on? Old man, release my crew. I don't remember you being so rude, brat, Whitebeard replied. You released them. I'm not stopping them. Ace shot a bullet of fire over at the ropes and released his crew from sitting on the cold deck. Ace's crew ran over to Ace to see how he was doing, but the only one that didn't see to Ace was the vice captain, who was still staring into Luffy's eyes. Luffy, Ace shouted. Yep. The vice captain was broken out of his trance and noticed his captain was up and about. Captain Ace, you're up. I'm so glad you're okay. Ace ignored him for the moment and glared at Luffy. Luffy, you're 15. Act like it. Luffy stuck her tongue out at Ace and jumped onto Whitebeard's lap. The Spade Pirates watched Luffy jump up onto the strongest man in the world without a bat of an eyelash, and then witnessed her continue to climb up onto Whitebeard's shoulders and sit on him, with her upper body resting on his head. Is she allowed to do that, Captain Ace? She's done it since she was 4, Ace replied straightly. A random pirate had come up to Ace to ask his own personal question. Captain Ace, you seem to know her. What's that about? The man asked. Ace stayed silent for a moment before replying. He felt like he was going to regret it. That's Monkey D. Luffy, my little sister. There was a pause before a chorus of whats had filled the air. Ace told them to shut up and then pointed at Whitebeard and declared that he was going to defeat him and there was nothing he could do about it. Luffy had bent over further and asked her father if that was fine with him. After all, the nurses were going to be happy with him if he overexerted himself. Cheeky brat, I'll do what I want. Luffy laughed at his reply and then heard shouting from below her and saw Ace laid out on the deck fast asleep. Day after day Ace had tried to beat Whitebeard, however, never came close to defeating him. He almost looked like he was revolting against Whitebeard, but the crew just watched with an interested eye. Luffy wasn't too pleased with going to get Ace when he was thrown into the ocean. Some days she would get him, and then there were days where he had her meet and she would let someone else get him. It was only until a couple of months later did Ace finally gave up and joined the Whitebeard pirates officially. Luffy was excited because she got to see Ace's tattoo on his back and really happy for him, just like how she was happy about Whitebeard's mark on her necklace. It was later in the next year, when Luffy was 16 and Ace was 19, he had accepted to be the 2nd Division commander. A party was thrown for Ace and his new position, and Luffy was both happy for him and a bit annoyed that he was getting so high into the ranks, but she wasn't going to waver. It was a busy day for the Whitebeard pirates. The commanders were out doing errands and dealing with pesky pirates. Luffy was training with some of the lower-level pirates that offered to help train her. Luffy, being at the age of 16, was training even harder than ever. She didn't want to lose to anyone if she was going to be Pirate King. "Boy, we're back," a voice yelled out. Luffy recognized it immediately and ran out towards the main deck. "Thatch Niai, welcome home." Luffy cheered. However, her joyous moment didn't last long when something in her gut twisted and made her feel sick. Thatch immediately noticed something was wrong and looked down at his little sister with a puzzled look. "What's wrong, Luffy?" Thatch asked, concerned. "It's not a stomachache, it is. Should you see one of the nurses? You have a devil fruit, don't you?" Luffy asked venomously. "Huh, yeah, why do you ask? I hate them." Luffy felt too uncomfortable being around a devil fruit and left, leaving behind a confused 4th Division commander. Thatch reported to Pops about his find in the damage report, but then remembered about what happened with Luffy and decided to ask Pops for some advice. "Why don't you ask Luffy about it?" Whitebeard replied. "Do you think she'll talk to me about it, Pops?" Thatch asked. "Don't you have faith in your family? I'm sure Luffy will tell you if you ask her. You know how she is." "Thanks, Pops." Thatch jogged off to find Luffy, but first put the fruit in his room and locking the door behind him. It was best if he didn't bring it with him when he went to talk to Luffy about it. If something made a crew member uncomfortable, it was usually eliminated. Thatch bumped into a couple of other commanders, who were neck-deep in paperwork and didn't have time to talk to him about trivial things, so they ignored him. He didn't mind. He knew what it was like to have to deal with a lot of paperwork and have Marco on your back about it, and continued his search to find Luffy, but had ran into Vista, who didn't look like he was doing anything in particular. "Oi, Vista, have you seen Luffy around?" Vista turned to his fellow commander, straightening up to his full height, and began twirling his mustache. "Luffy, she's probably on figurehead." "Why do you ask?" "She doesn't like devil fruits for some reason, so I'm going to ask her about it." "Don't startle her then. She's probably asleep." "Haha, thanks, I'll keep that in mind." "Sure you will, after 10 years of getting you arse knocked into the sea. I'm sure this time it'll stick." Vista taunted. "Hey, those photos were worth it." Thatch replied. "Catch you later, Vista." Thatch walked off towards the front of the Moby Dick. He thought about how much Luffy had grown over the years, and even though she was physically 16, she was still the same tiny brat that the crew knew and loved. He also thought about Ace and Sabo. They were also brats, and even though Ace was more trouble to handle, he really was part of their family. Although sometimes he wondered whether it really was worth having him on the ship with the amount of times his pranks were set off. But something felt wrong when he thought about Sabo. There wasn't any new bounty poster of his, and it worried him a bit. There was no news of Sabo's capture or death, and he really hoped that it wasn't the latter. But he put his faith in the oldest sibling. After all, the Whitebeard pirates raised him, and if anything, he was far from dead. Otherwise, he was going to kick his arse whether he was dead or not. Thatch made it to the figurehead and found Luffy fast asleep in the sun. Kneeling down, Thatch pinched her cheek, stretched it, and released it, which shocked the girl awake. "What do you want, you bastard?" she blurted automatically. Luffy rubbed the sleep out of her eyes, placed her straw hat back on her head, and turned to the culprit that woke her up. "Ah, Thatch Niai, what is it?" Luffy accused. Thatch sat down next to Luffy and looked out toward the sea, thinking of the right words to say. "Luffy, can you tell me why you hate devil fruits so much?" "Yeah, sure." Thatch almost fell over. It shouldn't have been that easy. Luffy stared blankly but just grinned at her brother's antics, even though she didn't know why he was doing it. "You're so funny, Thatch Niai. So you'll tell me?" "Yeah," Luffy started. She looked out to sea, recalling the memory. "It's just a memory of one of my ancestors, but it was given to all of us that descended from her. It was thousands of years ago. One of the first sea gods thought that it was best that she ruled over the world, since she covered most of it, and went down from the heavens and began tormenting the people. It was a horrible fate. The gods revoked her right to having her powers and turned her into water. Her powers became the devil fruits to apologize to the people that she tormented. The memories of what she did were engraved into every descendant to prevent the same thing from ever happening again, but all we want is a bit of freedom, and I think we'll be happy." Luffy gave a huge grin to Thatch, and all he could do was hug the girl. "Oi, Luffy, I'll keep that fruit in my room for safekeeping, and I'll choose what I want to do with it when you leave, so it won't bother you, okay?" "Really? Thatch Niai, you're the best." Luffy hugged the man back and he gave the girl a reassuring pat on the back, but the moment was ruined when Luffy's stomach growled loudly. Haha, let's get some food, shall we? Thatch encouraged. Yeah, unannounced to the fourth commander and the daughter of the sea. One particularly meticulous man was watching the whole conversation from a safe distance, grinning to himself. Oi, Teach, what are you doing? We've got to get back to work. Zahaha, I'm coming. Just watching the waves. Teach knew that Thatch would keep the devil fruit safe at all cost and wouldn't break a promise, and figured it was best to wait till Luffy left the ship when he were to commence his plan. After all, if he rushed himself, Luffy would have his head on a pike the second something went wrong. He knew that he couldn't kill Thatch, otherwise Luffy would immediately feel it and hunt him down. If anything, he was just going to have to leave Thatch in critical condition so he couldn't get in his way. The Moby Dick stayed the same for the next couple of months, and Luffy's birthday rolled up sooner than expected. The crew gathered around on the day before the girl's birthday and gathered as much booze and food as they could and threw a party in commemoration of the youngest and last sibling heading out to sea. Cheers and drinks were thrown all around, and Luffy was stuffing her face full of food until Jazu sat down next to the small girl. Ah, Jwazu Nyai, what cha doing? Luffy asked. Jazu, although being an intimidating man, always felt comfortable next to the carefree girl. He had watched her grow up into a fine woman alongside her brothers and hoped she would be successful in the pirating world. Little Luffy, Jazu started. He liked the nickname that he gave Luffy and she liked it as well. Why don't you give the crew a few words before you leave? I'm sure they would love to hear from the birthday girl. Fine. Luffy stood up and yelled out, my brothers and sisters. She instantly got their attention. Shishishi, Jazu Nyai said I had to give a few words. I don't want to, but I guess I have no choice. Thank you for taking care of us all these years. Thank you for taking us in when we had nowhere else to go. I love all of you. Luffy was soon buried under the Whitebeard pirates, hugging and crying over losing their baby sister. Damn it, I'm not a kid anymore. Luffy punched her way out of the pile of men and ran to her safe place, Whitebeard's shoulder high and dry from tears. Perched on the old man's coat, she grinned at the pirate captain. Whitebeard only gave a grin in return. Luffy grew out her serpent tail and reached out for a jug of sake. She raised her small barrel of alcohol and told the crew to continue with the party and gave cheers to Whitebeard for being the best father she ever had. Luffy had packed her things the next day, which was her actual birthday and the day she was going to lose a majority of her powers. She knew that she wasn't going to be able to turn to water anymore, but she didn't care. She didn't want to have the power of a god. She wanted to become Pirate King with her own strength. She turned her hand into a ruby claw and flexed it. She knew that she was going to keep her transformations, but just how much energy it was going to take to use up some of the bigger transformations. But then again, she didn't really care. When she went to the bathroom, she dunked her head under the water to see whether or not she could still breathe in it. Turned out she could, which she found a relief. She wasn't exactly used to holding her breath. Luffy picked up her backpack and placed it on her back, fixed her gold seashell necklace with the Whitebeard Jolly Roger on the back, and then placed the straw hat Shanks gave her that came with the promise of becoming the best pirate that ever lived. She walked out of her room but turned and took one last look at. She was going to miss living on the Moby Dick, but she knew that she was going to see it again. Luffy walked out into the hall and up onto the main deck. The morning sun blossomed on her cheeks and danced across the scar under her eye that she inflicted onto herself in order to prove herself to Ace that she was a big girl. Waiting along the deck railing was Whitebeard and all of the commanders. Luffy, Haruta called out, I hope you have a safe trip. Haruta ni. Luffy smiled. Luffy noticed that the commanders were in order by division number and started from the last. Luffy walked over to Aizu and gave him a huge hug and a kiss on the cheek. She really looked up to him. He may have been a cross-dresser, but she never saw it as a problem. He helped her with cooking and sewing up old clothes that she loved to wear and would always nag her when she ran off from him when he was in charge of looking after her when they were on an island. Even though Aizu was a man, Luffy still had the habit of calling him her sister. Thanks you, Aizu-ni, for always fixing my clothes. No problem, kiddo. I just wonder if you can find someone as good as me that'll fix you up when you get into fights. Aizu patted Luffy on the head and let her go say thanks to the other commanders. Next was Fussia, 15th Division Commander. Luffy gave him a hug and kiss as well. He was like the tough grandfather that loved to tell exaggerated stories to Luffy when she was a brat. He loved it when she would sit on the other side of the dining table to him and they would play a one-on-one game of cards while he told her story of his trip on the Whitebeard ship. He tried to train her in swordsmanship but easily gave up when she wouldn't listen to him. Thank you, Fussia Nyai, for telling me so many stories about the crew. I'm too old to be your brother, Luffy. More like cocky uncle. Fussia gave a firm and reassuring grip on Luffy's shoulders that said that she could always turn to him when she needed it. Following after was Juru, who preferred a high five and also got a kiss. Luffy felt that Juru, despite being a lot older, was just as childish as her. She loved it when she played tag with him on the decks, and even though he was exceptionally faster than her, had always allowed her a fair chance of tagging him. Thanks, Juru Nyai, for always playing with me. always ready to help, little sis. Atmos, being a relatively round man with heavy armor and of towering height, wondered what Luffy was going to do for greeting. He watched as Luffy hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. Atmos, although had the same grump demeanor as Jazu, was a lot more stubborn in accepting Luffy on the ship, but soon broke down when he saw that she could take care of herself while they were out at sea and would give her a bit of food when he thought that she was hungry. Atmos, Nyai, thanks for protecting me when I wasn't paying attention. I'll be surprised when you are paying attention, cheeky brat. Haruto was next, and they both gave each other a bone-crushing hug and kisses on the cheek. Luffy really admired Haruto. Being the only female commander but also not caring about girly stuff had helped her out a lot. They would always be a tag team when it came to pranking wars against Ace and Thatch. Haruto ni, thanks for always helping me get back at Ace ni and Thatch ni. No problem, Luffy. I hope you get a great crew that you can have fun with. Some of the guys on this ship can be a bit stiff. Kingdu, being Luffy's idea of manliness, really inspired her to be stronger. Luffy gave Kingdu a fist bump and a kiss on the cheek. He would always call out to her when he had the chance and give her a friendly tease, but help her out with her training as well. He had told her all about how cool a lot of things that went on in the world, and that even though there were a lot of things that applied to a man's code like suits of armor, he didn't discriminate if a woman or Luffy enjoyed that as well and would both shout at the setting sun on the figurehead for absolute no reason. But it was fun. Kingdu Nai, thank you for being the manliest guy I know. That'll cause a few protests, but I appreciate it. I bet you won't find someone as manly as me on your crew then. Turiel was a flamboyant man with colorful clothing and amazing guns that Luffy tried to get her hands on. The two hugged and gave each other a peck on the cheek. Luffy always remembered when she was playing near the cannons and an enemy ship was coming near and the 10th Division had stormed and ready for attack, and Turiel came and dragged her to his side and she watched as he took out the enemy from such a long distance. It amazed her on the marksmanship that her older brother had. Turiel Nai, thanks for trying to teach me how to shoot, and I promise not to touch the cannons anymore. I never let you touch the cannons anyway. Even if you did, I'd beat your butt. Shishishi. Blenheim just gave Luffy a pat on the head and ruffled her hair a bit before bending over to accept his kiss on the cheek. Blenheim was around the same age as Fussia in the old age department, but still had fighting spirit and stories to tell. He had helped Luffy with her training and becoming stronger and was a tough teacher at that. Blenheim Nyai, thanks for training me, although I won't miss it. You better not get yourself killed, you cheeky brat. Namor the Fishman was a fierce fighter but a polite man towards Luffy. They hugged, but Namor politely declined the kiss on the cheek, feeling like he wasn't worthy of one but got it anyway. While most of the older crew saw Luffy as an admirer, to Namor it was the other way around. Luffy and Namor had a sibling-like relationship, but he had always referred to her as Sama, which she felt was too polite for her liking, but soon gave up on correcting his horrific. Namor Nyai, thanks for teaching me the ways of a fishman. Pleasure's all mine, Luffy-sama. Next up was Rakugo, a brave and the most daring of the Whitebeard pirates. Luffy looked to his fearlessness and endless determination to defeat an enemy no matter how big a name they had. It really brought a smile to Luffy's face when she watched Rakugo's fights from the railing of the Moby Dick. He always seemed to be the one that made Luffy smile when a crew member died during battle. Rakugo Nyai, thanks for always cheering me up when I needed it. I'm glad I could help, lil sis. I hope you get Nakama that'll help you out when you're in a slump. Flamenco was a round and cheery person who always had a smile on his face and never hesitated to help Luffy when she was stuck with something heavy or just anything in particular. Luffy loved it when she, Ace and Sabo would place hide and seek on the ship and she would hide in Flamenco's pockets, but even though it was a great hiding spot, she always laughed too loudly and was always the one to get caught first. Flamenco picked up Luffy into a hug and tossed her around a bit, which made her laugh like a child, and gave him a kiss on this cheek. Flamenco Nyai, thanks for helping out with everything, no matter how big or small it was. Luffy, as a treasured member of this crew, you never gave this place a dull moment. Vista gave a smile down at the teenage girl. He thought about how much she had grown up over the years. They hugged and Luffy kissed him on the cheek. Vista was one of the main trainers of the brats, and even though they grew up fast and strong, he would always remember when Luffy had ran off from his side while they were on one of the islands with his spending money and returned late back to the Moby Dick. And even worrying him sick, she gave him a rose that she bought for his birthday. He didn't want the rose to wilt and pressed it into one of his favorite books. Vista Nyai, thank you for training all of us even though we were so much trouble. No trouble at all, our little girl's all grown up. Thatch was next, and Luffy honestly thought of Thatch as the craziest brother she could ever have. They got along just as well as her and Ace, and that was something she never wanted to give up. All the times he cooked for her, even though it was the middle of the night. Even time he invited her to come with him to do night watch, and he would tell her about the constellation and the story behind them, and even pranking the crew and against each other, but mainly against Marco. Thatch tackled Luffy and squeezed the life out of her, and all she could do was laugh. She gave a peck on the cheek and he released her. Thatch Nyai, thanks for being the best friend I ever had. Which reminds me, Luffy, I've got something for you to pass on to your crew. Thatch announced. He pulled out a huge book with a small gold plate on the front that had album engraved into it. It's the photo album that Ace and I worked on over the years. I want you to have it. If anything happens, our crew will be there when you need it. I think I can trust your judgment. Thatch Niai. Jazu towered over the girl and almost gave her a menacing look, but Luffy knew that he was just worried about her leaving the Moby Dick on her own. He patted Luffy on the head and messed up her hair to the point that she had to fix it, which was his way of saying stay on the ship, but he knew that wasn't going to work this time. When Luffy was a kid, when she would be under Jazu's watch that day, and even though all the other commanders warned him that no matter what, Luffy was bound to leave the ship no matter what they did, all Jazu did was give the girl a stern look and ruffle her hair, and she would move for the spot until he got back and then follow him around the rest of the day. The other commanders wondered how he did it, but he never told. Jazu Nai, thank you worrying over me and the crew. It's my job, little Luffy. Ace came next and they hugged on sight, both giving each other ear-splitting grins to each other. Luffy gave him his kiss on the cheek. He had looked after her since she was born. Garp didn't trust Luffy's safety out in Fussia Village, being so close to the sea, and brought her to Daten, who pushed her onto Ace. Ace, being 6 at the time, felt annoyance that someone was stopping him from collecting money for his pirate ship, but when baby Luffy smiled and grabbed onto his shirt, he couldn't help but be glad she was there to be with him. Ace Nai, thank you for being my brother from the very start. Luffy, thank you for being my little sister. The last remaining commander was Marco. He stood tall and proud about having watched Luffy leave the nest and go off into the world of her own. He was the strongest and most diligent out of the commanders and felt the most responsible for Luffy just as much as Whitebeard. All those times he woke up with an egg in his bed and pineapples outside of his door with notes that read, "We came to see you, brother." Although they were annoying brats, they were the best kids they ever raised on the ship. Marco Nai, thank you for saving us the day we met and bringing us onto the ship. I'm glad I did it, kiddo. I never regretted it. Last of all was Whitebeard. The old man stood taller than all the commanders and was just as proud as Marco. Luffy was at a loss for words. She never had a father figure until Whitebeard came to Goa Kingdom and saved her from the world government and even agreed to bring Ace and Sabo along. He called her his daughter, his sea princess, and expected nothing in return except that she call him her father. It was the best feeling that she ever had. There was so much that she wanted to thank him for but just couldn't put it into a sentence. Whitebeard felt her hesitance, knelt down and scooped her up into a hug. Luffy felt tears brimming into her eyes. Papa, thank for everything. I'm so glad I have someone to call my father. My memory won't be as strong now, but I'm happy that I get to call you my family. Thank you, Papa. Don't cry now, my sea princess. This is meant to be a new adventure and I look forward to when you reach the top. Yep. Luffy wiped away her tears and gave Whitebeard his kiss on the cheek. He set her back on the ground and she took a step back, clutching onto her necklace. Papa, can I still keep your mark? Luffy asked timidly. Of course. That's proof that you're part of this crew and always will be. Whitebeard yelled. The commanders cheered and waved to Luffy with as much gusto as they could muster until she was out into the horizon. I'm the woman who's going to become the Pirate King. This was Luffy's new adventure into pirating world, to become the Pirate King. The New World Sea, famous for being the most deadly sea in the world. Many have tried to conquer, however, have all left due to embedding dangers that follow suit. On one particular day, the sun bet down on the Moby Dick, a ship that was famous all over the world for its figurehead of a whale and home to the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. However, on that particularly sunny and cheery day, it always brought a shadow. Despite the Moby Dick being home to Whitebeard and over 1,600 men and one little sea god, Luffy had been sweating up a storm while she was playing on the main deck and began wandering around the lower decks away from the sun. Luffy was still at the tender age of 13. Ace had left the ship to make his own crew and Sabo had been out at sea for over 2 years now. Luffy had her straw hat resting on her head, an oversized, white dress shirt on that hid her blue shorts. I wonder how Ace Nyai and Sabo Nyai are going with their adventures. It must be fun. I can't wait to make my own crew, Luffy thought to herself. Through the large hallway, Luffy trotted by some of the crew members. All of them greeted the little girl that almost had a permanent residence on the Moby Dick. Oi Luffy-chan, where are you off to? One of the crew members asked. Daruma Nyai. I heard the 2nd Division has shaved ice. Luffy cheered. Really? Lucky. Mind getting some for me, Luffy-chan? Nope. If you want some, get it yourself. You're so cold to your big brother. Fishishi. Luffy walked away from the crewmate and made her way to the 2nd Division. She had passed a lot of other members and she felt a bit of a heavy atmosphere as she got closer to the 2nd Division, but Luffy ignored the feeling and continued walking. However, when she got there, what she wasn't expecting was something that was going to embed itself deep into her mind for a long time. Luffy finally got to the 2nd Division's lounge or dining area and pushed open a heavy wooden door. However, she was welcomed with one of the members saying, Sabo hasn't been active for 2 years now. I feel bad to say, but the poor kid probably died at sea. The large wooden door fell open and the whole room fell silent. The member that had said that Sabo was dead turned around when the room fell silent and immediately spotted Luffy standing in the doorway. She had tears in her eyes from the sudden claim. "As Sabo Nai," Luffy whimpered. Her sadness suddenly turned to rage. "Sabo Nai isn't dead. He's too strong to be dead. You guys are a bunch of liars." "Well, Luffy, we're not saying that Sabo's dead. It's just that the Grand Line's weather and everything else, and the fact that there hasn't been any news of on Sabo in 2 years. It's just that the chances are really high." The man said. "I feel sorry for him." Another said, "He was part of this crew too. I wish we knew what happened to him." The chatter about Sabo's well-being spiraled out, ignored the hurt Luffy that was standing in the doorway. The little girl couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her oldest brother being dead was just unheard of. But in that moment she had some self-doubt. She knew for a fact that Sabo wasn't dead since she didn't feel the same sort of pain that she did every time a crew member died. Whenever someone Luffy cared about passed away, as part of the fall of the sea god, a needle-like pain will be felt in her heart. However, this causes tremendous mental strain on her, and if someone really significant were to pass away, the damage could be life-threatening. Many of the recantations of the Daughter of the Sea would often hid away from people in order to avoid the pain of dealing with the losses. However, that sort of information isn't known until they actually make connection that pass away. The idea that Sabo was dead was unheard of. If he was dead, then she would have immediately felt it. But a small virus of doubt started to build its home inside Luffy's head, and it was far from pleasant. In the girl's state of panic, she ran from 2nd Division and went to the other divisions in order to find some sort of hope for her brother's survival. However, to her devastation, Sabo, sorry, Luffy, but he probably got swept up at sea. We should have taught him more about navigation than fighting. I feel sorry for the brat. He was the smartest out of the 3. Sabo and I isn't dead. Luffy screamed. What almost silenced the whole ship by the sudden shout had also brought the commander's attention to his division. "Boy, what's going on in here?" It was Commander Rakugo of the 7th Division. "Luffy, what's the matter?" The commander saw his little sister fallen on the ground, her legs unable to support her anymore. Her hands were laid out in front of her to keep her from falling any closer to the floor. Rakugo couldn't see her face since she was staring too intently at the ground. But when she turned to him, what he saw broke his heart. Luffy's face was ridden with tears. Her usually cheerful and hope-filled chocolate-brown eyes that should melt a person's soul with a single stare were now glazed over with ice and were devoid of all hope. Her mind had almost collapsed. "And Nai is dead." Rakugo didn't know what to do. He didn't hear of anyone on the ship dying, but with how the atmosphere was in the room, it didn't take long for him to figure out whom they were talking about. Rakugo didn't know anything on where Sabo was, but he, along with a lot of the other commanders that helped train the brats, refused to believe that the oldest was dead. But it was his job now to look after the youngest that was still on the ship in their place. Rakugo cracked his knuckles and hit the girl over the head. This was a shock to the 7th Division that was present. "Luffy," Rakugo shouted at the top of his lungs. This had snapped the girl out her trauma. "Sabo's dead if you believe he's dead. Do you hear me?" Luffy sniffled and nodded her head. "Do you think Sabo's dead?" Rakugo asked enthusiastically. Luffy rubbed her eyes and shook her head. She wasn't going to give in if her brother wasn't going to give in either. "Oi, Commander Rakugo." Rakugo and Luffy turned to the 7th Division, who was fired up by their commander's speech. "We don't think the brat's dead either. After all, the Whitebeard pirates trained him. Sabo is smarter than a lot of us. He knows what he's doing." Luffy slowly started to believe again and slowly began to smile again after the long hot day. She felt herself get lifted off the ground and then watched the 7th Division get smaller, and her hands rested on top of light brown dreadlocks that bellowed to the commander Rakugo. "Rakugo Nai, don't you worry, Luffy. Sabo is definitely alive as long as you believe him to be." Rakugo carried Luffy out of the room and into the hallway. He hoped that he was able to reach her with his words, but he knew that what she had dealt with that day was forever going to leave a scar in her heart. It was difficult for her since she had went to all the divisions to ask about Sabo, and everyone had a seed of doubt about their brother, but in the very least, he thought, he was able to help his little sister not give up on someone so important to her. "Rakugo Nai, where are you going?" Luffy asked through some sniffs. "Just you wait. I'm going to show you something amazing. Just you hold on." Luffy gripped onto Rakugo's dreadlocks for dear life until he told her to let go a little bit since it was hurting his head. Luffy giggled a little bit from Rakugo's teasing as he climbed up the rope ladder that led to the crow's nest. Luffy didn't say anything, she just played with the man's hair until they reached the top. "Look out there, Luffy," Rakugo said. Luffy did as her brother asked, and she saw the hot setting sun slowly drift below the horizon as Sea King jumped and danced in the orange sea. It was a sight to behold. Luffy started to tear up again as she went over the day's events and gripped onto Rakugo's hair tighter. "Listen, Luffy," Rakugo started. "Out there are thousands, maybe millions of people that you will meet one day. Whether they will be your friends or your enemy is up to you. But out of those millions of people, there is the chance that one of them is your brother. If you give up on him, then what's to say that he'll give up on you? Don't give up on you, brother, Luffy. Can you promise me that? Yeah, I promise. Now wipe your tears. We're getting ice cream. Ice cream. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.